everyone after lunch. We'll be starting our session 6. Our topic is reducing risks of disaster, structural and non-structural solutions. Now, I will request our respected Dr. P.G. Dhar Chakraborty sir, respected Dr. Indrajit Pal sir, respected Professor Chandan Ghosh sir, respected Professor Shobhanik Roy sir, respected Professor Gopinath Bhandari sir, to come in the stage to join us. Please, sir. And respected Mohammad Samsuddah sir is always joining us in online mode.
Your audience, but a larger audience, you're watching it.
Now I will ask my fellow classmates to felicitate our honorable speakers. Now I will request our respected Dr. P.G. Dhar Chakraborty sir, Swami Vivekananda Chair Professor on Environment and Disaster Management, Head of Department Environment and Disaster Management, RKMVRI, Narendrapur, to chair the session. It's over to you, sir.
So we are in the midway. First 1.5 day, we discussed problems and problems. Now the next 1.5 day, we'll be discussing solutions and solutions. So this is the first session on the solution. We have a distinguished speakers. I'll introduce them very briefly because they are already known. They must be already known to you. Indrajit Pal, he is currently Associate Professor and Chair at Disaster Preparedness, Mitigation and Management Program at the Asian Institute of Technology, Thailand. Prior to that, he was faculty member of the Center for Disaster Management at Lal Bahadur Shastri National Academy of Administration in Missouri, where I had my training for the Indian Administrative Service. Dr. Chandan Ghosh, I have a long association with him. He was a former professor and the head of the Resilient Infrastructure Division of the National Institute of Disaster Management, which I had the opportunity to head for about 6 years, from the 2005 to 2011. He is a civil engineering graduate of Bengal Engineering College, PhD from IIT Kanpur, and doctorate of engineering from Ibaraki University, Japan. And he has also been in IIT Jammu as a professor of civil engineering. He has recently retired from the NIDM, and he has become more busy, after his retirement, doing so many other things. And he has also collected some samples of vetiver grasses to show you beyond civil engineering what kind of bioengineering we can do. Professor Shobhanik Roy, he is a professor of Department of Architecture, Town and Regional Planning, and founder director of the School of Ecology, Infrastructure and Human Settlement Management at the Indian Institute of Engineering, Science and Technology, Shibpur. He has a bachelor's degree in architecture, master's in urban regional planning, and a doctorate in urban planning. He is a postgraduate diploma in the IHS Rotterdam. Oh, you are Rotterdam. I was also going there for teaching for some time in Rotterdam, and after it became part of the Erasmus University. Now it is part of the Erasmus University. So this is a long CV. I'm not going to read out fully. And Professor Gopinath Bhandari, he is a professor in the Department of Civil Engineering and coordinator of the Center for Disaster Preparedness, and Management at Jadavpur University. Professor Bhandari completed his B in Civil Engineering from Bengal Engineering College, Masters in Civil Engineering from Geotechnical Engineering, and a PhD in Coastal Engineering, both from Jadavpur University in 1992 and 2003, respectively. So again, a long CV, I'm not going to read out fully. And we have Mohammad Shamsud-Doha. Is he online? Is he online? Yes, is he online? So unfortunately, he could not come. He is working at the Center for Participatory Research, the Chief Executive Officer of Center for Participatory Research and Development in Bangladesh. Now he had confirmed his participation physically, and let me tell you also that he was a delegation member of the government of Bangladesh to climate change negotiation at the UNFCCC. He has been consistently following negotiations for loss and damage, finance and adaptation, and technology transfer. He was also actively involved in drafting a country position paper on disaster risk reduction, a guiding document for negotiating a post-2015 framework for disaster risk reduction. So welcome, Mohammad Shamsud-Doha. So I will request Mohammad Shamsud-Doha, because since our session started a little late and he has been waiting for some time, so it is unfair for me to make him wait further. So the session will start with a presentation on Soviet Dry. We have Professor Mohammad Shamsud-Doha. So we have five presentations, and that 4 of them, they are from the engineering background, and one from the from community, from the non-government community, NGO community, and working on. And Bangladesh, as you know, it is the NGO capital in the world. There are wonderful NGOs working, and I had the opportunity to work some of them, like Center for the Disaster Preparedness and other organizations. So so over to you, Professor Shamsud-Doha. So you have 15 minutes. We had 20 minutes, but since we started late, we are cutting it short by 5 minutes. So we have 15 minutes. So so over to you, Professor Shamsud-Doha. So let us go.
Thank you very much. I think my slides are visible now.
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you very much. First of all, I would like to offer my sincere thanks to Professor Chakraborty for inviting me to share my experiences. I, in fact, share experiences of Bangladesh in terms of community-based disaster risk reduction. Before starting my presentation, I also would like to convey my sincere gratitude, love, and respect to all the panel members, speakers, audiences, and students who are here. You know that it's a critical time for Bangladeshis to visit India, though that was frequent in the previous time. But nonetheless, I'm very happy, honored to share my presentation and to be invited in that August symposium. While talking about community-based disaster risk reduction, I would like to share a few examples of disaster loss and damages, and how the community, particularly NGOs, are addressing this problem or coping up with disaster losses. You could see some damages of disasters. I took this picture during a massive riverbank erosion in the Padma Basin area that eroded huge chunk of land, cultivable land, habitat, and others. You could see that a household, they are shifting from their eroded household to other places. They are trying to find a safer place. I don't know whether they found it, but they're on move. So they took all the belongings, children, women, and also livestock. The transferable, movable assets, they try to move. You also could see the fragility of their household, and also how the riverbank erosion eroded infrastructure. It's a hospital, public hospital in that district. We call this Shariatpur district. So the disaster damages caused by riverbank erosion is massive. This is just not the I mean, eroding household, but also eroded the permanent structure and also make the communities more exposed to the maybe next risk. So the history of riverbank erosion in Shariatpur district is not new. I mean, that riverbank erosion is very common in the basin areas, particularly in the Padma basin areas, and people are often called as people are on move with the move of flows. So when the flows moves from one side to another side, people also move with the flows. So, and they try to get shelter in other places. So the Padma River in 2018, the riverbank erosion was huge and it eroded around 13 square kilometer areas in maybe 10, 15 days. So 3 upazilas were severely affected. One upazila is, we did a study in one upazila and we found that riverbank erosion engulfed around 4,000 families. It eroded 500 businesses, and it also made 5,000 people displaced from their households. Now, these are some pictures. We are familiar with this when riverbank erosion occur in the river basin areas. Now, what are the causes? I mean, when we look into the disaster, we just count some economic loss and damages. We have a very preset mentality that disaster damages some properties, assets, and it causes some economic loss and damages. But if we look into the other aspects of disaster, this is just not economic loss and damages. Major portion of loss and damages is non-economic loss and damages. And non-economic loss and damages are due to mainly by the secondary and tertiary impacts of disaster or the residual impact of disaster, which often we try to link to the impacts of climate change. But not going to the climate change, I'm not debating the other issues, but if I consider the residual impact of disasters, they are mostly non-economic damages and losses. They are shifting to undignified occupation. We found that many people from the Shariatpur district, even from the Howrah areas, that was severely affected by flash flood in 2024. Many people migrated that place to the urban areas and they took different occupation like rickshaw pulling, housemaids, and also begging. And they term this as an undignified job. Yes, they are undignified jobs. So loss of dignity is another concern of the residual impacts of disaster. We noticed huge dropout from school, increased child labor, and also child marriage, because when adolescent girls drop out from school, family consider them as risk because maybe they are being might suffer from some social crises and also some social taboos, social barriers, so they consider them as risk. So marrying them at their very teen age consider them transferring risk. So we noticed huge number of child marriage in the riverbank erosion prone areas. There are huge psychological trauma when they lost everything, belongings, then they got some mental shock and causes psychological trauma. And loss of social identity is another concern, because when they migrated from one place to another place, they really are not included to that local government authority as a citizen of that area. So they sometimes call them as a moving people and they don't have any social identity. It's also a problem of social integration to that community. So a kind of social discrimination, a kind of gender-based violences, and also violences to the adolescent girls are found to be increased in the displaced or migrated communities. Now, what are the responses? I mean, if I consider the responses to the riverbank erosion prone areas, I took example from a local NGO, and they said that they only are addressing some economic loss and damages. The government of Bangladesh is very proactive in terms of policy making and planning, and also establishing a contingency fund to support immediate relief and rehabilitation activities. So Ministry of Disaster Management and Relief provides immediate food support to the affected families, but there are some concern that if the affected families are huge in number, then the limited resources is not sufficient to cover all the economic loss and damages. And we found this in the recent past flood affected areas in Howrah areas. So the devastation was massive, and the insufficient support from the government agencies was really scanty to in terms of the requirement. NGOs are the first responder, as the session church said that Bangladesh is the capital of NGOs. Yes, Bangladesh is the capital of NGO, and NGO has very prudent or experienced mechanism for supporting disaster as the first responder. So NGOs have some contingency fund. They respond with food, water, and emergency medical assistance, but they often respond with the limited resource, but there is the intention that they might be able to mobilize resources from other sources. Then there are some regional and global funds. In Bangladesh, there are several funds like Start Fund. There is a apex organization of NGOs, is called PKSF. They also have a separate funding for addressing post-disaster loss and damages. The government of Bangladesh has a dedicated funding mechanism. It's called Bangladesh Climate Change Trust Fund. So a certain portion of this fund is allocated for supporting disaster loss and damages, aftermath of disaster. So there is also some funding dedicated to address post-disaster shocks and post-disaster loss and damages. There are also some private sector initiative, and fortunately, the private sector initiative in Bangladesh is huge. If I cite a recent example from the flood 2024, the crowdfunding from the private sources was, 2-3 times more than the government fund. So the crowdfunding was mobilized by the private sectors, by the students, and also by some foundations who have some a kind of faith of people. So people provided huge amount of money to that source to operate relief and rehabilitation support. So the private sector initiative in Bangladesh, there are the huge potentialities. People are eager to contribute, but sometimes it also related to the concern of whether the private sector will religiously utilize this fund or not. Again, the concern is that we are only addressing economic loss and damages. We are not considering non-economic loss and damages like loss of dignity, loss of social identity, gender-based violence, migration, dropout from school. We are not addressing that residual impact of certain disasters. And we consider, and these are short-term, these are inadequate, and these are unpredictable because we don't know how much money is required and how much money we will be able to mobilize for addressing those. So sometimes we also consider that the support from the government is politically decided, because when we assign some particular task to the local government authority to list down number of families who are being affected by the disaster, then they consider some kind of political affiliation or some kind of kinship while they select the affected household. So there are some challenges also, but major concern is that we are only addressing the economic part, which is short-term, which is sudden, but again, we are not addressing the residual impact of that sudden onset impact, and the residual impacts are huge and it's long-lasting. This is some kind of response. We often provide guest support and also some logistics, some assistive devices for the physically challenged individuals. This is also another example from the NGO who responded to the that riverbank erosion. But again, there is a concern that there is a huge gap in resources and huge gap also among the stakeholders. The local NGOs and also local government authority, local administration. There is also huge coordination gap in terms of operating relief and rehabilitation supports. So these are the current practices in Bangladesh, and you find that if I categorize the current practices, there are some we can classify those ex post and ex ante. So in Bangladesh, we do both. I mean, we do both ex ante and ex post, but most of the cases we provide, I mean, more emphasis on ex post, like relief and rehabilitation support, and also emergency services. But we often don't provide adequate support, or we often fail to mobilize resources for ex ante measures like infrastructure development, shelter construction. We have strong disaster warning, but again, the nature of disasters are changing. So we also need to update our disaster warning for flood, and also also rainfall, changes in rainfall pattern, because rainfall is also now causing waterlogging in some areas. We also should have strong warning for heat wave, and also warning also for drought. But for the sudden onset event, particularly cyclone, we have stronger networks up to the union level, grassroots level, but we don't have stronger network and support for other disasters like flood, like riverbank erosion, heat waves, and also desertification to some extent. But again, we have some prudent, proactive measures. We talked about that we are just doing some reactive measures, but there are some examples of proactive measures. One example is, I mean, anticipatory action. So for anticipatory action, currently, not only NGOs, but also development partners, international NGOs, they are providing much emphasis on anticipatory action. So there are a few stages of determining anticipatory action. So first, analyzing the risk, and also define some actions based on the risk, and also then monitoring, forecasting, real-time observations. Then, if all the three, I mean, works in parallel, then there are some anticipatory actions to support that household. They might affected by that particular risk. So a kind of risk analysis is very important. This is also important to identify number of households who could be affected by certain risk when it translated to disasters, and then monitoring the risk level, monitoring the warning system, monitoring the weather data, and when the weather data monitoring says that that particular household might be affected by that risk, then anticipatory action started. So this is a kind of proactive measures, and Bangladesh is doing very good in that field. So there are some examples of proactive measures in terms of erosion. When scientists, experts, and also weather data says that particular household might be affected by riverbank erosion, then there is alert. So there is a number of that alert, that number of households might be affected by riverbank erosion maybe by August or by June. So there is an example that there was an alert in August 2023 in 6 locations, and that alert was raised for 115 households. Among them, 18 households were affected. So that 18 households got support for their, I mean, loss of households, loss of, I mean, cost for relocation. They also got some support, advocacy support, for having land for their new habitat or new house, or for their temporary or permanent relocation. So anticipatory action is just not awareing the communities for their for some activities, but also supporting them if they're really affected by that anticipated disaster. And this is not only supporting with some cash or some, I mean, other logistic facilities, but also long-term advocacy support for having resources and entitlements. There's a study on the basis of that anticipatory actions. It says that the cost of $1 cost for anticipatory action saved more than $5 losses. So anticipatory action is very important to avoid loss and damages because it saves money. And that result is it's a proven result. The another proactive measures is disaster risk financing. Often we struggle with financing because after disaster, when we talk about financing, we need to rely on international sources or maybe from government sources or maybe from crowdfunding from the private sources. So if there is a fund called disaster risk financing, then that fund could support the potentially affected households and families. So Bangladesh also have that kind of disaster risk financing facilities. And there are three different stages of that financing facilities. That is, we need to identify a foreseeable crisis or foreseeable disasters. When we see that a disaster might happen, then again a flag is raised, a danger flag that flood or riverbank erosion or cyclone might affect that number of households. And there is also a kind of cost estimation that if that household are affected by a particular cyclone, that cyclone might cause that amount of economic loss and damages, or that amount of support is required for their relief and rehabilitation. So that fund really can calculate the amount that will be required to support immediate actions. So currently we have that kind of funding, anticipatory or disaster funding, and there are three different blocks of operating that fund. One is strategy definitely depending on multi-hazard risk analysis and also financial flow analysis and also household economic analysis. I mean, some households are better with economic condition and they are better resilient than other households. So on the basis of that strategy, there are few building blocks. I mean, some contingency planning. If that disaster happen, then how we will address that disaster with that particular amount of money. So that contingency planning includes the community, includes the respective ministries and also local government officials, local administration. So all are be part of that planning and they can respond to the disaster very quickly. And then finally, this strike, one is contingency fund is ready and also contingency plan is ready. Then we can quickly address the problem. So that kind of mechanism is evolving within the communities and also other sectors like international NGOs and also local NGOs. So this is another proactive measures for addressing disaster loss and damages or disaster recovery. So currently we have three types of disaster financing. One is flood risk financing, and second is cyclone risk financing, and also how to post the National Reserve Fund for cyclone readiness and implementation. This is again a kind of lobby and advocacy work with the national authority, national government, so that national government itself reserve some funds for quickly responding to particular disaster like flood and cyclone. These are the structure. I mean, in the pictures you can see that the discussion of the communities in terms of developing contingency plan, and also discussion with the local NGOs. You can also see construction of community road that link to a cyclone shelter, and also provided a kind of safeguard from the tidal water, saving the communities. This is also water supply system, toilet facilities in the cyclone shelter and also in the raised areas, and also if cyclone or floods feeds, then how we could quickly support the other logistic item to the potentially affected communities. So these are some practices of anticipatory actions. This is a kind of, I think you know all about this for raising garden, and also a kind of hydroponic system for in the waterlogged areas, so that if the certain area is flooded, then and then a kind of vegetable cultivation could be facilitated with some technological innovation. It's a kind of floating garden in the waterlogged areas. It's also household level agricultural activities to support households for loss recovery. This is another unique concern that some NGOs are really doing in the coastal areas and also riverbank prone areas, because riverbank erosion eroded everything, households and also agricultural land. So that is a kind of supporting communities, particularly youths, for technical educations and supporting their job placement to the urban areas, so that the eroded communities, eroded youths, they can have sufficient skill uh, for to satisfy the market demand. For instance, mobile servicing and also some electrical engineering and also plumbing, piping. So that kind of I mean alternative livelihood activities or I mean market demand based activities are being promoted by the local NGOs, so that they could support the disaster affected households, or the households so household who lost everything due to riverbank erosion could find job in other areas. Sometimes we call this transformational adaptation, but again, this is also very closely linked to disaster. This is also building skill of the remote households and islands, and also how to promote a kind of resilient livestock cultivation at household, because that Black Bengal is a bit resilient to heat. And in certain areas of Bangladesh, lamb farming is getting popular because lamb is a kind of resilient to heat and also in the saline condition. There are also some changes in the cropping pattern, because in the coastal areas, which is more exposed to saline water, there is a change. People are not cultivating rice. They are cultivating sunflower, because sunflower is salinity tolerant or salinity resilient crop. So changes are happening in the communities, and some changes are supported by the...
Please. Another 2 minutes.
Yes, some changes are supported by communities, some changes are organic. People are doing this by their own means and with the support of NGOs. So that's all from my side. These are some examples of household-based disaster risk reduction. But again, in global level, we really need to think about the policy coherence, because when you talk about disaster at household level, we cannot separate this from climate change adaptation. But again, in global level, the school of, there are two different school of thoughts. One is climate change adaptation and one is disaster risk reduction. One is under UNFCCC, another is under UNDRR. But at community level, I mean, everything is same to the household who is affected by disasters, whether it is for climate change or not. So a kind of policy coherence is important. Important in the community level, adaptation, disaster risk reduction, and loss and damage, because loss and damage includes many aspects of disaster. So I think when we talk about community-based disaster risk reduction, we also should think how we could make a coherence among the existing policies from global to local. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your excellent presentation. So we have 4 more speakers, and thereafter there will be interactive session. So maybe if you wait for another hour or so, around 6 o'clock, we will have the interactive session. You can.
Okay.
So if it is, so you can attend to your other works and then return to us if it is possible. Sorry for the inconvenience.
Okay, thank you. Thank you.
Because our morning
Thank
session
you.
was so animated, it continued for a long time, and we had to very late lunch. So may I now request our keynote speaker, Dr. Indrajit Pal, and thereafter Dr. Chandan Ghosh.
Good afternoon. I think by the time they're fixing it. My slide, the presentation will be in two parts. I'll present some of the key issues because from yesterday, I think you have learned a lot many things on the scientific research, in particularly in the Indian Sundarban area. So I'll give you some insight about some other deltas in the world and what type of generic approach maybe others are doing, and what in a strategic level what we can do. So in the end, maybe there are some strategic 2 or 3 slides we made, which might be directly, Professor Chakraborty, you can use it for the direct strategic planning and some of the recommendations. And there is a one short video on embankment resilience for Sundarban Delta, India. So I'll start with that. I'll maintain the time, no issue. So thank you so much. First of all, I'd like to congratulate Professor Chakraborty for organizing this extremely important and timely symposium. Okay. So my profile is already described. So this is like little bit of my current projects, and I wrote about 20 books and some 200 plus journal papers, not only on Delta, but some of the other aspects also I'm working on. So I'll start with some key issues, what exactly we are facing in the context of the resilience. So there are 4 aspects maybe we can look into. So this is the voice of the community from the Sundarban area in India, because I worked in Indian and Bangladesh Sundarban jointly, and in Sindh, Pakistan, and Myanmar, and Thailand, and Vietnam as well. So this is a particular voice from Sundarban area. So the river also claims everything. I think some of the part we have already seen yesterday, some of the sessions, technical sessions also, because there are a lot many research going on how to map the embankment, like breaching, and also what are the inundation areas and all these things, how the livelihoods impacted. So I think there are a lot many research. So my suggestion is like maybe we should not wait to research end, because research is an ongoing process, it will never end. So we cannot say like we'll do a complete research of Sundarban and then we'll start strategies. Never possible. So there are a lot many research, thousands of research are there. In that lunchtime, Rajesh and we are discussing like there are about 2,000 papers maybe on Sundarban only. So I think there are enough information and data and research globally and for Sundarban as well. So we can start with that. And there's a very, very good start, I think, from this side. So I'll give you 4 projects outlined where we are implementing some of the things in areas where this migration due to the climate hazards are very much prominent. This is a current project from the European Union supported projects where I am co-PI with the International Organization of Migration, working in Philippines, Indonesia, and Fiji. So we're trying to map like how we can develop a risk index, how to map like what is the potential process which is driving the people to move. So we are taking 2 major contexts. One is housing and second is the livelihood. What are the factors which is impacting the livelihoods and why they are moving or not moving. So this decision who is taking and what time they are taking. So this is called triggering point on threshold or maybe tipping points, some of the context. So that acronyms we are starting with the RICD. This is also one lab started recently in Bangkok by IOM International Organization. The second part, this is also ongoing project in Laos. I think Laos is a small landlocked country. I think many of might be not know even the name possibly. So it's a very small country next to northern part of Thailand and eastern part of Myanmar. And there we are trying to develop one, again, a framework, because we know like there are a lot many adaptation processes we have seen just now. I also presented something. There are a lot many adaptation processes going on across the world. But what adaptation is appropriate for which place, that we don't know, because there are a list of adaptation approach. So what we are trying to list out the global practices of all adaptations, especially ecosystem-based adaptation. And then we try to contextualize with the particular community. So it's a grounded research. So that framework also we are developing. It's an ongoing project. The next one is a long project for almost 6 years. The 3 countries was involved, Bangladesh, India, and Vietnam. I think Andy Lodge also invited tomorrow as one of the sessions speaker. So he is our PI, and it was with Newcastle University, and it's a quite large scale project. One of the production I'll show you as a short video. There are quite a lot of reports also came up. So there are a lot of research came up with this particular project from Sundarban, India, and Bangladesh both. Because yesterday the discussion was like how we can integrate these 2 countries research and how we can go ahead, because individually approaching a particular aspect may not be very useful and may not be possible also to reach that level. This is another project like Asia Pacific Network Global Challenge project, what we have implemented in Mekong region actually. So why I'm explaining all this, because we have discussed many on the Sundarban India, because what is happening in other countries, which is more or less close to the economy of ours, maybe the population is not similar, but I think the practices of the community might be replicated, might be adapted based on certain things. So there's one tool we have developed. I think maybe we can use for our Indian context also. There's a 106 indicators based tool called like Lizara tool. There are 2 papers also openly accessible. I'll explain a little bit in the end of this discussion today how it has been. So we can estimate the livelihood security, what are the factors actually impacting the livelihood security, and also can index them. This is another project not exactly related with the Delta, but it was a monitoring project which I was thinking to put in as a like embankment monitoring system in Sundarban. So this is a CRISTA project we right now implementing with the World Bank. I'm as a principal investigator in Nepal. So this is also community based and crowdsource based application to monitor the road and electricity network. This is the recent publication last year on Nature from our research team led by Faith from China. So this is building resilience in Asian megadeltas. So I'll explain some of the findings of this paper from 5 megadeltas in the world. So this is the study area actually we have captured. You can see the GBM delta is a huge like GBM delta and that catchment area actually. The area you can see here is the catchment area of GBM. Yesterday, I think some of the discussion was also channelized like if you see only delta as isolation, it's difficult because total sediment flow is not restricted in a small pocket. I think the national government projects, Namami Ganga and others also is also targeting from the source. So if you take a source and the entire catchment area, it looks like this. So there are also 2 Chinese mega delta considered in this study, and also Mekong delta is also very critical in terms of the geopolitical structure because it covers 6 countries. We are talking about Ganga is covering 2 countries, but the Mekong River is actually covering 6 countries. There's one commission which is covering the lower Mekong area, which is 4 countries. There's a Lower Mekong Commission. So this commission is formed with 4 countries in the lower part of the basin, and they are also managing this more or less transboundary aspect of the water related issues. Water flow and even the sediment flow and other monitoring system is also on board. So we have targeted few categorized hazards in this particular paper. It's a review paper for this whole area. So we have a complete picture on what is going on in this mega deltas. This structure actually designed for this paper like disaster risk management approaches in mega deltas in a flow like we have tried to discuss about the delta wide management system. We need to also understand the regional and national policies and plans. If you see the policies and plans of Bangladesh, the entire Bangladesh as a country is considered as a delta, whereas India is not country as a delta. So there is a huge difference between this process because already Bangladesh implemented 2,100 delta policy. It's a country level policy. For India, there's no policy like this, and for other countries also there's no policy like this, or other delta countries, including Pakistan, Vietnam, Cambodia, and Myanmar. So there is a difference of the boundary of the administration as well. So regional and national policies and plans should be considered. Next, we can also go with the delta wide management process. And then third level, which is very important, we are discussing in a different discussion, like community level action. So these 3 aspects should be matched. And some of the policies already in place for India, we can figure it out but there is no very categorized policy for delta. There are forest level policies, there are other policies. So this is the more or less synthesis of this paper, like in 4 segments of the disaster phases, like prevention, recovery, and response. All 4 aspects we can consider as a resilience, because if you consider resilience in one aspect, then it will not be a fulfilled approach. So that resilience approach could be holistic. That means like it should go in all 4 dimensions. It should be in pre and post in both side of the disaster. So there are a few key activities and segments. Maybe I'm not going in very details. This paper is not openly accessible. If someone is interested, I can send you individually, but don't put it in the public domain. As for the yes, absolutely, I'll send this. This is the last part. Is interesting to compare how that 5 mega delta is actually behaving and where we are lacking and what we can compare from which delta. The acronym of the delta is written on the right side. So there are 2 major delta from China. We have considered Yangtze and Pearl River. I think it's the size is the river basin size is much larger than GBM delta also. Mekong delta is politically and geopolitically very strong, and GBM also obviously is a very interesting one and quite large. So in this, on the top side, like if you see, there are 4 segments of the disaster, different phases. On the left side axis is comparison of different deltas, and in the boxes you can see like which is in the bold, which is already in place for this particular delta. Say for example, like GBM delta, first one, forecasting is there in place with us, and maybe we can also see some of the components from these 2 deltas for the preparedness component. Response, again, like real-time monitoring, insurance, maybe we can also check with these 2 countries how they are doing something. So these are the details maybe we have captured comparing the governance factors of all these countries, and also some of the factors which is like disaster management department of the ministry they are doing in that country. This is the last component of this particular study, the community-led adaptation, aligning with the delta dynamics. It could be agriculture, it could be saline intrusion, agriculture in the saline intrusion zone. So that is one of the factors maybe we can consider. This is a generic for our GBM delta. I'm just moving to the GBM delta. So these are the 10 aspects maybe we can consider as a stressor. So there are 2 categories of stressor. One stressor is creating by the anthropogenic factors. So it could be like flow alteration, that it could be land use changes, it could be poverty, it could be some other factors. Some of the factors can be categorized as underlying risk factors. Some of the factors cannot be considered as underlying risk factors. But all 10 factors can be addressed in some of the mitigation and response mechanism. I think we are more or less discussed quite a lot about GBM delta, their plans and something. But I would like to highlight something more here. Like if you see delta as an isolation, that may not be a good idea to go for a larger planning or holistic planning. We can also see as a big picture, as a catchment area. I'm going to explain a little bit on the livelihood related factors, like how the livelihood is playing a major role, critical role, especially here. I think those who are working on the migration or especially the displacement, there is a very thin line between the displacement and migration. About that, how many days we can call as a displacement and how many days we can call as a migration, right? So this is a little bit of gray area. I mean, even the international agency also not very clear right now which one is, like there are different definitions by the IDMC. There's international agencies who are counting the migration data. So we had like currently we are working with IDMC for this project. So we captured like well established, like IFRC developed this 5 capital context: human, social, natural, physical, and financial. This 5 capital concept came up with the IFRC, I think quite a long ago. We can expand this five capital concept, how this 5 capital is located and placed in our situation right now. So we have tried to capture all these aspects from GBM delta. There is also huge type of data collection done. I think Shovanikda was also part of the project of our LDH project. He was also one of the co-PI. So we collected a huge amount of data from LDH. I'll pose this 5 questions when we are talking about the resilience. These 5 questions should be the baseline. Whose resilience we are talking about? Is the human or the elements or the infrastructure? So it depends on the whose resilience we are talking about. We have to decide accordingly, because if it's a human resilience, we have to talk accordingly. If it's some infrastructure resilience, we have to make a different type of plans. Both the plans are completely different. So resilience of what is the first question. So if we ask the research question, then the solution and the process plan will go accordingly. Resilience of what and resilience for what? That resilience for what is actually give you the idea, like which is actually the factors which is actually impacting or starting that vulnerable situation. Basically, we call the vulnerability propagation. So that if we can identify or map that, we can plug that gaps. And the last one, like what are the resilience capacities with us right now? We can plan anything, but whether it's possible with our manpower, with our finance, with our current political situation is to deliver or not. So we have to also see the current capacities, and accordingly we can go ahead. The last one is like what enhance the resilience? What are the actions we can do to enhance our resilience? These are the few questions we started to before we develop that tools. I'm just skipping that slide. So this is the overall ground level data collection, what we have done. Almost 200 and 2,100 household we have surveyed in Sundarban area in 4 blocks. So there are quite interesting factors which came up here, like on the livelihood, how many people are having multiple livelihoods, how many people having a single livelihoods. Because when we are talking about the diversification of the livelihoods, then we need to know how many people are having this. Then we can talk about. So I'm quickly skipping some of the slides to go ahead. Like, so these are the final product of the vulnerability, particularly for the livelihoods in different areas in Sundarban. So these 2 papers are open access. I can also share this. This will give you the full explanation how the livelihood resilience toolbox can be designed. This toolbox is also available in Excel, and we are designed in two open source actually also R we have designed. So if you know R software, so that all R package, you can also use it. And in Excel also it's available. So there are 106, we have done 106 matrix HP also to get the weightage for this from 3 countries. So these 2 papers are openly accessible. So I think that can give you a little bit of better idea. Now, in the last segment, I would like to emphasize a little bit on the embankment in the Sundarban. I think yesterday also we discussed a lot of things about how we can protect our community, whether we should move or we should be there with some of the protection measures. So the embankment is actually currently placed in different places, different locations. I think many of the speakers yesterday mentioned like there is a regular breach of the embankment happening. How to plug that or how to know where embankment breaching is happening. Now it's all informal information. There's no particular information which will give you a fixed database like this area was breached, this long, this was also plugged. All these things are not available. So there are almost 6 to 7 types of embankments available in Sundarban. Okay, so this is the existing coastal protection system. I think most of us have seen this. There are some embankments are eco-friendly, some embankments are not. But primarily the emphasis from the local communities putting like that Ala, Bandh or all this is actually the concrete embankment. But there are pros and cons for both. We are going for the biosolution always, like green solution. Putting mangroves is a very good solution to protect ourselves. And embankment is not a good solution, right? This is a very clean idea. But if you go for a short term and long term, because if you put a mangrove today, it will take 10 years to grow, at least to reach that position which can protect your islands, right? So that 10 years, who will protect you? We need something. So we need some hybrid options, right? So there is no good and bad. We need the context, we need the timing. So we need to decide accordingly. So both are good. It depends on the timing, what we need now. Okay, so there are few factors we came up, like how embankment breaching and damage is actually impacting in the system. So it has also, I mean, there are quite a lot of overlaps what we have seen in this 1.5 days, like sinkages of landmass, increased salinity in the soil. There are few loss and damage discussed just before my session, my talk. So loss and damage also, there are two types, like some of the things tangible and intangible we discussed yesterday. By Ronit was also mentioning this some part, but there's another part is like short term and long term, right? Direct and indirect losses. Some losses we can't see now. Some losses can happen after 2 years. Say, for example, the saline intrusion, increased salinity in the soil, right? So increased salinity in the soil may impact immediately, also may impact long term. So we also need to have long term and short term assessment as well. Crop damage and crop failure. Okay. So these are the percentage of the initial assessment. Construction of the, so this is a perception of the community, what community want. So you can see a large percentage of the community. This is a perception from the survey that I mentioned, like 1100, almost 1200 plus household survey. So these are the perception from the community of 4 blocks. So the constructing concrete embankment, 49% people actually in favorable comment on this, right? So these are the two last slide. What I'd like to explain about the strategies for the delta resilience. So I thought like maybe we need to have conceptualizing the resilience. If we take as a holistic picture, then the hazard reduction would be one of the component, how we can reduce the impact of the hazard, right? Second, how we can reduce the exposure part of it. Because if you go with the IPCC AR5 model of the risk, so first thing is we need to understand the hazard, then also the exposure. So if you understand these two, then the vulnerability automatically will be reduced. So if we reduce these two things, like hazard can be reduced with some of the mitigational and some of the protective measures, and exposure also can be reduced, right? So if you can manage these two, the third component, the vulnerability reduction, can automatically be done, right? So I think we have to work on this. We are directly talking about the risk management, but I think we also need to talk about this too first. This is because all these two components can be solved locally a great extent. The second part, like grounded actions, can be done. So we can, based on some of the plans, we can also develop some of the grounded action plan. Action plan not necessarily will be a big mega project. It could be a small project. So maybe we need to have indigenous knowledge, need to know some extent how they are managing for so long, right? Community participation, planning and policy, because I mentioned there are different type of policies of different countries. We cannot adapt all the policies, whatever is happening maybe in Bangladesh or maybe in Vietnam, right? So we need to know like what policy could be best, what policy already we have in our hand, and maybe some of the modification, some of the additional components in the policy can be added. The last slide from my side, like how we can mainstream the institutions to impact the specific delta actions. So it's not a comprehensive, but maybe it will give some outline, like what are the ministries maybe we can outline. We have central ministries which is linked with this activity of the delta resilience. There are some of the state government ministries, maybe I missed some of them, we can add, right? But these are the boxes maybe we need to know that if we go with the isolation, it will never happen. Because Professor Datta Chakraborty worked in the national government for so long, I think you are very much aware about this. I was also in the some of the structure in the government system. I was also aware about some of the things. I think these two components might be considered. If we go with this, then the final directive will come from the state governments, because it belongs to the state government. And then the directive, regulation and financing also can be worked out. And the Department of Sundarbans Affairs might be one of the, I think yesterday also we got some idea, like it could be a department which can pull all the other department as a nodal points, but it's not happening on the ground really. So these are the few ideas maybe can be worked out. Maybe we can filter it out. So with that, I'll conclude here, but I'll also give you one small video. Thank you. Just a moment, like, sorry, sir. So So this is one of the international agencies activity I'm organizing next month in Bangkok. So UNCCRD was one of the conventions started in 2023, COP28 in Dubai. So there was something called UN Convention for Conserving River Deltas. So there was no UN body which was talking about the deltas. So it was just started in very recently, last year, last to last year, COP, and this COP also in 2030. And COP 30, we are planning some of the white paper to put as a deltas resilience plan as a whole. So I'm organizing this as a first UNCCRD Delta Summit, calling more or less, you can see on the right side, the partners. So at least 4 or 5 UN agencies are also on board. There are a few international agencies, including IOM and IUCN, and at least 5 or 6 universities from Europe, US, and Africa. There's a big group coming up. So Delta Unite is also another group which are also talking about the Delta across the globe. In the Southeast Asia, this Delta Unite really right now is not in existence. So it's their headquarters right now is in Africa. We are trying to pull some of the part in the Southeast Asia and South Asia as a Delta Unite also. So I'm trying to do that. Maybe we will start next month. I'll also send you more detail. So registration is still open. Maybe if you are interested, you can join. So we are also drafting some white paper for next COP. Thank you. Yeah, please. Video demo also.
The Indian Sundarbans is a Ramsar-designated megadelta located in the Bay of Bengal. The region is intersected by a complex network of tidal waterways, mudflats, and small islands of salt-tolerant mangrove forests. The diverse ecosystem with abundant water and fertile soil is home to numerous flora and fauna and more than 4 million people that rely on fishing, farming, and traditional crafts for their livelihood. The region is highly exposed to natural hazards and climate change impacts. Tropical cyclones are particularly devastating, bringing in heavy downpour, high winds, and storm surges that damage houses, infrastructure, and flood agricultural land and fisheries. On the other hand, tidal surges and rising sea levels are inundating and eroding the coastline, with people losing their homes, assets, and livelihoods. Such is the case of Goramara, an estuarine island in the delta that has lost over half of its area in the past 3 decades, displacing more than 30,000 people from their land.
আমার বাবা খুব ছোটবেলায় এখানে জঙ্গল কেটে ঘর করেছে। এই জায়গাগুলো আমাদের অনেক নদীতে চলে গেছে। এখানে অনেক বালি উঁচু ছিল, মানে হামাগুড়ি দিয়ে উঠতে হতো। ওই জল নেমে গেলে একটা বীজ পড়ে আছে না, ওই পর্যন্ত আমাদের জায়গা ছিল, সব নদীতে চলে গেছে। আমফান, বুলবুল, অ্যাশ সব শেষ করেছে।
Although early warnings, community shelters, and recovery funds have helped lessen the impacts of disasters in the recent years. The need for sturdy embankments remain critical in the Sundarbans to avert the impacts of natural hazards. To understand what role embankments play in people's lives, how these structures are managed, and what can be done to enhance their resilience, the Living Deltas Hub project undertook a comprehensive field study in the Indian Sundarbans, comprising of interviews, meetings, workshops, and household-level surveys. The outcomes of the field studies provide vital evidence to support risk management planning in the region. Covering 3,500 kilometers of coastline, embankments are the lifeline of the Sundarbans, and they serve multiple purposes. They not only protect the islands from storm surges and flooding, but also act as a buffer that reduces the impact of saline intrusion. This protection is vital for maintaining the agricultural productivity of the land and safeguarding the homes and livelihoods of millions of people. In many communities, these embankments also serve as the major transportation infrastructure, providing access to coastal settlements. Construction of earthen embankments using stabilized mud began more than a century ago and still continues today. They constitute more than 90% of all the embankments in the region. Over time, these embankments have withstood several disasters and are being weakened every day by the swirling currents, tidal surges, and strong cyclonic winds. Consequently, embankment breaching are common occurrences, allowing saline seawater to inundate settlements, agricultural lands, and fisheries.
Our field studies have found that vulnerabilities in embankments extend beyond solely a structural concern. The monitoring and maintenance techniques are limited and outdated. The absence of robust data on embankment health and breaches further hinders proper maintenance and risk management. Finally, the communities and local authorities face resource constraints to upgrade, enhance and reinforce these structures.
With deteriorating earthen embankments, the residents view construction of concrete embankments as the most effective measure to combat erosion and coastal inundation. Other measures involve lining embankments with cement blocks, boulders, and bamboo mesh to reduce erosion and surge damages. Strengthening of embankments can also be achieved through eco-engineering by replenishing coastlines with mangrove plants or planting trees that can act as bioshields against natural hazards through wave attenuation, sediment stabilization, flood, and wind control. Findings from the field studies reflect the need for a multidimensional approach, combining hard engineering solutions with natural elements like bamboo and mangroves to reduce erosion and wave energy. The local communities need to be strengthened with resources and capacity to implement maintenance programs. Updating existing policies to reflect current realities is essential, mandating the use of sustainable materials and incorporating community input into management plans. Secondary defense systems like flood-resistant housing, infrastructure, and economic assets are vital to provide extra protection. Most importantly, there is need to invest in robust data management systems to collect information on embankment health and status for risk management planning.
At present, the baseline data for the embankment all across the delta in the Sundarban Indian part is not very much readily available for the monitoring system. So I think we really need to have more work on or research on developing the baseline data on the typology of the embankments and the factors which is also impacting the embankment. We have developed one application which is community-based database generation or monitoring of various infrastructure, and local authority and provincial authority also can take decision based on that.
Coastal embankments serve to protect lives and livelihoods in the Sundarbans, but they themselves are exposed to the natural elements. Therefore, enhancing resilience of coastal embankments must be prioritized under current and future risk management planning. We need to emphasize on a sustainable, community-driven approach that will foster locally led action and enhance both physical and social resilience.
Thank you for excellent presentation. A lot of inputs for our thoughts. And now,
Okay. Thank you. Huh? Because I have the time that to fly to,
so
so I have to finish it. So thank you very much, and especially, sir, you are here. And when I say that I could not come, you said that you have to come on 13th. Now, tonight I'll reach around 12:30. Again, 5 o'clock, I have to go to Gwalior by train. So that was the urgency. And in fact, now I'm working with two organizations. One is Japanese, another is France. So Japanese organization that is based in Calcutta, Delhi. So I'm working in landslides, mainly landslide mitigation. And so our first thing is challenge taken for the Sikkim airport, Pakyang airport, which is, okay. Okay. And so the airport, which was made for about 8-9 years, and after 3 months of operation, they have to close it in 2018. And 2018, July onward till date, the airport, they are not able to operate. So I visited last month, then took the challenge to operate it within 2 months. So I'm very much involved in that. Because it has got multi-dimensional problems about the drainage, which they could not handle properly. Landslides and drainage and other things. But when we come to the protecting embankments, then see the way that embankments are made with a huge amount of money given to us. So in the before lunch, I think Meghna was telling about the civil engineer. I'm a civil engineer. And but when I look at this room, you know, it has got all well equipped. So who doesn't want such kind of well equipped system and such kind of system? Who doesn't want? But when things are done in this manner, heavy manner, it is really deplorable. It is a shame to our own profession and our ethics, and huge amount of money and everything is given. So we have to change it. We have to make it better. That is not the way that embankment. There are much better way without making any money. And I have got this one. And so this I'm going to contribute over here because this will be grown over here. And sure, it is brought by here Samson Nabi. You please stand up there. So he's the person, Professor Ashish Paul, who facilitated 5 days program where Nabi and his team were taken, went there about 2.5 years back. So before I leave an IDM, I took the initiative where Jadavpur University also I have conducted, and then Nehu also, just only 5 day, full day, no lecture, nothing. Carry the vetiver grass, plant it, give the lesson and make it. But most of the time it happens that post-plantation nursery things were not taken much seriously. But the way that serious attentions are given over here outside, here in the ground floor. See, when we can make such a beautiful garden over here, it is also same gift of the nature. And I can guarantee through some of the presentations that we can make here entire Sundarban at least $10 billion economy in 1 year of time. Let us see how it can be made. And we know roots and everything. We all understand that how much carbon dioxide that it takes and how much it gives, and all machine and machineries are available with the Agriculture Research Institute. But the root that which is shown over here, entire top to bottom, this is that the most lovable or most described, I say that not photograph, a sketch, where the roots and the stem, that how they work. This is what that you can see. And each and every part is so much. This is the root which you can see over here. They can grow almost 3 meters. I will show that even within 1.5 years time, 3 meters it can grow. And it becomes this root, one stem can become this much. I'll have the photograph, I'll show. So I have minimum text, maximum example, and efficacy. And in between, you can see that we spend 12,000 to 20,000 has been earmarked from 2014 onward, October onward, for the what is that, toilet. Minimum budget is 12,000 and maximum, depending on the accessibility, 20,000. Government spends several thousand crores on that. How much they are functioning? Let us not blame the government. It is our own mindset that we have not been able to maintain it or accepted it. So we have to take it on, we have to spit on ourselves. See that how naturally things can be made. In fact, Professor the Vidyasagar University, we have made one such toilet there. Maximum cost, including labor, was 2,000 rupees. But again, it was not maintained well. Grass, only using the grass, like the same example we tried to create there, but it could not be nurtured there with proper watering. Even though river is there, we have given some advance money to those people that you please take care for at least 1 month. We have paid money, isn't it? From NIDM. We manage it because we got the things from the training fund. So training fund we have diverted to the field work. So more than 125 students and teachers were there. And similarly, Jadavpur University also. So this is the things that naturalize the way that we have been doing since long time. And see, the grass can do. And what it is going to take part, we can do research. This is only sketch, but we can bring that into the research, that how much it is extracting. There are several examples, data is there. I know that I will not be able to show them, but I have the entire 75 slides presentation I have left over here. You can go through that. In one case, when we say that we are engineer, we are the architect, we are the best human being, and given this question, what is the science behind this? We can never answer. Despite we know so many technology and other things, that how a rock can be cut in this manner and what is the theory behind that, we cannot. No mechanics can answer this or prove it, that for more than 45, 50 years, this rock in a U shape in this way, it is still existing. And we have no theory to explain it. Professor Gopinath, you are the geotechnical, we are in the same, we cannot explain it. We just simply took this advantage from the nature without any practicality from the basics of mechanics that we know, or mathematics that we know, or engineering that we have learned. We cannot explain it. But I show always the other thing, how much it is calculated. We cannot. No calculation is enough. No artificial intelligence can prove it. Professor Gopinath was, I think he is agreeing that, because we are in the same school of, thing. So thing is, but on the same road, when we make the road in the hilly area, wherever, we again say that, okay, Ishwar ko kya? Yaad kare. So you see that what is the gap between our confidence in what we make and inconfidence that we always carry in our mind. And this is a work that I took up myself while I was in IIT Jammu during COVID period. So one NGO and whatever grass came from Kerala, we went to Kurg, and I came to Delhi, from Delhi to Mysore, and then by car. And then this is the condition you see, it doesn't belong to any government property or anything. It's a private house, and you can see that what is the condition of the house. So first we assembled there around 12 o'clock, took the free lunch there in a community. Then we came to the site because there people have decided that this is the condition that can you please take up. I say anything in this earth, whether it's delta or anything, we can take it up. That is a challenge. So here again, no theory works. It is 75-degree, 80-degree vertical slope. Whereas we talk about embankment, slope is 35-degree, 36-degree. Although 100 years of soil mechanics that we have been dealing since 1925. We cannot explain that how soil can stand 75-degree. Again, no theory works. I think Professor Gopinath, you please take it. So in this case, we just it is having lots of moisture. So it is planted December 2019, and as of May 2020, grass has grown, and it is still there like that. Even we, so if we tell to the engineer, they may do Max Hospital type of heart surgery. But we wanted local surgery in the local health hospital. It didn't cost anything, only 1,000 plant of vertical grass. Cost part, leave it to Navi, and the cost is, it is one can become 25, 30, 50 in 1 month of time. So what is the cost then? So this is that context. Of course, there are many things are there, but what, because embankment, slope, and many things, because my mind is always with the slope stability and how we bring out the water from the slope, which often fails due to the rainfall. So simply put some this perforated pipe used for say tube well, put it horizontally, little inclined manner, it will bring out. Then sometime we do a Max Hospital type of treatment. This is the condition of the things. These are the geotube. Geotube is very costly, but very much costly, but it is very much reliable. Because we have been producing this material for the last 35 years in our country. Almost 95% of this material, in fact, the geosynthetics, all these are geosynthetic material, all this material, geosynthetics, plastics and everything from the petroleum byproducts. But thing is, we are producing in our, say, Jamnagar or all these refineries, 90 to 95% of them, we are exporting it. It means we are again not learned enough that what is the efficacy of that material and how we can use it. And it is just like we are using like water syntax, water tank in our house. We pay minimum 5,000 rupees for 1,000 liter. Even 10,000 is also there depending on the quality. So what is the total area in one little bit, just common sense? It is 6 square meter. 1 square meter costing 50 rupees to 100 rupees. So how much is the basic cost? 600 rupees maximum. But when it becomes a customized product, it becomes 5,000, 10,000. So it is that material which is available in the market. You can see in the market 50 rupees per square meter, and which does the wonder in the embankment stability. Whatever may be the force of waves and that we have been seeing, that how things are happening, just simply filled up this tube, and these are different qualities are available, and so you just filled up this and lined them up. But there is only one company in the country, so that is why they do the Max Hospital type treatment. It doesn't require any kind of mental faculties thinking. It only just you make it and fill up with all kinds of sediments and everything available there, just lay it. That is what it does. And it will remain there for 20 years, 25 years. Even if it is broken somewhere, you can stitch it, or you can put another one there. So hardly any maintenance are required. Now, there are big projects have been going on. We know, we are all familiar with several thousand crores World Bank has given. And if this is the nature of, say before and after through such projects, it is again, many good minds have worked over there. But these are not the kind of solution that we wanted. These are lackluster attitude where no engineering is involved. So these are not sustainable. That is again, and you see here, protection measures, high cost, long lasting solution, no doubt. Why I'm saying long lasting? Because here they have provided some extra protection with the wire mesh. That wire mesh life is minimum 8 to 10 years, 20 years. It can be relayed there. If that is not given, like this photograph, then this is a nets confinement by geonets. Some again wire mesh or geonets. Geosynthetic nets are also there. If that is not given over here, it will be taken out next time. That is what that Dr. Indrajit Pal was showing. Even last year I have visited there. So that is what we have been seeing. So they are doing the protection. Nice. Only difference is that there are some nets are there, but these nets are not of good quality, not suitable quality. We have to select a good suitable quality so that its life is maintained and it can protect these stone chips in impact in that position. So that is the, and what is the cost of this net? Not even 0.001% of the total cost. So that is where that we have to put our, presence of mind while making such kind of embankment. So what I say that now, else stone will be eroded. If we don't put any net or protective measure, they will be eroded. And if we leave it like that, it will fail. So what nature can do? What nature, now solution, as Professor Chakraborty was telling us, some solution. Now we have talked about the problem. So these are the conditions. Everywhere you can see. Manrega work, MGN, Manrega worker, and so many things, and labor cost, we have seen that 200 rupees per day, 400 rupees, 500 rupees. This much per kilometer of these things, putting this grass doesn't cost even 20,000 rupees. And it will not take even one day by engaging 10 laborers. We do all calculations. So I have been always offering to go to the field on my own cost, engage the labor, whatever payment that they want, that if it is 400, give them 600. But 10 laborers, no need of government policy or anything. Whoever the villagers are affected, let them take the initiative, because they are to protect, they are protecting themselves. If we go on, how many policies are there, which panchayat will allow or not allow, it is not going to happen in this country or in this part of the region. Let us not blame that way. Let us take the things from the individual perspective, emphasize them, make their services available for their own protection. Like these are the typical embankment. If we leave it like this, no stones are there, the grass can do. You can see. And it is for the lifetime. You don't have to worry about the lifetime in 30, 40, 50 years. And more that the kind of why I say $10 billion economy, if one becomes 20 times, 30 times in 1 month of time, and then amount the area that you can cover and the kind of protections that one can ensure, and then there are more than 100 byproducts are there from this. We take generally 5 to 7 days of training program using this grass only while in NIDM. Of course, now I cannot do, but we used to conduct this kind of training program. I will show some of their application, that what are the various other application than what is being shown over here. And see the range of this grass, what nature has given. I can guarantee, or you can check those who are familiar with this, no nature has not given anything better. We may say that tulsi or many other more than 3,500 medicinal plants available in our country. But this one, when you start recognizing its potential and application and livelihood regeneration, then you'll see that what is its tolerance. pH 3 to 10, temperature minus 15 to plus 55 degree. Underwater, it can survive more than 3 months. Pest attack, it is a biopest repeller. And the oil that comes, it is a most important, things for our, it is a, what is that? It is called rue oil. Yeah, medicinal, it is a medicinal value is very much, it enriches our, brain and other thing. Tolerant to high toxicity. There are several thousand applications of toxicity. It takes all the toxic material from the dead water into its body. We can measure everything before, inside the root, at the stem. By biophytoremediation, what is the level of tolerance? There are 15-20 varieties of this have been compared. I have the chart. And then how through biophytoremediation, all the heavy metal or toxic material, it is consuming in itself. It is a wonder. Recently, IIT Delhi also has got it, and they are applying it. And the root are so strong. So now our emphasis is to make a substitute to such kind of cotton. Cotton industry, it is, we have polyester and other things. Now so much mechanization has occurred. From the waste plastics, people are making sari, 700 rupees, 400 rupees sari, because it is all being made from the plastics. So our attempt is, this root is a substitute for cotton, and which is very soothing and very much nourishing and very much healthy. So no competitive and non-invasive. So wherever you put it with the main crop or wherever, it is not a competitive, non-invasive. So it helps other plants to grow more healthy. Applications are many. Nabi has been doing it. Then, okay, I have to go a little and see that what I have been telling, that what is the length that it can grow. This is a practical photograph, not more photograph. So 3.3 meter deep it can go within 1.5 to 2 years maximum. And how much it has the ability to form a cake within the soil, to hold the soil together against erosion. And to this much for lifetime. And it is also a very good tolerant, rather in forest area where forest fire is there. There are some examples are there. This grows, this also burns, but after 7 days, 10 days, they grow because they consume a lot of moisture within their roots. And these are vetiver grass, you can say vetiver grass has got diameter of the roots and everything, many such things. What is the tensile strength? It is much more than the steel tensile strength. You see the roots are having lots of tensile strength. Because polyester we use as a substitute because this kind of material becomes more stronger. So this natural grass can give or can take care of that kind of strength, like jute we are using, but we cannot use it biodegradable. We have to use many chemicals there. And another thing is, what is the mechanics behind this? Again, Dr. Vandari, Professor Vandari, it is a nature's mechanics. We cannot explain. We may do mathematical modeling, finite element modeling, finite strip method, and many other methods. We can use classical equations and all the C5, whatever we have learned in our geotechnique. It cannot explain, which is about this angle you see, about 65, 70 degree. No theory is there in our geotechnical engineering. And so this nature does. So let us recognize that without questioning it, apply that, measure it, and then replicate it. And then you see high nitrogen and phosphate removal. See what is that percentage that it has given? is a very huge potential. So we can do lot of such research, which it is not done in India. It is being shown for the last 10 years. But you see that how much it is able to reduce, 94% reduction. So we can do all such, there are huge avenues of research, whatever international. This is a kind of hill slope. We just cannot protect it by making retaining wall, isn't it? Whenever we go to the hilly area, and it is not possible, it is so costly. And even if you put retaining wall, it is not going to solve, it is rather aggravating the problem. Then what to do? Whatever is the road that we are making, whatever is the cost over here, protecting this cut hill will be much more costlier. Do you think that it is an engineering sense, technological sense? We don't want to spend so much in protecting this, and we generally neglect it. So then grass become, here grass has been put, but it is a wrong variety of grass. So what Navi supplies is a right variety of grass. You may not find 100 more Navis here, but 99 you will find that they will put this kind of varieties of grass. So that you have to be very careful. That is why, because it is a nature material, you apply. I will show in the last slide that which one survives. You do the experiment. You create artificial rainfall, see that which one is surviving, replicate it there. And you see, these are all various applications. Like this kind of things, we make it. This kind of thing. Sorry, I have to go faster. This one, we don't need this. We simply make this brick wall, and then you see, this is in Assam, they have done. Assam, Nagaon. So there are many, and you see, this is the condition. What we have to do? By putting manual labor, we have to dress it like this and put the vetiver grass. It will take care for lifetime. We don't need any wall or any riprap or any kind of nailing or anything. Nothing is required. So before, after. I'm just only going faster. See that sometimes we make this kind of things. This we keep it because we cannot reach it. It becomes very heavy. So these are the ideal places that where we can put this grass, which can save a lot. We do sometimes this kind of hilly roads, backside we keep it like that, then it fails. It happens in many of the retaining walls. There are walls like that, not this much thickness. There are walls like this, which are only 10 centimeter thick. These are the techniques that we know for the last 50 years, but we don't follow it. Canal lining we do, just to make the more, solid, but we can do also lining using grass. That is, you see, application. And how this grass has grown this way. Let it remain there, say 3 months, 4 months, even if it remains there underwater, it is not going to die. But at least we can have a natural solution rather than putting concrete. So these are all various applications. Like 130 countries, they have taken it from our country. This grass is originated from our country. We have exported yoga, but now next revolution is going to happen with vetiver grass. But already 130 countries are using, so we don't have to export it. We have to understand our own requirement here. Like these are the things happens in landslides. But what I mean to say that these are 4 or 5 varieties of vetiver grass, but out of that, 1.5 years after planting, only 1 variety is growing. So take here 2 varieties are there, or some other variety you take, put it on the same condition, ideal condition. If it is erosion control, simply put artificial rainwater, see that which one is having more, growth. Then you can replicate. Like you see, one has not affected at all. And see which one is growing better. And then there are many ways which are here, I think whatever application, 45 degree, 30 degree, 45, 60, we cannot make 60 degree in our embankment. But you can make even negative, even vertical. We have geosynthetics, you can make even negative. When vertical to hai hai, negative degree you can make like this, like in a tunnel like this. It will be stable for lifetime. Along with this, see that what is the angle? So whatever embankment protections that we needed in Sundarban area or in the entire coastal area, first we cannot apply this one directly into the salt water. So that is why while with Jadavpur University, we didn't go to this river side, but we put it on the other side because you have to season it. You have to season it for 4 or 5 months, then grow it, then replicate it in the mangrove area. So we are looking forward to have such kind of application. So, and see that there are many other applications of this grass. This is in Assam. Of course, these are all whatever grass, like here, such kind of cracks are there. Many things it happens due to this. Some of the modern geotextile and other thing failed here. But natural solution is so soothing, so much adjusting, so much reliable. No need to make any kind of things. There are some failure cases also from the engineering organization, like it is written there, Border Roads Organization, Kohima. Just last month I visited there. So they wanted to fail it because it is a living grass. If you don't give water, what will happen to that? It doesn't need water after 2-3 weeks. So it will fail. Failing means because there is lots of cost economy involved. So I'm not going to describe much. But it will fail if it is not given, if it is not nurtured. But now we have got some kind of gel, some kind of material. Next 3 months, you don't have to give any water. You just provide that gel with the root, and no need of water. Only thing is that we have hydroseeding machineries and everything. You can throw hydroseeding, but those are seeds. But these are roots. This cannot be thrown through that. So hydroseeding machine can throw the seeds even 100-meter distance. You don't have to go there, which are inaccessible. So some simple yet elegant solution demand like hydroseeding, what you can see. So you see that these are very, very effective, reliable, natural way of taking care of. We can grow anywhere, anything. Means whether it is stone, whether it is arid region, this can be grown because the mixture, like concrete mixture, the mixture is designed in such a way that it takes care of essential ingredients required for growing a grass. Like you see. Like here you see where it is being grown. Okay. Here you see. And what are the research have been done? Again, we have 105 research institute in the agriculture science. But still, I don't know. Maybe I have to know that whether they have done such kind of systematic research in this area. We have got all the sophisticated machinery, but not the fundamental research that which it will read for. It will take us a leadership role from the laboratory to practice or economic rejuvenation. And this is the most lovable application using the grass, which is here, which would have cost more than 1,000 times or 2,000 times, whatever it is. Only grass has solved this slope area. Otherwise, it is not possible to solve. So here is that. So only grass, through the grass, before and after. And see that it is almost vertical. This is again in the Assam area, almost vertical. This is again same slide without grass. This is going to fall down. With grass in 3 months of time, it is fully stable. So these are various applications. Use of vetiver, lot of traditional medicine. Then desert cooler, it is used in North India, we know, especially May, June. Scenting clothes, dried roots. It is used as a scrubber also. Many such applications I'll show. And this is from West Bengal. But many of us academic area, we do not know. Government has initiated big projects, more than 300 crore in stabilizing erosion in the river, Nadia district and other places. So one of that is this, using Manrega worker. So this I show from here, the example, but it has not penetrated into our database or records much in the research pursuits that we often follow. So quality of harvest rainwater, because it doesn't need any water after it grows the root. It stores water, rejuvenate the groundwater rather, protect infrastructure, protect coastline, and then protect waterways, protect flood-prone land, protect farmland, sequester carbon, huge amount of carbon it can sequester. Already it is all tested. Treat liquid waste, because it grows so fast in the liquid waste. This is in fact, when I joined IIT Jammu, I took just 4 or 5 plants of grass. After 1.5 years when I left, then this was it has gone into several thousands. Then IIT Jammu campus I visited just 2 weeks back. Then I saw there is no traces of this grass. That is the beauty of our country. No trace is there. So anyway, environmental challenges we have been knowing, a lot of tidbits, everything we have been knowing, but this is in Calcutta. This grass can flow and it can clean the water. These are in China, floating vetiver grass. It cleans the water. And of course, it has got a lot of bio world. It has got a lot of fragrance, and also it has got disinfectant aspect. It is still a niche area in research. We have not gone into that. Of course, this I have been growing in my house. I used to show. Still I have in my rooftop. Future of vetiver is lot of things are there. Thank you. But what I said, the $10 billion economy is जूता चप्पल से लेकर ये सब होता है, or we can make even these also using vetiver grass. So you can think of livelihood regeneration in the area, and these are all given to some of the garlands and everything, and even this kind of thing given gifted to our Honorable Prime Minister also. Thank you.
Thank you. So Dr. Ghosh has to catch the flight. So any question? He has to leave by 5:15, he told me.
Salinity tolerance is that you have to season it for 5-6 months. There are some applications are there which has been really, I do not have that record, but I have some video. What they have done, first you take a small research area near the coastal area where salinity is there. First you make
not there. That you have to plan these things where salinity is less. Then it has to be slowly adapted.
What I am saying that first you take no salinity. You just take that, as you said, you first plant this in a no salinity area. Then you add plain water in one batch of this. Another batch of this, and the similar kind you add 10% saline water. And then you make third batch, then you check. Then when you see that
Then it will be saline tolerant.
saline tolerant, then you replicate that.
It can be grown just after the monsoon. If you plant it, when it the monsoon, when the salinity level is
Uh-huh.
very less,
Yeah, yeah.
then it will go. So it a suitable time is full monsoon, you'll have to do it.
Yeah. Especially salinity area. Otherwise, in
Yeah. So I add something here.
yeah, yeah.
Just carrying out a pilot test in Gosava, the plastic samples of the material. Gosava where? Gosava for this place called Pakirala. Pakirala. Pakirala is not Gosava anyway.
Yes, we have selected some lands, and when we pick this slips, they tend to adapt to the soil at a very early stage, and when it starts growing, the root starts adapting to the climatic conditions under the soil. So gradually it becomes soil salinity tolerant.
Yeah,
Basically, it adapts to the system as it grows.
In fact, in Vietnam, they did experiment,
Yes,
and
it
it
has
has been
been
suited.
success in Mekong Delta actually.
Pilot project.
Yeah. Through Navi,
Will also be involved.
we can take it.
Sir,
Okay.
hello.
Okay. My appeal is, let us take each and every part as a research pursuit. Where it is growing, not growing, let us distribute it and take this with a research pursuit in mind, and then see that where it is replicating well.
So, one point, please.
Yeah.
I mean, you are absolutely correct that we should go, I mean, we should proceed forward. With some research, definitely, we have to take the challenge. But when we are talking about salinity, if the embankment is tidal front, then every 6 hours water will come up. Then salinity automatically will come.
What?
You will do it not in a
Seasoning.
saline zone, non-saline zone.
Yeah.
You will have to grow it. And it can be done after 3 to 4 years after it will be salt tolerant. It's
কিন্তু
directly if you give it to the
না আমার
land,
পয়েন্ট অন্যরকম স্যার, আমার পয়েন্ট হচ্ছে আমার যদি এম্বাঙ্কমেন্টের স্লোপটা যদি টাইডাল ফ্রন্ট হয়
আমি সেটা তো বলছি
তাহলে আমরা করতে পারছি না ওই জায়গাটা,
সেটা করতে পারছি না ওটা
উল্টো দিকে দিতে হবে। হ্যাঁ,
শুনে যখন সয়েল থেকে স্যালিনিটিটা নিচে চলে যাচ্ছে তখন করলেন ওইটা করার পরে যখন slowly 2-3 বছর বাদে ওটাকে রেজিস্টার্ড ভ্যারাইটি গ্রো করে যাবে ভেতরে, তখন ওটা দেখতে হবে।
না তখন আবার ওই ছোট মানে আমার রুটটা তো কম হতে হবে, বেশি রুট হয়ে গেলে তো নিয়ে গিয়ে বসাতে পারবো না।
No, no, no.
ওই ভ্যারাইটিটা স্যালাইনটা রেজিস্টার্ড হয়ে গেছে তখন ওটাকে পুট করে দেখা যেতে পারে হবে কিনা।
না, আমি এটা বলতে চাইছিলাম, যেহেতু আমরা রিসার্চ ওয়ার্ল্ড থেকে এসেছি, সেল লাইন মেথড বলে একটা জিনিস আছে ক্যান্সার রিসার্চে। ওরা টিউমার থেকে সেলগুলোকে নিয়ে ওগুলা -80 ডিগ্রিতে রাখে, এবার সেটাতে বিভিন্ন ধরনের ড্রাগ দেয়। তো ড্রাগ দিয়ে তারপর ড্রাগ টলারেন্ট কিনা, তারপরে বিভিন্ন ধরনের মার্কার দিয়ে সেটা টেস্ট করে, তারপরে মাউসে যায়। আমি বলছি যে প্রথমে এটাকে নন সেলাইন জোনে রেখে আইডিয়াল কন্ডিশনে 5-6 খানা ব্যাচ করে, সেম 10টা করে একটাতে সিম্পল ওয়াটার, আরেকটাতে 10% 90%, একটাতে 20% 80%, এটা 30% 70% করে ফাইনালি ওটা কোনটা গ্রো করছে।
Sir, only one thing I can
Uh-huh.
comment, which is completely different from this aspect.
Uh-huh.
Actually, recently I was going through one report of the Pollution Control Board
Uh-huh.
for the coastal zone, where they have not recommended this vetiver for some, because they are expecting that some conflict of local vegetation with this, because it is not the local and some sort of this thing.
Let them tell anything.
I can share with you. But definitely what Chakraborty told me, that definitely we will take one project.
It is your subject, you can do it.
Yes,
Yeah.
yes, definitely we will do.
Sure. Okay. Just
Sir,
yeah.
I have just only one question. In your presentation, you mentioned about geonets. So, sir, my simple question is, are geonets tested to the erosional effect of nature? Like, are they treated in that way or tested so that we can say that yes, we can use geonets as a solution, as a proper solution?
These geonets are nothing but geosynthetics. Those nets are as strong as ironware, and it is neutral, ultraviolet resistant, and there are 1,000 varieties depending on the requirement, customized marketable products available.
Thank you,
So
sir.
whatever force of waves are coming, based on that we calculate that which quality we have to use, what should be their tensile strength. So we decide, it is all already formula is there to decide about the geonets.
Thank you, sir.
So,
Okay.
thank you, Dr. Ghosh. Excellent presentation. Really game-changing solution.
Hello.
Okay, thank you very much. That's the reason I told you to talk. Now, next presentation. Sovonic. Please.
Good evening, and thanks to the organizers for inviting me to this very important symposium on disaster, on building resilience of communities in Sundarbans. So I was actually listening with rapt attention to Dr. Ghosh, and it's really very difficult after his presentation, which is very practical in his approach. And my topic would be more of a conceptual nature. পরে কথা হবে। So the topic of my presentation is disaster and climate resilient houses and housing, or houses and infrastructure. So just to put the thing in context, that is housing and infrastructure. In fact, housing is, to me, or to the in the world of development, housing is part of the infrastructure in a fragile ecosystem and climate-induced vulnerability. Let me just put few pictures which are very familiar pictures, which shows that how the vulnerable, the lifeline like embankment is, and also the kind of submergence of the traditional housing, and how the collapse of that traditional housing happens, because they all generally made in a makeshift manner. And also finally the kind of vulnerability what we see in the left hand picture, the women who is taking the brunt of this whole issue or the challenge in bringing water and walking miles in such a disastrous or a difficult situation. So this is the kind of reality in the Delta. where more than 4 million people live, and almost similar in the other parts of the delta in other side of Bangladesh. Now, if we like to see housing and infrastructure, so when we see housing conventionally, we understand housing is just 4 walls and roof, or the way we look at housing is what are the materials there in the housing, like brick, mortar, concrete, or some such things. But if we try to see the housing is actually a product. What I told just now is also a process. Process means housing is also not exactly what it looks like in terms of the material or in terms of the of its shape, appearance, but it is more about what it does in the families or the community's life, and how it helps to develop resilience, to enable the family to reach a particular stage of life, or it meet its goals and aspirations of his family members and other persons in the families. So we have to see how the needs are fulfilled through the process of housing. And generally, if you see the kind of housing in these rural areas or the kind of deltas, not in the urban areas like cities in Calcutta, we see that housing is always a very incremental. It's always in a transition. It's always changing in terms of adding some roofs or adding some new materials. If we just go to the next year to same place, you'll see that there's some change in the housing, in changing some wall material or roof material. So it is always in a transition or evolution, which means it actually addresses or it develops according to the need. And we use a very interesting social science hierarchy of human needs, Maslow's hierarchy of human needs, which classifies human needs in 3 categories. One is the basic needs, which is actually the fundamental needs, which include the safety, security, and physiological needs. Then the psychological needs, which is more like the self-esteem, prestige, and belongingness to the family members, love, kinship. And the third one is more of the self-fulfillment or actualization of his future goal in the life of the family or the individual. So how this housing is helping them to save money, how the housing is helping them to go to the workplace, closest to the workplace, and save on transportation. So those are the things which are actually more of a self-fulfillment needs, which people try to find out the location of house, the type of house based on that. So this need-based approach to housing is actually what we generally recommend in a vulnerable situation where the communities are staying in a vulnerable situation, which is actually more like a perspective which we call as a human rights perspective. So human rights is the basic rights of human being, and so housing is considered as a basic human right. And in some of the countries' constitution, the housing is also is accepted or recognized as a basic human right. So if a person is homeless, then his basic human right is violated. That is the kind of, so this is government's or the state's responsibility to enable creating a situation where this situation doesn't exist, that nobody will remain homeless, like country of Singapore or many other socialist countries. Now, contrary to that, that housing as a human rights approach, what we see as the coping strategies in housing, which is more skeleton and more rudimentary practice, what they follow in this vulnerable or very disaster prone situation. What we see on the right side, the pictures that shows that just they cope up with the situation when the rain is coming or the flood or storm surge is happening. They just put the plastic sheets or tarpaulin sheets on the wall so that the rain doesn't hit the wall or the erosion doesn't happen. Or they put that tarpaulin sheet on the top of the roof. Or even if that is not possible, they make some arrangement of stilted floor so that they can get the protection from the rain waterlogging. And even if that is not possible, then they just raise the bed so that they can at least put their belongings and sleep at least on the top of the bed, even if the part of the floor is in a submerged condition. So these are the kind of coping strategies. What we see is actually the people which is more like just resisting the impact of the situation. So that is the typical coping strategies which people have. And I'll come to this later, that what the government is or the state is doing to address this situation. Now, if we go to the embankment, I'll not discuss in detail because this will be discussed by my next speaker. What we see here, there are three pictures. One is on the left-hand side. You see that the cyclone Yas time, in the wake of Yas, when the embankment collapsed, the people they are looking at they're hopelessly, they are looking at the situation. And on the right, this bottom and right corner, they tried to use some kind of temporary solution by piling of sandbags so to give a temporary protection to prevent the saltwater ingress to their farmlands. Whereas still now, what we have seen, that the Aila embankment, it is said on the top of the right side, what you see, that is still the Aila embankment, which is more of a hybrid kind of embankment, where the earth was compacted and this had been cladded with brick pitching or concrete pitching. And what you see here, the one thing is interesting, that the slope is very gentle, so that can resist the thrust of the storm surge. So one way to do this is to take a more land and make a more gentle slope with this. So, and what has happened, that out of say around 600 kilometers of the embankment which was breached, because of several reasons, only 20 or 30% could be restored or repaired, and those actually withstood later on the impacts of the storm surges which has happened in Amphan, Yas, and subsequent. So these are still considered as the best practice embankment, so they call it as Aila embankment. Now the problem is what we see from there, because this has a concrete pitching on top of that, so people thought that this Aila embankment is a concrete embankment. So that's the kind of notion which has been created. And now there's what we see is the communities in the Delta, or even not only the community, even the decision makers are also in a dilemma, which is called as the adaptation dilemma, that people are now demanding concrete embankments without really understanding that what it would mean in terms of the kind of immature sedimentation which is there, and the sediment which has been deposited in Sundarbans is still not consolidated. So that the experts say that it will not be able to withstand the concrete overburden because of its unconsolidated sediment which is there, and even the large part of Sundarbans is still sinking. So the sedimentation is in a very evolutionary or a process which has not been consolidated. But people think that the concrete embankment is the only solution because that is the kind of lifeline of their livelihood and their shelter. So this is called the kind of adaptation dilemma. And the same dilemma what we see here also in the buildings, or the kind of tourist infrastructure what we see on the top. There is a tourist infrastructure, and these are indiscriminate concrete buildings, concrete constructions are coming up. So this is a kind of conflict between the aspirations of the local community and even the local decision makers of making Sundarbans as an attractive place where people will come and invest. Through that, their living standard would be improved upon to ensure the economic growth or to come out of the poverty syndrome. But on the other side, this place is a very dynamic and a fragile ecosystem of the world, and which is because this is a dynamic ecosystem, so somewhere it is eroding and somewhere the accretion is happening, and it is a continuous process. So in such a dynamic and fragile ecosystem, whether this top picture is that of concretization and the kind of permanency in the conventional term, whether that is the answer or not, that is a big question, and that's probably we are also that same question was asked, discussed in detail in the second session before the lunch. So what I'll be actually I will be advocating for this, to look into the role of housing in enabling the resilience and enabling the resilience of building resilient communities. We have to take a human rights perspective, and these has 7 elements. One is that the housing is important, but as I told, that the housing is not just 4 walls and a roof. But first and foremost thing is whether the family or the community has security of tenure or the entitlement of the land, because we have seen that there are marginal communities who are Mundas and many other marginal communities who are landless poor. So many of them stay on vested land, and the vested land, probably some of them are in a completely in a very untenable or a waterlogged area where a lot of every year the flooding happens. So that security of tenure or the entitlement, whether that family has that or not, so more important than the permanent housing. Second is the availability of sanitation or drinking water, whether that is that they can get uninterrupted even at the time of the disaster or not. How much they have to spend in terms of investing in housing or repair in the housing, so that they do not have to compromise on their other priorities in the life, like children's education or other having other assets which they need for their upward mobility. Then we see a lot of houses which are really questionable in terms of their habitability. Habitability means the size of the house or the size of the rooms are. There are large families which they probably have small, just one room, which may be just 8 feet to 10 feet size. So which is in no term, they can be called as a habitable house, like the World Health Organization norms or any decent housing standard. This is not the right kind of habitability norms. Many of them do not have the natural lighting, ventilation, and other things. And the aspects of like the accessibility, whether this housing is, many of these areas are so difficult to access by the physically challenged or physically problematic families. And then finally, the cultural adequacy, because this is very important, because this Sundarban is a place where it's very difficult to segregate the local ecology or the local landscape, the kind of technology what generally people use. Normally the people use the bamboo or hogla and other biomass materials for constructing their house, and the traditional housing practice which they have acquired or which they have practiced to generations. And these are more connected to the sustainability, because these are the materials which are locally available and which has very low carbon footprint. So that is the main indicator or the parameter by which we measure the sustainability, which the materials which has least carbon footprint. So this is also a big question, that the kind of houses or the kind of buildings what we see being given by the government are all concrete houses, all just plastered concrete houses with a typical RCC structure. So be it in just any mainland municipality or a rural area, or in Sundarban or in Darjeeling, the same kind of model is being implemented without having any local customization or local variation, which is very important, which we consider as the cultural adequacy, which is necessary from the human rights perspective of adequate housing. So what I'm suggesting is, you can see, so there are 2 pictures here, which certainly you can understand that these are the type of housing is very different from compared to the type of houses which the government builds on particular individual's land, in terms of the material and in terms of the type of design, in terms of how the construction of houses happen. Conventionally, the type of through the government scheme, the houses which are constructed are generally constructed by the contractors. There is hardly any involvement of local mission. Maybe one mission is involved, but not the local laborers are not involved. So they bring the people from other places who has the skill of constructing with conventional materials like brick, cement, mortar, and other things. So you'll see a very universal form of houses, which are unlike, which has no connection with the kind of local context or the local material. So what I am suggesting is, first is that instead of discussing the element of housing and infrastructure, in a context of Sundarban, it is more like the concept of habitat or the ecosystem, where not only the four walls and roof, but what is equally important, what is the local biodiversity and how this overall ecosystem is maintained, not just the house or infrastructure is maintained. And that habitat will only be possible if there is a convergence of the traditional knowledge of the community, which they have acquired and used through over generations, with the scientific wisdom of constructing this. And this is one of the following, the picture which is shown here. You can see that it has some traditional elements like the materials, but it has been constructed in a different way, which is technically much more resilient to the cyclones. So that is the kind of technical expertise which is there to make it resilient to cyclone, to make it resilient to flooding. But it actually has taken the materials from the local context and used the local knowledge of the craftsmen who are working in that place. Second is, in present context, all our government schemes are very standardized, and the same code has been used for constructing these houses. They have the same size, they have the same design, and they have the same material. There is no variation in any of the, except Andaman and other places. All the other places have same kind of typology. Whereas here, what is being suggested that instead of a centralized top-down approach, we should have a more of a participatory bottom-up approach, where the community can decide what type of housing to be constructed. And so here, I can suggest one thing, that India had a very good network. Even 5-6 years back, there was a very good network of rural building centers. In fact, HUTCO was instrumental in this building center project, and it survived for quite some time. But now those are not, mostly 80% of them are non-operational. Many of the NGOs who work in the construction sector, they have developed these rural building centers, which you call as the rural Nirmiti Kendra, which can be the conduit of the knowledge and skill dissemination center. Because what we feel is nowadays that people are migrating out from Sundarban. So can housing be a income generation or livelihood generation activity through which their skill development would happen, and they can use it as a employment regenerating profession, so that they can, even some of the time of the year, they can be employed in the house building activity. Otherwise also, which is happening, but mostly there is no integration with the local economy. So this construction activity could be integrated with the local economic development also. So the focus will be both on the resource conservation and development. So if there are bamboos being used, so there will be bamboo plantation, and hogla and other materials as the roofing material which are used. Some of the places these are being used, but those are not used from a conservation perspective. So we can use a lot of this fiber, because these are fiber materials, and fiber has a good tension component, which are good in roofing material, and other like bamboo is also a tension material. So these are very good, these biomass materials are very good tensile materials, which can be in different way, can be used in the building construction. So it can help in the development. Similarly, and apart from that when they are used, there could be replantation, so that there could be a steady flow of bamboo and other biomass materials for the construction. So the focus will be on what we are discussing, that if we want to think about resilience. So here also the construction of housing or embankment is not just of adaptation. It is also, it would empower the community or enable the community to achieve a level of resilience. And when we say resilience, resilience is not just construction of the infrastructure. Resilience is also about building the capacity of the people so that they can manage their problem, and that can help them to come out of the poverty trap, which we are discussing also, that the multidimensional poverty trap. So skill development is also one of the aspects which can take care of this multidimensional, bringing people out of the poverty trap. So this is what the focus would be on: socio-ecological resilience and the capacity or agency development of the local community, so that they can take the self-help approach in construction of their own houses through these rural Nirmiti Kendras. And finally, that this notion of constructing hard infrastructure through industrial materials. I'm personally not against industrial material, but we have to be very careful that where from it is being sourced. That is very important. How far the material is traveling and what is the transportation cost in that, because finally it is adding to the carbon emission and that carbon footprint. So in the long run, it is affecting the sustainability if we use the industrial materials in a situation like the Delta or the Sundarbans, which is a connectivity problem is there because it is separated by creeks or large rivers. So it is more about the conventional material or the typical hard materials should be replaced with a more landscape-centric materiality, which is, as I told, which is more biomass-based material, which can finally transform it to a more of a biomass-based economy. Because sometimes we think that biomass-based economy is a very poor economy. But if there is scientific knowledge can be imparted into this, then, like for example, if I take the case of mud in a normal condition is erodible, which what happens. But we have seen in Sundarbans and other places that mud in a compacted mud or stabilized mud could be an approach through which the strength of that material could be further developed so that its density has improved and its erosion erosion property is reduced. So its strength can improve, its more high density, and its it can resist the rainwater. Even the mud plaster can be used in that way. So the stabilized mud block or mud used in a compacted mud or sun-dried brick. Sun-dried brick is also another option. That depends on the soil character. And Sundarban soil character is not bad to be used it as a compacted earth. And this has been tried in so many other places in southern India, like Bangalore or Auroville and many other places, Pondicherry and many other places, where this is a very significant rural housing material, which is based on the local availability, which has been tried. So what I am suggesting is to build the resilience of communities. The construction is important, but it is not a single track construction. It is more about how it is how the whole production of housing is happening and production of infrastructure, even the embankments also. When we say the hybrid embankments, it is also that involving the community in the construction rather than just contractor delivering the embankment without involving what is actually the main gap or the divide has been created between the contractor or vendor-driven process development and the community-centric bottom-up development. So the discussion should be more towards social production of habitat, where everybody becomes aware of their own capacity or opportunity, and they can think about that. Yes, they are not just the receiver of the schemes. Now, what has happened in the situation? It's a very deplorable condition where people are just become relief dependent, and post disaster recovery through some relief measures. But there is hardly any development or concept is being happening that where the entire development work could be realigned or reoriented towards more towards the social production, where cooperatives can take care of certain things like this building center or the rural Nirmiti Kendras are actually small cooperatives which are created by the local youth. In fact, Sundarban has expertise of several such cooperatives, self-help groups in milk cooperative. I think some of you know that there is Nirjharini milk cooperative, which are the women's cooperative. So it's not that the people do not have that know-how or people do not have that practice. It is what is important is that we recognize, yes, though it is a civil engineering work and it is some specialization is required, some scientific knowledge is required, but how this thing could be integrated with the local community's life and livelihood, which we call as the social production of the habitat or their local housing, so that that can really build the community resilience. And in that sense, just I like to conclude with a quotation from John F. Turner, who is a British architect and also a theorist of community participation in housing, that when dwellers control the major decisions and are free to make their own contribution to design, construction, or management of their housing, both the process, that is the housing process, and the environment or the ecosystem that is produced, that can stimulate individual and social well-being. And through this only, we can proceed towards building a pathway towards a community resilience. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. May I request Gopinath Krishna Gopinath Mandal?
কি ভিডিও আছে না 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 না
Thank you very much. Definitely, I'm really feel honorable to be part of this such a program, and a lot of experts are here, and we are discussing in so many topics or subtopics. Really, it became interesting, and I do not know. Yesterday also some lecture, tomorrow also some lectures there. But wholly, if I follow all the lecture session, then probably all sorts of problem. I mean, as Sir has planned, will be covered up in this. So as a whole, I mean, by focusing Sundarban, the discussion is very important. And being a civil engineer, just regarding before going to my topic, regarding embankment, I have a lot of works, at least 3 master's degree thesis and 1 PhD thesis. In a single point, I would like to say that the pore water pressure is the main culprit. Now we have to solve how to release the pore water pressure. So I'm going to the cyclone shelter issue. I mean, the title was given cyclone shelter of Sundarban, like that. But I have changed it a little bit, shelter-centric disaster management plan, and search and rescue education plan, and evacuation plan, and logistics. So, I mean, whenever we have constructed the cyclone shelter in some location, it will be a point location. So people will come there. So how to come that awareness camp we have to do, we have to rescue them, evacuation plan we have to, I mean, display in all the places, and logistic plan should also be there. The question will come in the logistic plan. I'm coming just. These are the just peripheral slide. You can go through this. That this is not the disaster management or risk reaction. What we do normally in the name of disaster management or disaster risk reduction is this. When worldwide, we just try to bring out the children and I mean elder people after the happening the disaster. We do not have the preparedness, but I mean in case of cyclone, probably it was 1999 or 2000, I forgot, the Odisha super cyclone happened, and from that we have learned a lot of thing. And cyclone shelter first Odisha, I mean we have constructed in Odisha. Then in West Bengal we have started after Ayla. That's why this cyclone shelter is called, I mean locally called Ayla Ghar. Anyway, the classification of disaster just আমি এগুলো একটা ফ্লেভারটা দেওয়ার জন্য রেখেছি, পেরিফেরাল এগুলো সেন্ট্রাল পয়েন্ট নয়, বাট আমরা যে কোনো ডিজাস্টারকে মেজর মাইনর ম্যানমেড ডিজাস্টার, আদার ডিজাস্টারের মধ্যে মেজর মাইনর থাকবে, ন্যাচারাল ডিজাস্টারেও মেজর মাইনর থাকবে। দিস ইজ দ্য পয়েন্ট। আই মিন ক্লাসিফিকেশন আমরা যদি এইভাবে করি, আমাদের কাছে we know that predictable disaster, unpredictable disaster is there. What is unpredictable disaster? Earthquake. We do not know কখন earthquake হবে. Even I mean the geologists cannot I mean say this. বাট প্রেডিক্টেবল ডিজাস্টার যে বেশ কয়েকদিন বৃষ্টি হচ্ছে, নদীর জলটা উঠেছে, তোমার বন্যার হতে পারে, সেটা কিন্তু কন্টিনিউয়াসলি আমাদের কাছে প্রেডিকশন আসতে থাকে। ইভেন আর ওই নদীকে হচ্ছে র্যাপিড অনসেট, স্লো অনসেট, মানে খুব তাড়াতাড়ি দুর্ঘটনা ঘটবে, আমরা মানে নিস্তার পাবো না, মানে দৌড়ে পালানোর জন্য সময় পাবো না। সো এটা খানিকটা আর্থকুয়েকের জন্য হয়। তো আর্থকুয়েক আগে থেকে হবে জানলে আমার বাড়ি থেকে বেরিয়ে একটা মাঠের মধ্যে দাঁড়িয়ে থাকবো, বাট সেটা হয়ে ওঠে না, আর্থকুয়েকের ক্ষেত্রে সেটা হয় না। কিন্তু আজকাল কিন্তু সাইক্লোনের আগে কিন্তু আমাদের কাছে অ্যাওয়ারনেসটা চলে আসে, নোটিশটা চলে আসে, এবং দ্যাট ইজ ডিউ টু ইসরো। মানে ইসরো যেভাবে কাজ করেছে সেই প্রেডিকশনটা আমাদের করতে সুবিধা হয়। যারা একটু সিনিয়র আছেন, মানে স্যারেদের তো মনে থাকবে, কোনো এক সময় মিস্টার গোলদার বলে আমাদের একজন আবহাওয়াবিদ ছিলেন, এবং আমরা মানে ছোটবেলায় তো খুব হাসাহাসি করতাম যে গোলদার সাহেব বলে যে বৃষ্টি হবে, তো তার মানে বৃষ্টি হবে না, এই যে জিনিসটা। এবং আমার মনে আছে গোলদার সাহেব এত ভালো লোক না, মানে আমি একদিনই ওনার সঙ্গে ওই যাদবপুর থেকে একই গাড়িতে সুন্দরবনে একটা প্রোগ্রামে এসেছি, উনি আবহাওয়া নিয়ে বলবেন, আমি এমএনএম নিয়ে বলবো। তো কথা বলতে জানেন ডক্টর ভান্ডারী, আমাকে লোকে সবাই এসব বলে, আমি যখন বলেছি তার মানে বৃষ্টি হবে না, আর আমার কাছে যা মডেল আছে তাই তো বলবো। সো অ্যাট দ্যাট পয়েন্ট অফ টাইম দ্য মডেল ওয়াজ দ্যাট। কিন্তু এখন ইসরো যে জায়গায় আমাদের পৌঁছে দিয়েছে, এখন কিন্তু মাইক্রো লেভেলে উই ক্যান অ্যানালাইজ দিস অ্যান্ড দ্য প্রেডিকশন উই ক্যান হ্যাভ। সো এখানে আমরা দেখতে পাচ্ছি প্রেডিক্টেবল, আনপ্রেডিক্টেবল, র্যাপিড অনসেট, এগুলোর ক্ষেত্রে শেল্টারটা আমাদের প্রয়োজন। মানে হোয়াট এভার দ্য শেল্টার, সেটা ফ্লাড শেল্টার হতে পারে, সাইক্লোন শেল্টার হতে পারে। আর স্লো অনসেটের ক্ষেত্রে আমরা গ্র্যাজুয়ালি শিফট করে যেতে পারি, কারণ আমরা সময় পাবো স্লো অনসেটের ক্ষেত্রে। সো শেল্টারগুলোর ডিস্টেন্সটা একটা ইম্পর্টেন্ট ইস্যু। আমরা প্রত্যেকটা ব্লকে কটা করে শেল্টার করবো, সেই প্ল্যানটাও কিন্তু মেবি এটা গভর্নমেন্ট লেভেল থেকে হবে, কোনো সায়েন্টিস্টকে করার দায়িত্ব দেবে না, কিন্তু সেটাও কিন্তু একটা সায়েন্টিফিক ডিসিশন হতে হবে অ্যান্ড সোশ্যাল ডিসিশন হতে হবে। আমার ওই ব্লকে কত জনসংখ্যা আছে, সেন্সাস রিপোর্ট কি বলছে, সেই লোকগুলো দৌড়ে একই দিকে যদি যায় তাহলে অ্যাক্সিডেন্ট হবে, যদি দুদিকে ভাগ করে দেওয়া হয় তাহলে অ্যাক্সিডেন্টটা কম হবে, সেটা কতটা ডিস্টেন্স ইফ ইট ইজ র্যাপিড অনসেট। তো এরকম কতগুলো কোশ্চেন আছে, আসছে আস্তে আস্তে। ডিজাস্টার ম্যানেজমেন্ট বলতে আমরা কি বুঝি সেই ফোকাসটা এখানে বলা আছে। মানে আমরা সাস্টেনেবল এনভায়রনমেন্ট ডেভেলপমেন্ট করতে চাই, রিডিউসিং পিপলস ভালনারেবিলিটি সেটা আমরা করতে চাই, ইত্যাদি ইত্যাদি। এখানে প্রেজেন্টেশন থাকছে, অতএব কারো লাগলে এনাদের থেকে চাইতে পারো। The main part is shelter-centric disaster management. Now, when we are talking about shelter-centric disaster management, this indicates an appropriate preparedness. So, this is the first time preparedness. এখন আমরা অনেকটা করতে পারি যখন সাইক্লোন শেল্টার তৈরি হতে শুরু করলো, তার আগে কিন্তু as such অফিসিয়াল প্রিপেয়ারনেস কিছু ছিল না। তো আমাদের ওই ওড়িশা থেকে শুরু হলো, পশ্চিমবাংলা তারপরে হলো। সো আমাদের একটা প্রিপেয়ারনেস আছে, কিছু হলে আমরা ওই বিল্ডিংটার মধ্যে ঢুকে যাব। সো দিস ইজ ওয়ান কাইন্ড অফ প্রিপেয়ারনেস। দিস মে নট বি 100%, বাট ওয়ান কাইন্ড অফ প্রিপেয়ারনেস ফর ডিজাস্টার ম্যানেজমেন্ট অ্যান্ড প্রোটেকশন টু দ্য সোসাইটি। এবং সোসাইটির লোকেরা সবাই বাঁচবে যদি সবাই ওখানে ঢুকতে পারে। ইট ওয়ার্কস ফর প্রেডিক্টেবল ডিজাস্টার, ইভেন ফর আনপ্রেডিক্টেবল অলসো। মানে আনপ্রেডিক্টেবল ক্ষেত্রেও র্যাপিড অনসেট হলেও যতটা এগিয়ে যাওয়া যায়, যতজন যেতে পারে, বাট প্রেডিক্টেবলের ক্ষেত্রে বেশি হবে। অ্যান্ড স্লো অনসেটের ক্ষেত্রে, র্যাপিড অনসেটের ক্ষেত্রে স্লো অনসেটের প্রয়োজন নেই আর কি। সিন্স দ্য অকারেন্স অফ ডিজাস্টার আর নট আ রেগুলার periodical event, তাহলে আমাকে এই সাইক্লোন শেল্টারগুলো মাল্টি কোর্স দিয়ে যখন তৈরি করা হচ্ছে, তার মানে এগুলোর মাল্টিপল ইউজ আমাকে প্ল্যান করতে হবে। আমি মিনস অথরিটিকে প্ল্যান করতে হবে, সরকারকে প্ল্যান করতে হবে। বিকজ আদারওয়াইজ যখন ফেয়ার ওয়েদার আছে, বাড়িগুলো পড়ে থাকবে। এবং সব ছবি সব জায়গায় দেওয়া যায় না। আমাদের কাছে ছবি প্রচুর আছে যে কিভাবে ইউজ হচ্ছে। আমি সেই ছবিগুলো দিইনি ইচ্ছা করেই, আমি জাস্ট একদম পিন পয়েন্ট ওইটুকুই রেখেছি। দা শেল্টার শুড বি কনসিডার্ড হায়ার লেভেল অফ দ্য গ্রাউন্ড। মানে আমাকে কিন্তু শেল্টারটাকে হায়ার লেভেল অফ দ্য গ্রাউন্ডে, একদম ফার্স্ট লাইনে যে ছবিটা ছিল সেখানে কিন্তু আমরা দেখেছি হায়ার লেভেল অফ গ্রাউন্ডে রয়েছে। বাট এখানে একটা কিছু নেই, একটু ভালো করে, মানে দোজ আর পার্টিসিপেন্ট, তাদেরকে আমি বলছি একটু ভালো করে দেখে একটু মাথায় রাখতে হবে। আমি যাচ্ছি ওদিকে আবার, মানে কোশ্চেনের আনসারটা পার্টিসিপেন্টরাই দিতে পারবে। তো হায়ার লেভেলে রাখতে হবে, বিকজ মানে যখনই সাইক্লোন হবে তেমন একটা স্টর্ম সার্জ হবে। স্টর্ম সার্জ হওয়া মানে জল একদম ছাপিয়ে আমাদের হিন্টারল্যান্ডে চলে আসবে, গ্রাউন্ডে চলে আসবে। সো একটা জায়গা হলেও কিছুটা হলেও ইনান্ডেশন হবে। সো নিচু জমি মানে ইনান্ডেশনটা হবে, একটু উঁচুতে হলে সেখানটার জলটা থাকবে না। বাট যেটা আমি বলতে চেয়েছিলাম, কেউ কি ভেবেছে মানে কি নেই ওখানে? উঁচু জায়গা ছিল বিল্ডিংটা, কি মিস করেছিলাম ওখানে? কানেক্টিং পয়েন্টটা, সেই কানেক্টিং, সেটা পেডেস্ট্রিয়ান রোড হোক, আমি ভেহিকেল রোড বলছি না, মোটরওয়ে রোড বলছি না, আমি একটা উঁচু জায়গা দিয়ে আসছি, এসে আবার যে ওই উঁচু জায়গাটা পৌঁছবো, মাঝখানটা যদি নিচু জায়গা থাকে তাহলে কিন্তু আমি আর সেফ সাইডে থাকলাম না। তো অতএব আমাকে সেই মাইক্রো লেভেল জিনিসগুলো ভাবতে হবে। আমি আরেকটু বড় পয়েন্টে যাচ্ছি, যেখানে মূল কোশ্চেন, দ্য শেল্টার শুড বি planned and designed properly to accommodate the local people of the influence area. এইটা ভীষণ ইম্পর্টেন্ট। তার মানে আমি তখনও বলছিলাম কোনো একটা ব্লকে আমি 2টো করব না 3টে করব, সেটা গভর্নমেন্টকে ডিসাইড করতে হবে অন দ্য বেসিস অফ দ্য সেন্সাস রিপোর্ট। বাট আমাদের যতগুলো সাইক্লোন শেল্টার আছে কোনোটাই কিন্তু সেন্সাস রিপোর্টের সঙ্গে কানেক্ট করা হয়নি বলে আমার মনে হয়েছে, কারণ আমি তার ড্রয়িং দেখাবো, তাহলে বয়ে যাবে আর কি। and the structural stability, আজকাল এটা একটা ভীষণ, মানে স্ট্রাকচারাল রিট্রোফিটিং অ্যান্ড স্ট্রাকচারাল স্টেবিলিটি একটা ভীষণ ইম্পর্টেন্ট পয়েন্ট হয়েছে, বিকজ আমাদের বাড়িগুলো সব আস্তে আস্তে পুরনো হয়ে গেছে। তো ওটাও যেন স্টেবল হয়। তবে এগুলো খুব বেশি পুরোনো দিনের হয়নি, তো এখনো আনস্টেবল হওয়ার মতো জায়গায় পৌঁছয়নি। অ্যান্ড নাও প্ল্যানিং অ্যান্ড ডিজাইন অফ শেল্টার্স, আই মিন ইট মে বি সাইক্লোন শেল্টার আর ফ্লাড শেল্টার। আমি সেই জন্য শুধু শেল্টার লিখেছি। প্ল্যান ইনফ্লুয়েন্স এরিয়া, আমাকে আগে ঠিক করে দেবে আমি ইনফ্লুয়েন্স এরিয়া কতটুকু রাখছি, নট দ্যাট যে ব্লক ওয়াইজ রাখবো। আমি ওখানকার কন্ট্রোল ওয়াইজ, মানে আমি সার্ভে করা আছে কন্ট্রোল ওয়াইজও রাখতে পারি, কারণ আমাকে কিন্তু এই অ্যাডমিনিস্ট্রেটিভ বাউন্ডারিটা কিন্তু সব আমাদের ডিজাস্টারের ক্ষেত্রে বড় কথা নয়। টাইম সিরিজ সেন্সাস রিপোর্ট, বিকজ লোকজন কিভাবে বাড়ছে, কারণ আমি আজকে যে সাইক্লোন শেল্টার মাল্টি ক্রোড দিয়ে তৈরি করলাম সেটা তো অন্তত বছর 20-30 তো থাকবে, তাহলে আমার তো লোক সংখ্যা আবার বেড়ে যাচ্ছে, সেই প্রজেকশনটা যেন থাকে। যেমন আমরা এমনিতেই বলে থাকি ব্রিটিশ পিরিয়ডে এই ড্রেনেজ তৈরি, কলকাতার ড্রেনেজ তৈরি হচ্ছে, সেটা এখনো চালিয়ে যাচ্ছে, কিছু ইমপ্রুভমেন্ট করতে হয়েছে, কিন্তু একটা সার্টেন টাইম পর্যন্ত চলেছে। হাওড়া ব্রিজটা কবে তৈরি হয়েছে, তার লাইফও শেষ হয়ে গেছে, কিন্তু হাওড়া ব্রিজ এখনো চলছে। সো দিস কাইন্ড অফ প্রজেকশন উই হ্যাভ টু ডু ইন অল ইঞ্জিনিয়ারিং প্রজেক্ট। অ্যাপ্রোপ্রিয়েট মোটরেবল অ্যান্ড ওয়াকেবল রোড নেটওয়ার্ক অফ দ্য ইনফ্লুয়েন্স এরিয়া। ইনফ্লুয়েন্স এরিয়া বলে যে বাউন্ডারিটা করেছি সেখানে মানে বাইরে থেকে যখন একটা গাড়ি ঢুকবে তার একটা মোটরেবল রোড দিয়ে কিন্তু সাইক্লোনটা কানেক্টেড থাকতে হবে, নাম্বার ওয়ান। আর বাকিটা পেডেস্ট্রিয়ান ওয়াকেবল রোড থাকতে হবে, কারণ ওই সময় লোকেরা যারা ইভ্যাকুয়েট করছে তারা কিন্তু মোটরেবল রোড দিয়ে যেতে অ্যালাউ করা যাবে না, বিকজ আমি বলছি সেটা লোকগুলো ওই ওয়াকেবল রোড দিয়ে যাবে, গিয়ে সাইক্লোন শেল্টারে গিয়ে আশ্রয় নেবে। এবং মোটরেবল রোডটা কেন রাখতে হবে, কারণ ওদের খাবার দাবার ইত্যাদিগুলো তখন ওই গাড়িতে আসবে। এবার ডেফিনেটলি যখন গাড়ি নেই তখন লোকে যেতেই পারে, মানে ওরকম হার্ড অ্যান্ড ফাস্ট রুল কিছু করলে চলবে না। স্ট্রাকচারাল স্টেবিলিটির কথা বললাম। জেনেরিক অ্যামিনিটিস, এটা কিন্তু ভীষণ জরুরি। একটা ফিজিক্যালি হ্যান্ডিক্যাপ লোক, আমি ভদ্রলোক বা ভদ্রমহিলা হোক বা একজন প্রেগনেন্ট লেডি হোক, সবার কিন্তু বাঁচার অধিকার আছে। আমাদেরকে কিন্তু সেই অ্যামিনিটির কথাগুলো ভাবতে হবে। একজন বৃদ্ধ বা বৃদ্ধা, মানে তার জন্য, যার জন্য সাইক্লোন শেল্টারগুলোতে একটু মানে কেউ যদি ভিজিট করে থাকে বা ভবিষ্যতে যান, তাহলে দেখতে হবে মানে স্টেয়ার কেস যেমন আছে তেমনি স্লোপেও অ্যাপ্রোচ রোড, না কি বলে ওটাকে, র্যাম্প, অ্যাপ্রোচ র্যাম্প আছে। নমিনাল স্লোপ, ওটা কিন্তু স্টিপার স্লোপ লাগে না। স্টিপার স্লোপ বলে ইয়াংরা দৌড়ে দৌড়ে উঠে যাবে, কিন্তু বৃদ্ধ বৃদ্ধারা উঠতে পারবে না। সেই মানে স্লোপটা অনেকগুলো ফোল্ড করে তারপরে দোতলায় উঠতে পারে, দোতলা তিনতলা এরকম আছে। সো কিছু সিস্টেম আছে, মানে সব কিছু অ্যাড্রেস না করা হলেও কিছু সিস্টেম আছে। কারণ আমরা যেগুলো ভিজিট করেছি তাতে আমরা দেখেছি ফিজিক্যালি হ্যান্ডিক্যাপদের জন্য ওয়াশরুম আলাদা করে করা আছে। জেন্টস টয়লেট, লেডিস টয়লেট করা যায়, নাম্বার ইজ নট সাফিসিয়েন্ট, সেটাও আমি আসছি। তো এখানে ফ্লাড অকারেন্সের কিছু ইয়ে দিয়েছি, ডেটাবেস দেওয়া আছে। কারণ আমি সাইক্লোনটা করার সময় পাইনি, কাল আজকে ভোরবেলা ফিরে আমি চলে এসেছি আর কি। সাইক্লোনের এরকম মানে সে তো গুগলে ঢুকলে গুগল নোজ এভরিথিং, এগুলো তো আমার আবিষ্কার নয়। কিন্তু সাইক্লোন যে পরপর হচ্ছে সেটা আমরা টের পাচ্ছি, খবর পাচ্ছি, মানে ক্ষয়ক্ষতিও দেখতে পাচ্ছি। কিন্তু এটাও একটু পুরোনো ডেটা যে তখনকার ইয়েতে নর্থ চব্বিশ পরগনায় 20টা, সাউথ চব্বিশ পরগনায় 15টা এবং ইস্ট মেদিনীপুরে 15টা। এরপরে কিন্তু আরো অনেকগুলো হয়েছে, সেই লিস্টটা মানে অফিসিয়ালি পেতে হবে, মানে নেটে পাওয়া যাচ্ছে না, সেই জন্য আমিও এনলিস্ট করতে পারিনি, অফিসিয়ালি নিতে হবে। এখানেও একটা সাইক্লোন শেল্টারের ইয়ে দেওয়া আছে, সেখানে কিন্তু উঁচু জমির ছবিটা খুব একটা দেখা যায় না। সামনে একটা আল আছে বটে, কিন্তু উঁচু জমিতে নেই। কানেকশনটা আমি কতগুলোতে ভিজিট করি যেখানে কানেকশনও মানে হেঁটে যাওয়ার মতো, সে নিচু জায়গা দিয়ে যেতে হবে। সো অল দিস আর প্রবলেম। তার থেকে বড় প্রবলেমে আসছে, এইটা হচ্ছে একদম গ্রাউন্ড ফ্লোরের প্ল্যান। হ্যাঁ, গ্রাউন্ড ফ্লোরটা একদম মাটির লেভেলে নেই, একটু ওপরে রয়েছে, যেমন আমাদের এই প্ল্যাটফর্মটা একটু ওপরে রয়েছে। ওখানে মূলত মানে পশু পাখি, মানে বাড়িতে পোষা পশু পাখিদের রাখবার জন্য গরু টরু বাঁধা থাকে, ছাগল টাগল বাঁধা থাকে, সেটা দেখেছি, মানে ফেয়ার ওদেরও থাকে আর কি, ওরা ওটা রাউন্ড দ্য ইয়ার ইউজ করে। কিন্তু এবার ওই যে ঢালু পথ যেটা বলছে সেটাই র্যাম্প, মানে স্লোপে র্যাম্প আছে, সিঁড়িটা এই যে সিঁড়ি মাঝখানে এখানে লেখা আছে। এইটা হচ্ছে ফার্স্ট ফ্লোরের প্ল্যান। এবার ফার্স্ট ফ্লোরে ডাইমেনশন গুলো ইজ নট ক্লিয়ার। এখানে আমরা দেখেছি যে এখন যে লোকগুলো 2-3 দিনের জন্য থাকবে অন্তত মিনিমাম, কারণ জলটা ইনান্ডেশন হয়েছে, সেই জলটা না নামা পর্যন্ত তো যেতে পারবে না, অন্তত লোকগুলোর মানে মিনিমাম মানে পাশ ফেরা না হোক, চিত হয়ে শোয়া, মানে সেই জায়গাটা দরকার। অর্থাৎ লম্বায় আমি বলছি 5.5 ফিট, আমি তার বেশিও চাইছি না। এদিকে অন্তত 1.5 থেকে 2 ফিট, মানে সে পাশ ফিরতে পারবে না। এতে কি হবে, আর এরকম সিরিজ অফ বেড থাকলো, একটা প্যাসেজ থাকলো, তারপর আবার সিরিজ অফ বেড, এবং এর যা ডাইমেনশন আছে 3টে সিরিজ অফ বেড উইথ 2 কমন প্যাসেজ, মানে মাঝখানে 2টো কমন প্যাসেজ থাকবে। এবার কমন প্যাসেজটাকে আমি মাল্টিপারপাস করবো। ওই ভদ্রলোক উঠে ওখানেই বসে খেতে বসবেন, যখন খাওয়ার সময় ওই কমন প্যাসেজটা তখন খাওয়ার জায়গা হয়ে যাবে, সেখানে শালপাতা বা ইত্যাদিতে খেতে দেওয়া হবে। খাবার অ্যারেঞ্জমেন্ট সরকার থেকে করা হয়, সেটা নিয়ে কোনো বক্তব্য নেই। এবং ওরা বাইরে থেকে তৈরি হয়ে আসে বলে মোটরেবল রোডটা দরকার হয়, যেটা আমি আগে বললাম। এখানে টয়লেটসের ডিটেলসগুলো আছে। আই এম সরি, ছবিটা খুব ক্লিয়ার না, আমি জানি না ডাইমেনশনগুলো ওখান থেকে পড়া যাচ্ছে কিনা। তো এইখানে দেখতে গেলে মানে আমরা যেটা দেখেছিলাম বোধহয় 100 থেকে 150 লোক বোধহয় থাকতে পারে দুটো ফ্লোর মিলিয়ে, মানে ক্যালকুলেশনটা এখানে করা নেই, ক্যালকুলেশন আমরা করেছিলাম একটা। সো তার মানে সেখান থেকেই বোঝা যে সেন্সাস রিপোর্টের সঙ্গে কানেকশনটা নেই, হুইচ ইজ মোস্ট ইম্পর্টেন্ট। কিছু লোক বাঁচতে পারলো, কিছু লোককে আমি বাঁচাতে পারলাম না বা জায়গা দিতে পারলাম না, সেটা কিন্তু খুবই অন্যায় কাজ হবে আর কি। তো এইগুলোই হচ্ছে কতগুলো অ্যাডমিনিস্ট্রেটিভ ডিসিশন থাকে, কতগুলো সাইন্টিফিক ডিসিশন থাকে। আসলে মানে আজকেও অনেকগুলো কথাই উঠে এসছে যে আমাদের প্রজেক্ট যেগুলো করা হয় সেখানে কিন্তু সাইন্টিফিক ডিসিশন বা রিজলিউশন বা আউটপুটগুলো খুব একটা কাজে লাগানো হয় না, অ্যাডমিনিস্ট্রেটিভ ডিসিশনটাকেই কাজে লাগানো হয়। তারও বিভিন্ন দিক আছে অ্যাডমিনিস্ট্রেটিভ ডিসিশনে, সেগুলো তো আমি ঢুকছি না। কেউ কেউ ইলেকশনের কথা বলেছেন, কেউ কেউ রাজনীতির কথা বলেছেন, ইত্যাদি ইত্যাদি, সেগুলো আমি ঢুকছি না। বাট অ্যাজ এ হোল আমি ওটাকে অ্যাডমিনিস্ট্রেটিভ ডিসিশন বলছি। সেখানে কিন্তু এই ভুলগুলো থেকে যায়, বিকজ আমাদের পলিসি মেকাররা কিন্তু আমাদের সোসাইটি সম্বন্ধে ধারণা নেই, দ্যাট ইজ ফর শিওর। মানে যারা গ্রামে গিয়ে, সুন্দরবনে গিয়ে, বা সুন্দরবনে কেন যে কোনো গ্রামে গিয়ে কাজ করছেন, তারা জানেন ওই গ্রামের মানুষটা দুবেলা খেতে পারছে কিনা, সেটা কিন্তু আমাদের পলিসি মেকাররা জানে না। মানে আমি অল ওভার ইন্ডিয়া বলছি। তো এরকম এখানে, আচ্ছা এখানে কি হলো, এটা ফার্স্ট ফ্লোর ছিল, এটা সেকেন্ড ফ্লোর। মানে আমি কিন্তু এখানে স্টোরটা আর কিচেনটা ফার্স্ট ফ্লোরে করা আছে, যার জন্য ফার্স্ট ফ্লোরে আরো কম লোক আসবে। আর ওপরে গিয়ে খালি টয়লেটস গুলো দেখতে পাচ্ছি, বাকিটা পুরোটা একটা হল ঘর করে দিচ্ছে কিছু সংখ্যক লোক বাড়ার জন্য। ইভেন ইফ ইউ ক্যান অ্যাড দিস এরিয়া, I mean corridor area, then we can accommodate some more people, but not the whole, I mean census report যেটা বলে ওখানকার ইনফ্লুয়েন্স এরিয়ার। সো আমার কাছে ইনফ্লুয়েন্স এরিয়াটা ইম্পর্টেন্ট, তারপরে সেই ইনফ্লুয়েন্স এরিয়ার সেন্সাস রিপোর্টটা প্রয়োজন উইথ সাম প্রজেকশন। So our goal is not only to plan and construction the shelter, rather mainstreaming the disaster victimized people. আমরা শুধু আশ্রয় দিচ্ছি, এই যাও সাইক্লোন চলে গেছে বাড়ি চলে যাও, এটা তো আমাদের উদ্দেশ্য না, ওদেরকে মেন স্ট্রিমিং এ নিয়ে আসতে হবে। সো উই আর কমিটেড টু দ্য সোসাইটি, আমাদের এই দায়বদ্ধতাটা ধরে রাখতে হবে। দিস কল ডিজাস্টার ম্যানেজমেন্ট সাইকেল, আমি খুব ভেতরে ঢুকছি না। সো এনিবডি ক্যান ডু ডিজাস্টার ম্যানেজমেন্ট অ্যাজ এ হোল। মানে এখানে কে ম্যাথমেটিশিয়ান, কে সিভিল ইঞ্জিনিয়ার, কে জিওলজিস্ট, এটা কিন্তু ইস্যু নয়। একজন গৃহবধূ ডিজাস্টার ম্যানেজমেন্টে কাজ করতে পারে, তারও বিভিন্ন রকম এক্সাম্পল আছে। যেহেতু সময় কম আমি ভেতরে ঢুকছি না, সো উই হ্যাভ টু জয়েন আওয়ার হ্যান্ডস। এগুলো হচ্ছে ইন্ডিয়াতে প্রবল ডিজাস্টার যেগুলো যেগুলো হয়ে থাকে আর কি। আমি ভেতরে ঢুকছি না, আমি শেষ করে দিচ্ছি, এক্ষুনি শেষ করে দিচ্ছি। What do we need to do? We need to do this contingency plan, risk management, etc. etc. এগুলো আমি ঢুকলাম। These are the I mean lifeline network we have to take care. Bas, thank you.
So let us come on the dais to face questions. Dr. Samsudha is here? He's not here. So we'll take 2 or 3 questions. So you are asking most of the questions. Let us have some questions from those who have not asked anything. I think that gentleman, yes.
He is having questions, so why not?
No, let's everybody get an opportunity.
His question is our question.
Sir, my question is to Professor Roy. In terms of green technology in housing. So, from last 2 days, we are talking about the climate and other problems, migration. One problem is there, the population growth and reducing the per capita land. That is also factor, and productivity, and so everything's are there. But as the per capita land is going to reduce due to the number of population is increasing, so in that context, how do you suggest to planting the bamboo and so on and so forth to construct the building? This is the question. And another, in addition to that, who has not any building, the government is going to provide building, maybe central and state, So they suggested to some, they have the standard model and fixed money. So within that context, how the people is going to construct the building with bamboo, and where is the place to cultivate the bamboo?
So actually, my point is about this process of house construction. So government is now giving money to individual beneficiary to construct their own house. And on the other hand, there are a lot of marginalized people who do not have their land, like Munda, and where government tries to give their caste land or government land, or small lands are available to them. So what I am suggesting, or what is being in this kind of land scarce areas, even in the government land or caste land, there could be a two-storied construction. So instead of a typical design being given individual beneficiary, this kind of ecosystem requires cooperation and collaboration, and the community participation in the house buildings process. Otherwise, this model of centralized delivery will not really solve the problem. That can make some houses. So through that process, if that because bamboo is a very lightweight material, and even the walls could be made of bamboo, split bamboo with mud plastered together. So these are being tried in similar situations like Thailand, Malaysia, and similar Indonesia and many other countries, where there's a landscape situation and means local material is available. Probably that would be ideal to organize the community, give them training, and through that their empowerment will happen. And also within a smaller land, there has to be some sharing. It cannot be individual. So we have to come out of that individual approach to house building and this kind of thing. So the cooperative model is the only answer for livelihood generation, also in the infrastructure construction. And consider your question of bamboo plantation. So there are, even now government is planting mangroves and other plantations. So some of these areas could be used for replenishment of these bamboos also, and other mangroves like hogla and other, which are being used as a roofing for the roof material. This could be grown very well. So what is required is a change in the model of development from just a beneficiary giving it to directly to beneficiary, rather forming a community to have a more joint or cooperative solution. Through that, what I said, that Rural Nirmiti Kendra was a model which Government of India has initiated in post 2000, and it worked very well up to 2014. There are urban building centers and there are rural building centers, and probably 10 lakh masons who have been trained through that. So there was knowledge and skill, both are imparted through that, and even local building materials were also produced in these rural building centers. So those are also employment generation would happen, which the government is not thinking at present. It is just constructing the house and giving money, and they're constructing the house with the help of outside contractors. So to come out of that kind of model, more community-driven model, we are suggesting.
Question? Any other question? You have to be very brief. One question. Only one question.
Am I audible? Yeah. So my question is to Dr. Roy. Sir, you mentioned about the integration of scientific knowledge with the traditional knowledge so that the local communities are included. And since I am in UG, I have always learned like the kacha houses are made out of mud, bamboos, and the pakka houses are made out of cement, bricks, stones. So, sir, those houses are mostly present in the urban areas, right? So why not we take the cement and the sand and the stones from the urban areas to the rural areas and just make it as an alternative to the bamboo houses?
So that's what, again, what I told earlier. So there is a term called intermediate technology, and this kind of marginalized areas which are not connected with the mainland, if you transport materials, that will increase your carbon footprint, and your everything will increase. So, and the building material cost would be So we get poor quality of materials, poor quality of bricks. So mud is a very good material. There are some qualities of mud which can be used, obviously, but in such type of areas, the mud, compacted mud with sun-dried mud or compacted mud is a good option through which you can reduce the thickness of the wall and you improve the density of the material so that its water penetration would be less. So through mud and bamboo treated, even bamboo treatment can increase the lifespan of bamboo up to 20-30 years. So this is how it's tested that these alternative materials, and this kind of situation, I think people know about these traditional methods, but there are guidelines about cyclone resistant construction techniques using how to use bamboo joinery and others. So those are the scientific methods. So those two can be really converged together. See, nothing is could be considered as universally acceptable. Nothing is universally acceptable. What is acceptable in Darjeeling cannot be acceptable in Calcutta or cannot be acceptable in Sundarbans. That cannot happen. So in this kind of situation where there are poor people, their affordability is less, how much they can spend. So they have to depend on government subsidy. So we have to come out of that subsidy culture to make, actually empower the people so that they can contribute to their own destiny.
So, okay. I don't have any question, rather comment regarding the multipurpose cyclone shelter. আমি একটা জিনিস বারবার করে মানে ভাবতাম এবং আমাদের তৎকালীন সুরেশ কুমার যিনি সেক্রেটারি ছিলেন ওনাকে জিজ্ঞেসও করেছিলাম যে এই মাল্টিপারপাস সাইক্লোন শেল্টার গুলো যে তৈরি হচ্ছে এর লোকেশন সিলেকশনটা কোন বেসিসে হচ্ছে এবং সেটাতে কিন্তু উনি কোনো উত্তর দেননি। তো আমি বলেছিলাম যে আমি জানি কেন হচ্ছে, সেটা আমি পরে বলছি। হ্যাঁ, কিন্তু এটা হওয়া উচিত যেটা প্রফেসর ভান্ডারী বলছিলেন সেন্সাস ডেটা এরকম হতেই পারে যে খুব ডেন্স পপুলেশন যেখানে আছে সেখানে এরকম ফ্লাড বা সাইক্লোনের কোনো পসিবিলিটি নেই, ফলে সেখানে কি আমি মাল্টিপারপাস সাইক্লোন শেল্টার করব না। ফলে আমার কাছে কিন্তু অপশন রয়েছে যে সাইক্লোন ভ্যালনারেবিলিটি, ফ্লাড ভ্যালনারেবিলিটি, এই ম্যাপিং গুলো করা, রিস্ক ম্যাপিং। এই রিস্ক ম্যাপিং করেই কিন্তু আমার উচিত কোথায় আমি মাল্টিপারপাস সাইক্লোন শেল্টার করব আর কোথায় করব না, এটা নেওয়া। সেকেন্ড থিং যেটা আমি বলছিলাম যে উত্তরটা আমি জানি, উত্তরটা জানি এই কারণে বলছি যে কোথায় ভেস্টল্যান্ড আছে গভর্নমেন্টের আর কোন এলাকায় কোন নেতা খুব ইনফ্লুয়েন্সিয়াল, তার উপরে ভিত্তি করে এই মাল্টিপারপাস সাইক্লোন শেল্টার গুলো হয়। এখানে হয়তো বলাটা এরকম ঠিক না, এনিওয়ে বলে ফেললাম। আরেকটা জিনিস যেটা মোটরেবল রোডের কথা বলছিলেন ডক্টর ভান্ডারী, মোটরেবল রোড ইজ মাস্ট এবং তার সঙ্গে একটা ফ্রি স্পেস গ্রাউন্ড মাস্ট, কারণ মাল্টিপারপাস সাইক্লোন শেল্টার গুলো অনেক সময় স্টেজিং গ্রাউন্ড হিসেবে ইউজ হয়, যেখানে কিনা আমার রিলিফ মেটেরিয়াল এবং ইনসিডেন্ট ফেসিলিটিস গুলোকে রাখতে হয়, ফলে তার জন্য ওই স্পেসটা দরকার এবং অবশ্যই মোটরেবল জিনিস রোডটা দরকার। ঠিক আছে, থ্যাংক ইউ ভেরি মাচ।
I think we should.
অনেকগুলো ভিলেজে দেখেছি আমাদের সুন্দরবন কেন পূর্ব মেদিনীপুর কেন, ভিলেজের পপুলেশন হচ্ছে 800, কখনো 1200, কখনো 2100 হচ্ছে ম্যাক্সিমাম। একটা সাইক্লোন শেল্টার আছে, আমি ডক্টর ঘোষের এটাও শুনলাম যে একটাই মাত্র সাইক্লোন শেল্টার, তার ক্যাপাসিটি 250। তো 9 লাখ পিপুলকে আমাদের ইভাকুয়েট করতে হয়েছে এই যে আমফানের সময়। তো তখন আমাদের কাছে এই ডেটাটা কেন থাকে না যে 2 স্টোরিড হাউস বা 3 স্টোরিড হাউসের সংখ্যা কত, তাহলে সেগুলোকে আমরা অল্টারনেটিভ হিসাবে ইউজ করতে পারতাম। সেই ডেটাটা বোধহয় আমাদের কাছে নেই। আর সাইক্লোন শেল্টারও সাফিসিয়েন্ট নয়, কিন্তু এটা এখন একটা প্রুফ, একদম 100%।
সাইক্লোন শেল্টার সাফিসিয়েন্ট নয়।
Last question.
I would like to vouch what Dr. Roy has said just now about these bamboo huts, because when I was doing field work in the Sundarban, I realized that people are actually going out of the Sundarban to pay off debt. So government has given partial amount of money as subsidy, and everybody has now the aspiration to make a pakka house to compensate for the rooms or pillars they have put in their house. Now they have to go out of the Sundarban to pay the debt, repay the loans. So it is putting them in more economic and social vulnerability, debt, indebtedness. So I think that is a kind of practical solution that you have said, and that is more suitable.
আমাদের আমি যদি ওয়েস্ট বেঙ্গল গভর্নমেন্টের যে স্কিম গুলো আছে বাড়ি করার জন্য, হোয়াটএভার মে বি দ্য অ্যামাউন্ট, দার্জিলিং এর একটা লোক যেটা পাচ্ছে জলপাইগুড়িও তাই পাচ্ছে, আবার মালদারও তাই পাচ্ছে, হুগলিরও তাই পাচ্ছে, এবার সেটা হতে পারে না তো, না বলছি মানে এবার আমাদেরকে সাইন্টিফিক্যালি চিন্তা করতে হবে, সেটাই আর কি। আর স্যার যেটা বলছিলেন অল্টারনেটিভলি স্কুল বিল্ডিং গুলোকে ইউজ করে, কারণ আমি যখন ক্লাস 5-এ পড়তাম 1978-এ স্কুল ছুটি দিয়েছিল বন্যা হয়েছে বলে আর কি। হ্যাঁ হ্যাঁ, কিন্তু আমাদের গবেষণা কাজ করতে হলে সেই ডেটা পাওয়া যাবে না। ধরুন কেউ একটা সোশ্যাল যে কাজ করছে তিনি কিন্তু ডেটা পাবেন না। হ্যাঁ, স্ট্রেনথেন করতাম, হ্যাঁ সেটাই।
So we'll close it here now. Okay. So 10 minutes break. 6:30 we'll start sharp. Okay.
ক্যামেরাটা অন করে কথা বলতে লাগবে এখানে বসে। হ্যালো, হ্যাঁ কিন্তু ক্যামেরাটা ইয়ে হচ্ছে না তো, ডাইরেকশন হচ্ছে না। Hello, Sanjay ji. Can you hear me? Indrajit here.
Yes, Dada. I can hear you.
Okay. Thank you.
Right.
Got your name, I think. Okay. I thought like you will be coming.
Yeah. Dada, this is a very busy time in Skype because of this
I know.
Asia Pacific Forum for Sustainable Development.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
So I could not
Sure.
come out of this, right?
Yeah. I think just in 5-10 minutes the session will start. It was a little bit delayed.
Yeah.
Thank you. See you soon. Yeah.
Thank you, Dada. Thank you.
That's last session. I am Sudipto. Oh, yeah. Okay, sir.
Okay, sir.
We will start. Shortly, we will start.
Thank you, sir. I'm online.
Okay, please.
Right. Don't worry.
Okay, Sanjay ji. See you then.
Okay, Dada.
Yeah.
Welcome back, everyone. Today, now we are going to start our last session, Session 7, Adapting to Climate Change, Innovative Technology and Practices. Now we have our very own respected Honorable Professor Tapas Dasgupta, Dean Sir, with us. I'll request it, sir, to join us on the stage. And Honorable Dr. Sanjay Srivastava sir will be our keynote address person, and he is joining us in online mode. Now, I will request our speakers, Honorable Dr. Probir Kumar Garayan sir, Honorable Dr. Parthopratim Chakraborty sir, Honorable Mr. Angshuman Das sir, Honorable Dr. Taposh Kumar Ghoshal sir to join us to the stage. Now, I will request to my fellow classmates to felicitate our honorable speakers with mangrove saplings. Thank you, Dean sir, to accept our saplings. Now, my batchmates will be felicited Dr. Probir Kumar Garayan sir. Thank you, sir. Now, my fellow batchmates will felicitate Dr. Parthopratim Chakraborty sir. Now, Honorable Mr. Angshuman Das sir will be facilitated by my batchmates. Now, I will request to felicitate Honorable Dr. Taposh Kumar Ghoshal sir with mangrove saplings. And we also want to felicitate Dr. Sanjay Srivastava sir virtually because he is not present with us in offline mode. We are sending it virtually to you, sir. We are privileged to have our Dean sir, our respected Professor Tapas Dasgupta sir with us today to chair this session. His guidance and insights will undoubtedly enrich our discussion. I will request Dean sir to chair the session. It's over to you, sir.
Good evening. So whole day you have passed through a long discussion on various aspects of the main theme, the total theme on which our symposium is based, building resilience of communities in Sundarbans. So where all the many areas are there. One is disaster and another is the livelihood. Then the plant system is also included. Then we have so I am not going into the details of anything. Only we have shortage of time. So the speaker, today's keynote speaker, Dr. Sanjay Srivastava, is the Chief of Disaster Risk Reduction at the UN Economic and Social Commission for Asia and Pacific, ESCAP. He leads and guides the ESCAP's analytical policy research on disaster risk reduction and climate change adaptation that fits into the UN intergovernmental meetings, negotiation, etc. He's actually basically PhD in remote sensing, and from the coming from the Master of Science Physics. So good areas for the modern science and technology. Coming into the different backgrounds, it will help us to solve the real problem. He is the recipient of ISRO's Team Excellence Award in 2008-9 and more than 150 publication. So with this background in brief, I request Dr. Sanjay Srivastava to speak.
Yeah.
Yeah. I invite you for your speech.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair, Professor Sen Gupta Sahab, distinguished professor from the prestigious R.K. Mission Vivekanand Education and Research Institute. It's a great privilege and honor for me to speak to this august audience of very learned professor, very dedicated, and I'm really grateful for this opportunity. Especially, I'm thankful to my mentor, Professor P.G. Thar Chakravarti, who has given me this opportunity. So thank you once again. If I start my presentation, hope. Oh, uh, can you see my slides, please? My slide is visible?
Yes, we can see.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you. Sir, when I received this invitation, I was thinking, what should I talk to the eminent professors of my country who have spent their best times, particularly in the Sundarbans its preservation. What is value that I have to share with them and I can bring? So I'm grateful the topics given to me is innovation, technology, and practices. So I will focus on innovation, technology, and practices in climate change adaptation, which will be applicable in Sundarban context. Before coming, I thought I'd just provide to you a very quick snapshot of the technology trends, especially which is applicable to adaptation. The first is technology landscape is changing much faster, and so its value and impact. So capture the rapid pace of the technology. The next related to this is the data ecosystem. Both are related. Data ecosystem changing equally fast. So now what is happening worldwide is technology and data ecosystem are converging and embedding into the digital web. This provides immense opportunity. And then back in the backdrop of all this, the policy reforms of almost all the governments worldwide, and the policy reform is democratization of this data and technology platform. You have seen many such initiatives in India as well. So scaling technology and data ecosystem in collaborative mode, that's the policy reform today. And last but not the least, the key players are rise of the builders, the startups to innovate, operate, lead in disaster tech for resilience. So this is the world of builders. In India itself, if you see the ISRO is moved from the government to the startup, the young professionals who are making a lot of difference in today's world. So that's the key trend. So in the midst of the key trend, if I share with you a adaptation technology cluster, which forms the key for any transformative adaptation in the ecological hotspot like Sundarban. The cluster one is basically science, the advances in climate science, agriculture, health, and adaptation. Cluster two is hardware, the technology, especially the critical infrastructure, water, energy, ICT. And cluster three is the data science, geospatial technology, earth observations, risk analytics, and so on. So when you are talking about the technology, it's a cluster one, cluster two, cluster three. in a particular country context or in a context like Sundarban, we need to have all the three clusters put in place, which could accelerate the adaptation and resilience in such a ecological sensitive hotspots. I wanted to bring to your attention, this is just a summary of World Economic Forum last year, the technology which can help the world to adapt climate change. The first foremost, artificial intelligence, we have to look at the transformative potential. There are certain risks, but there are huge potentials. So AI, drone, which is now becoming widespread, Earth observation, remote sensing satellite, which are becoming much more like it's like domesticated. When I was a scientist in ISRO, one satellite seen, we used to pay 45 to 50,000 rupees. Today, those are all available without paying any cost. Sentinel Asia, 5 meter resolution data, all in public domain. So that's the big empowerment from the data. Advanced computing, it's a big revolution. Internet of Things, augmented reality, and virtual lead. So all six, if you take together, these are the very important opportunities for world to adapt to the climate change or all climate catastrophe. I wanted to flag your attention particularly on what is happening in disaster risk management domain and especially on the early warning products and services. Digitalization is allwhere in every sector, but in early warning of disaster risk reduction, digitalization has been a game changer all around. You see, on the one hand, you have set of technology, drone, social media, earth observation. But what brings all this technology to converge is the cloud computing. And then what brings the data from a mobile phone to Earth observation satellite together is the big data analytical techniques. So all cloud computing, big data analytics are making a huge impact in our knowledge and understanding through the data revolution. You see today the players are all those who have cloud infrastructure. They are the service provider, Amazon, Google, Archer. The data is ensembles becoming a product. Now the new players are those who owns the constellation of satellite. Earlier it used to be government. Now it has moved from government domain to the private innovator, Maxer, Planet Lab, and many of such players. Then the geointelligence, which is becoming much more prominent in today's context because of the many reforms government worldwide has taken. So all put together has turned early warning products and services almost digital. So this is a reality, but how to tap this reality? I thought I will shed some light on some of the very what we call some incubator product. One is AI in the early warning system. The capacity of the early warning system, it was never there at the individual level. With AI, we advance the knowledge, speed, hazard monitoring detection, accelerate warning delivery, boost disaster response. There are many. The issue is how to scale, how to mainstream this. There are challenges, but these are the big opportunities in days to come. So after the key takeaways, I thought what should I talk particularly in Sundarban context? Technology innovation, what difference it can make. I thought I should bring to your attention, there are 5 areas where there are considerable gap happens. One is mitigation gap, which you reduce hazard intensity, what we call avert the disaster. Adaptation gap, enhance adaptation and resilience, that's another one. Bridge the preparedness gap through the loss and damage, coral breach, and many things. Then emergency gaps. So all the gap that exists today, which are key for adaptation, resilience, and better preparedness, technology can play a much, much bigger role. I'm going to share a few of the snapshot in Sundarban context. One snapshot we did, this is a research study from Mahbub Sahana, published in International Journal of Disaster Science. in Sundarban context. This is the group of researchers from UK. They did an analysis in Sundarban, particularly how the community, the what we call last mile, how they receive the early warning messages, early warning signals. So you will surprised to see in different location of the Sundarban, still the access to early warning services reach through word of mouth, very large. And that's a critical gap because it has to come from the authoritative sources and the household individual level. That's where technology has a big role to play. So even in Sundarban, the dissemination of the early warning, whether it is a tropical cyclone, whether it is all kind of the floods, the early warning doesn't reach from the authoritative sources, mostly hand to the mouth. The another important initiative which many of the early warning scientists they have been taking forward is the lead time. There is a huge investment that cyclone early warning system should have 48 hours or 24 hours, 12 hours. Here, this study in Sundarban brought out very clearly that community response, early warning, especially 12 hours before the cyclone. So 41% community, 24 to 48 hours, 36%, and 5 days, 6.8%. So if you look at effectiveness of the early warning system at community level, in community domain, it's 12 hours to 24 and 48 hours, which helps community to prepare and take all the necessary steps. So here I see a big role of the technology innovations to ensure early warning at household and individual level. And with digitalization of the early warning system, this is quite possible, and this is a challenge which which can be taken forward in days to come. The another practice I thought I must share with you was the Earth observation for planetary intelligence. As I told you, data becoming more, more and more available online with all these digital and smart systems. There is a system which what we call Global Mangrove Watch, and it alerts whenever there are depletion of mangroves beyond a certain point. It alerts, it gives you alert about depleting mangrove. This is based on the Sentinel imagery of 20-meter multi-spectral satellite data, which is the relatively considerably a good source of data. So this is a practice globally based on the data available in the open source. This similarly, the another transformative potential is you are using drone with Earth observation satellite in conjunction. Drone is localization of your disaster risk management. So you use drone as a service, complement this Earth observation satellite freely available in public domain. This could be important game changers. So these are some of the practices I thought I must bring to your attention. But then I thought, what should I bring from the UN system which is relevant to you? These are some of the UN flagship publication on adaptation. You see, this is a last 3 years publication of UN on adaptation gap report. You look at the headlines. In 2022, too little, too slow. 2023, underfinanced, underprepared. 2024, last year, come hell and high water. You see, these are very powerful messages. Globally, adaptation has to cover quite a bit of the distance. But this is much more important in ecologically sensitive region like Sundarban. So while there are global trend, the trend has to be somewhere, I think, reversed in ecologically sensitive areas like Sundarban. So the few snapshot from our own report of Asia Pacific Disaster Report, Professor Dhar Chakravarti Sahab used to be the author of this report. reviewer of this report. So this what we do, we capture the disaster risk across the Asia Pacific regions, and we also what we call the landscape of the risk. We also look at how the region's preparing itself to manage the complex, compound, and cascading disaster risk. So overall, if you see Asia Pacific, and this is South Asia. In South Asia, most of the disaster risks are often having transboundary origin and impact. This includes Ganga, Brahmaputra, and Meghna Basin. Sundarban becomes part of it. So these are the hotspots of the disaster. Sundarban is one part of the hotspots where adaptation gap, which is becoming widening day by day, is very critical, and those are the areas which needs attention. My last 3 slides are on recommendation. Professor Chakravarti Sahab told to share some thoughts on the way forward, the roadmap which will be developed. This is some idea based on the practices in Asia Pacific region. The first is a framework for adapting technology innovations to accelerate resilience adaptation pathways in Sundarbans. And this could be based on the assessment of most of the NDC of quite a large country. There is a transition happening from adaptation at sectoral level to the nexus thinking, that's like food, water, and energy type of nexus. Then second trend is robustifying climate change adaptation. And third is translating knowledge into the action. So these are the 3 pathways which accelerates and this is where technology plays very important role. The recommendation 2 from the School of Environment and Disaster Management is operationalize climate justice approach. This is in today's world a very, very compelling narrative coming worldwide. That is what is called how to avert loss and damage. Take the example of Sundarban. To demonstrate a climate justice approach, academic institutions like your institute is ideally placed. Activate and enable adaptation technology cluster for the climate justice approach. Build the critical mass through research and development. Demonstrate the people-centered early warning system, which is very important to avert disaster loss and damage, and access to loss and damage fund, which is now globally established. It's going to be established within Government of India itself. As of now, we have been accessing adaptation fund, mitigation fund, emergency fund, all kind of fund. This is yet another opportunity to access the fund especially for those where mitigation doesn't work, adaptation doesn't work. This is a very important, which this center can make a big difference. My last and not the least, today, as I mentioned to you in my first slide, it's an era of technology and data platform coming together, creating what we call a ecosystem, basically a stack. Technology, data put together a stack. You cannot meet data and technology by one platform. You need to use a couple of platforms, and academic institutions are the best place to demonstrate this. This is one example of ISCAP, Risk and Resilience Data and Technology Platform. This is CDRI, which is established in Delhi, GIRI data platform. You can bring it together. One platform provides you the risk scenario, other platform provides you the resilience to the infrastructure, and together you can do lot of value in your research and teaching, which were not available in the past. So these are the very good opportunity for students and researchers, which they can take it forward. So thank you very much. Once again, it has been truly a privilege and honor. My sincere thanks for giving me this opportunity.
Thank you, Dr. Srivastav. Very thought-provoking presentation and brief at the same time, because everything is here participants are tired of the whole day attending this seminar. And I am sure that Professor P.G. Dharshakraborty will take care whatever your points you have told us. Maybe it will be in the strategic plan of the final draft recommendation of the which will be done by the Professor P.G. Dharshakraborty. I can only make a request you that if you made a small note to send it to the Professor Dharshakraborty, so that nothing is left from the salient points. It will be helpful for us. And your lecture is good for the is very much good for the students also to get some exposure of the international scientists how they are tackling the situation.
Right.
So we are grateful that you have attended the lecture. I, on behalf of the RK, am very thankful to you and invite you to come to RK very at some point of time according to your convenience. Thank you. So, if okay, then we come to the next speaker, Dr. Parthopratim Chakraborty, who is the principal scientist, former principal scientist and scientist in charge, Regional Research Center, Rohora and Kolani, ICR SIFA, and actually he's a student of the Narendrapur Ramakrishna Mission, our own residential college, in chemistry honors like the Shuripto, and postgraduate from Calcutta University, agriculture community. That is also our own, and I was there in the Calcutta's director for a long time. And then joined, his area of work is in Sundarban Island, joined in Biofertilizer Development Center, Jabalpur, under the Ministry of Agriculture in 1988, then ARS service in 1991 as a scientist in ICR and joined the ICR SIFA. So he has a lot of experience. He was posted even in Kolani at Regional Research Center in aquaculture and production environment division. Apart from research, his special interest was to develop livelihood of the poor SC/ST people of West Bengal in Sundarban. So he acted as the principal scientist in charge of SIFA, Rohora and Kolani Center, developed breeding and culture technology of Pabda and Tenka, which we are very much fond of. We are also changed livelihood of about 10,000 poor farmers through SIFA evolved technologies. Received Lifetime Achievement Award from the government of Assam. Also received prestigious DST Societal Award from Honorable President of India, and published more than 80 research papers and served SIFA for about 33 years. I invite him to present lecture.
Thank you, and good evening, everybody. And thank you, Dr. Dhar, for inviting me. And thank you, Sudipta, for just connecting everything. And definitely, I must thank all the students and all the things, because from the morning they are here. And now it is just 7 o'clock. We are very much tired. How you people are listening, that is also. So thank you very much, my dear students. In fact, what is my topic is untapped potential of inland fisheries in Sundarban. So what effect, I did my PhD in Sundarban also. And then while working in Sundarban, then I have, in fact, we have analyzed a lot of things are there, because if you focus on the obstacles, you can see the obstacle. If you see the gap, then you can go it. So we have seen so many obstacles in Sundarbans, and definitely to me, it was there before my service and it is still there. we cannot radically change it. This is my thing is because we cannot change the cyclone, we cannot change flood, and climate change is obviously. So naturally, what happened, what we have think that local people are there, they are very poor. They ওখানে ইনফ্যাক্ট ইন্ডাস্ট্রিও তেমন করা সম্ভব নয়। আর্নিং একটা ট্যুরিজমের উপর ডিপেন্ড করে এবং ওভার ডিপেন্ডেন্সি অন দ্য ন্যাচারাল রিসোর্সেস ফর দ্য লাইভলিহুড। ওভার ডিপেন্ডেন্সি মানে কাছাকাছি বন আছে, যাও টিম্বার আনি, হানি আনি, ক্র্যাব আনি, নদী আছে মিন সংগ্রহ করি, এইটা করে যেটুকু টাকা হয় এইটুকু টাকাতে এখনকার দিনে সংসার চলে না। ফলে ওদের মাইগ্রেশন যেটা হচ্ছে এগুলো ক্লাইমেটিক না, এগুলো স্ট্রেট ইকোনমিক। আমার পয়সা নেই, সংসার চলছে না, আমি ওই সিজনাল কিছুটা কাজ করব, বাকি সময়টা দূরে গিয়ে আমি আমার হাজবেন্ডরা কি করে ওরা দূরে চলে যায়, যেটা আমাকে খুব কষ্ট দিয়েছিল। আমি বালি আইল্যান্ড এবং চুনাখালী দুটো আইল্যান্ডকে আমি প্লট করেছিলাম। ওখানে গিয়ে দেখা যাচ্ছিল যে একজন ওয়াইফ তার হাজবেন্ডকে পায় কেবল পুজোর দিন কটাতে, তারপরে আবার চলে যায়, এবং তার ছেলে মেয়েরাও বাবা মাকে পায় না। ইটস এ ভেরি স্যাড স্টোরি। তখন আমি বললাম যে হাউ ইট ক্যান বি ডান, মানে ওখানে দেখুন লাইভলিহুড মানে আমি খুব সহজে বুঝি যে আমার টাকাটা যদি বাইরে চলে যায়, আমার গ্রামের টাকাটা বাইরে চলে গেল, আমার সংসারের টাকাটা বাইরে চলে গেল। কিন্তু আমি যদি লোকাল রিসোর্সেস গুলো সংগ্রহ করি এবং বাইরের লোকেরা আমার জিনিসগুলো কেনে, তাহলে আমার গ্রামে সম্পদ সৃষ্টি হয়, ওয়েলথ সৃষ্টি হয়, তাহলে আমার লাইভলিহুডটা বাড়ে। এটা আমি খুব সিম্পল ভাবে বুঝি। এবং এদেরকে খুব বড় বড় হাই টেকনোলজি দিয়ে গরিব মানুষ যারা খেতে পায় না, যারা খুব দরিদ্র, তাদেরকে মাথায় ঢুকবে না, বিশাল হাই টেকনোলজি দিয়ে হবে না, এটা আমার বিশ্বাস ছিল। তাহলে ওদের যা যা আমার রিসোর্সেস আছে, ওদের লোকাল রিসোর্স যে আছে, সেইটাকে ইউটিলাইজ করে ওদের লাইভলিহুডটা কিছুটা বাড়ানো যায় কিনা। সেটা করতে গিয়ে দেখলাম যে অলরেডি ওদের একটা ব্যাকইয়ার্ড আছে ওদের, এবং প্রত্যেকের বাই ডিফল্ট একটা পুকুর হয়ে গেছে। বাই ডিফল্ট মানে সুন্দরবনে পুকুর করব বলে পুকুর অধিকাংশ লোকে করেনি, মাটির বাড়ি একটা করেছে, যেটুকু জায়গা ছিল সেটুকু খুঁড়ে গেছে। ফলে কি হয়, পুকুরটা বড় হয় না, পুকুরটা গভীর হয়ে যায়, কারণ ওইখান থেকেই মাটিটা যতটুকু কম নিয়ে তুলে নিয়ে মাটি করি, এবং ওই পুকুরটাতেই তাদের বাসন ধোয়া, স্নান করা, কিছু মাছ টাছ যা লোকাল ভেন্ডাররা এসে ফেলে দিয়ে যায়, ওরা মানে ওরা কি করছে, নৈহাটি ভৈহাটি থেকে মাছ টাছগুলো আসে, এসে একটা জায়গায় স্টক করে রাখে, এবং স্টক করে রেখে বর্ষার ঠিক পরে ওদেরকে ভেন্ডার গুলো দিয়ে বলে এই তাড়াতাড়ি নিয়ে নাও নিয়ে নাও নিয়ে নাও, একসঙ্গে মিক্সিং করে রুই কাতলা পুঁটি যা দিয়ে দিল, বললো রুই বেরোলো পুঁটি হয়ে, কারণ ছোট মাছ তো চেনে না কেউ। এবং মাছগুলো এফেক্টিভলি গ্রোথ পিরিয়ডও পায় না, কেননা বর্ষাকালে দিলে শীতের আসা পর্যন্ত গ্রোথ পিরিয়ড হবে, ওইটুকু সময়ে কতটুকু মানে গ্রোথ হয়, 300-400 গ্রাম হয়। তাহলে মাছগুলো বড় হয় না, ছোট হচ্ছে। এবং ওদের যে ইউটিলাইজ যে রিসোর্স থেকে, তাহলে আমি দেখলাম যে ওদের পুয়ার কোয়ালিটি অফ সিড যাচ্ছে, কেননা ওখানে সিড তৈরি হয় না। তাহলে একটা সিড তৈরি করতে হবে, এক নম্বর। সেকেন্ড হচ্ছে যে সিড যে তৈরি করব, ভালো মা বাবা না হলে ভালো বাচ্চাও হবে না, তাহলে গুড ব্রুডার ক্রিয়েট করতে হবে। তাহলে এবারে গুড ব্রুডার্স ম্যানেজমেন্টের জন্য একটা কিছু সেট পিপল, আর কেউ ফ্রিতে পুকুর দেবে না, গ্রামের লোকেদের আমার পুকুরটা দেবো কেন, কাজেই ওখানে করতে হবে। আমরা করলাম বেস্ট কোয়ালিটি, আমরা মাছ সাপ্লাই করলাম, করে ব্রুড স্টক ম্যানেজমেন্টটা শেখালাম। ব্রুড স্টক মানে ভালো ব্রুডার, ভালো মা ভালো বাবা তৈরি করলাম, ম্যাচিওর, ওইখান থেকে বাচ্চা যেখানে হবে সেখানেও আবার কিছু লোককে ট্রেন্ড করলাম, করে আমরা একটা হ্যাচারি আমরা তৈরি, আমাদের পেটেন্টেড হ্যাচারি আছে, হ্যাচারিটা আমরা দিলাম। আমাদের খুব বেস্ট কোয়ালিটি মাছ আছে, সেই মাছগুলো দিয়ে আমরা বেশ কিছু 10-12টা, আমি সমস্ত ডিটেলস বলছি, আমরা তাহলে এফআরপি হ্যাচারি করলাম। তার আগে ব্রুড স্টক আছে, ব্রুড স্টক দিয়ে ব্রুডার পন্ড করলাম, হ্যাচারি করে যে ছোট ছোট বাচ্চা, একটা রুই মাছ 1 কেজি থেকে প্রায় 80,000 থেকে 1 লক্ষ বাচ্চা হবে। এবারে হচ্ছে ওইগুলোকে আলাদা আলাদা করে প্রপার সায়েন্টিফিক নলেজ ওদের নেই। তাহলে এবার সায়েন্টিফিক নলেজ, সায়েন্স ঢোকাচ্ছি বললে কোনোদিনই হবে না, যত আমি ট্রেনিং দিই, আমরা প্রথমে কল্যাণী এনে ট্রেনিং দিয়েছি, কিচ্ছু লাভ হয়নি। ওদের কাছে বসে ওদের হাতে কলমে শেখানোটা যদি বারবার করি এবং কোনো এক সময় আমরা যাব না, তারা যদি নিজেরা করতে পারে, কনফিডেন্স আসে। এইবারে মাছটা যেটা হবে ওটাকে আমরা রিয়ারিং পন্ড, মানে ছোট মাছ 12 দিনের মাছটাকে নার্সারি পন্ডে দেব, একদম 3 দিনের যে বাচ্চাগুলোকে নার্সারিতে দেব, 12 দিনেরটা রিয়ারিং দেব। এই রিয়ারিং থেকে আমরা 100-150 গ্রামের ভালো মাছ তৈরি করব, ওইটা কম্পোজিট ফিশ কালচার দেব। কিন্তু দেখা যাচ্ছে যে ল্যাক অফ হ্যাচারি এবং এবং হচ্ছে ওদের অ্যাবসেন্স অফ কনসেপ্ট অফ ডিফারেন্ট টাইপ অফ পন্ডস, মানে মাছ চাষের জন্য যে বিভিন্ন রকমের পুকুর দরকার সেটা জানা নেই। তো ওদের যা পুকুর আছে ওইখানে মাছ ফেলে দিল, ওটাই বড় হলো, ওটাই খেলো, ছোট মাছ, কিন্তু ডিফারেন্ট টাইপের মাছ দরকার। তাহলে দেখলাম এই নলেজগুলো ঢোকাতে হবে। এই নলেজগুলো ঢোকানোর জন্য তাছাড়া হচ্ছে প্রত্যেকের কাছে ব্যাকইয়ার্ড, প্রত্যেকের কাছে পন্ডের একটা এমব্যাঙ্কমেন্ট আছে, এমব্যাঙ্কমেন্টে বাম্বু ট্যাম্বু এইসব নানান গাছপাছ থাকে, ওটাকে কাজে লাগানো যায় না। তাহলে ওটাকেও যদি এরিয়া করে ইনকাম করানো যেতে পারে, এবং ব্যাকইয়ার্ড যদি আছে ওখানে যদি ইন্টিগ্রেটেড ফার্মিং সিস্টেম এবং যদি হাই কোয়ালিটি ডাক এবং যদি মুরগি দিয়ে আর্ন করানো যায় তাহলে কেমন হয়। এইবারে আমরা করলাম, আমরা প্রপার ব্রুড স্টক ম্যানেজমেন্ট শেখালাম। ব্রুড স্টকের ম্যানেজমেন্ট করতে গেলে আমরা পিরিয়ডিক, ওরা প্রথমে কোনো কনসেপ্টই ছিল না ব্রুডার মাছ কি হবে, মাছ বড় হচ্ছে যেমন পিরিয়ডিক নেটিং করানো হলো। এবং ভালো খাওয়ার আমাদের একটা সিফা থেকে সিফা ব্রুড আছে, ওটা আমরা দিলাম এমনি ফ্রি অফ কস্ট দিলাম প্রথমে, এবং 1000 ভালো ব্রুডার মাছ করে আমরা 20 জন বেনিফিশিয়ারিকে করলাম। যে আমি বললাম যে তোমাদের ওখানে মাছগুলো বড় হবে, এইবারে এই মাছগুলো তোমরা ব্রিডিং এ দেবে, কিন্তু সেটা তোমরা পয়সা নেবে, পয়সা দিয়ে ওখানে দেবে, আমরা কিনে নেব, আবার ওই মাছগুলোকে নিয়ে নেবে, মানে ওরা হায়ারিং সিস্টেম করবে। এইবারে করে ব্রুড স্টক ম্যানেজমেন্ট শীতে 5 থেকে 10% ওয়াটার এক্সচেঞ্জ করতে হলো। এবং আমরা দুটো অপারেশন নিলাম, একটা বালি আইল্যান্ড, একটা চুনাখালী আইল্যান্ড। বালি আইল্যান্ডে আমরা এফআরপি হ্যাচারি দিলাম, এবং চুনাখালী খুব পলিটিক্যালি ভীষণ ডিস্টার্ব এরিয়া। আমরা বিভিন্ন সময় আমরা শুনছিলাম প্রথম থেকে, ওখানে এমন দিন গেছে আমার নিচে 5টা ডেড বডি পড়ে আছে, উপরে অন্ধকার ঘরের উপরে আমি শুয়ে আছি ওদের টেকনোলজি দেওয়ার জন্য। এরকম ইটস এ হিউজ এক্সপিরিয়েন্স, ওটা বলার এখন টাইম নেই। এবং হ্যাচারিতে দেখা যাচ্ছে যে একসঙ্গে নানান মাছ করলে একটা হাইব্রিড মাছ হবে, কোনটা রুই কোনটা কাতলা বোঝা যাবে না। ফলে সিঙ্গেল স্পিসিস করে করতে হবে, কাতলা তো কাতলা, রুই তো রুই, বাটা তো বাটা, এইভাবে ওদেরকে শেখানো হলো। এবং ওদের মানে হ্যাচারিতে জু প্ল্যাঙ্কটন ফ্রি ওয়াটার দিতে হবে, সেটা ওরা জানতো না। জু প্ল্যাঙ্কটন ফ্রি না দিলে ওই ডিমগুলো পেঁয়াজ করে ফাটিয়ে দেবে, ফলে বাচ্চাগুলো আর হবে না, ওগুলো হয়ে যাবে আর কি, মরে যাবে। এবং প্রথমে ওদের পিটিউটারি গ্ল্যান্ড থেকে ওরা করতো, ওটা বন্ধ করে গোনাডোট্রপিক হরমোন দিয়ে ইঞ্জেকশন শেখালাম। এবং শিখিয়ে এলাম, প্রথমে আমরা ওদের শেখানোর পরে দেখা গেল বাচ্চাগুলো হলো না, মানে ওই উপরে যে ইয়ক স্যাকটা ওইটা হার্ডেন হয়ে যাচ্ছিল ক্যালসিয়ামের জন্য, ফলে টুইঞ্চিং করছে, বাচ্চাগুলো নড়ছে, প্রায় 8-10 লক্ষ বাচ্চা নড়ছে, কিন্তু অক্সিজেনের অভাবে ফুটো করে বেরোতে পারলো না, মরে গেল। সে ভেরি পেনফুল। তখন আমরা বুঝলাম না, জলটাকে সফট করতে হবে, ফলে রেন ওয়াটার হারভেস্টিং করলাম। এই ছোট্ট ছোট্ট জিনিসগুলো চেঞ্জ করে একটা মিরাকেল হয়ে গেছিল ওখানে। ফলে ওইখানে করার পরে তারপরে দেখা গেল যে ওইখানে স্পেন ব্রুডারটা করার পরে আমরা এই মানে 4 বছরে আমরা প্রায় 50 লাখ মতো আমরা ছোট ছোট বাচ্চা স্পন তৈরি করলাম বালি এবং যা চুনাখালীতে। এবং 16 জন বেনিফিশিয়ারি তাদেরকে শেখানো হলো, তারা কি করে ওই এফআরপি হ্যাচারি ইউজ করবে। 16 বেনিফিশিয়ারি শিখলো, সেখান থেকে যদি 4-5 জনও করে প্রচুর এনাফ। এখানে প্রত্যেকটা ছবি দেখা যাচ্ছে, যে ডিমগুলো দেখা যাচ্ছে, ছোট 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 বাচ্চা, হ্যাচারি দেখা যাচ্ছে, ওইগুলো দেখা যাচ্ছে। এরপরে নার্সারি, এই যেই 3 দিন হয়ে গেল তখন আমরা করলাম নার্সারি। নার্সারি করতে গেলে একটা পুকুর নিয়ে, এইখানে প্রবলেম দেখা গেল যে নার্সারির জন্য লো ডেপথ ওয়াটার দরকার। লো ডেপথ ওয়াটার কি করে করব, ওখানে তো গভীর পুকুর। তখন করলাম পন্ড, মানে ওর মধ্যে হাপা দিলাম, হাপা দিয়ে ওটাকে ছোট করে নিলাম, ছোট করে ওইখানে ছোট 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 স্পনদের দিলাম এবং তার আগে পুকুরটাকে পরিষ্কার করলাম। পরিষ্কার করে হিউজ জু প্ল্যাঙ্কটন তখন তৈরি করতে হয়, সেই জন্য আমরা করলাম খাবার দিলাম এবং করে রেন ওয়াটার মানে দিয়ে আমরা ওই স্পনগুলোকে করলাম। এইবার করার পরে আমরা জানতাম গ্রাউন্ডনাট অয়েল কেক যদি দেওয়া যায় সবচেয়ে ভালো জু প্ল্যাঙ্কটন হয়, কিন্তু গ্রাউন্ডনাট অয়েল কেকের দাম আমরা চলে এলেও ওরা ওই দামটা দেবে না, ফলে ওদের সর্ষের খোল দিয়ে আমরা ফ্লোর দিয়ে আমরা করলাম ওটা মিশিয়ে আমরা জু প্ল্যাঙ্কটন তৈরি করাটা শিখিয়ে দিলাম। এইটা করতে হলো, তাতে দেখা গেল মানে বালিতে প্রায় প্রথম বছর আমরা ফিশ সিড প্রোডাকশন করলাম 2.5 লাখ এবং 2018-তে করলাম 2 লাখ। চুনাখালীতে আমাদের সবসময় নাইলনে হাপা দিতে হয়েছিল এবং ওখানে 1.23 লাখ আমরা বাচ্চা করলাম নার্সারি পন্ড। এইবারে নার্সারি একটা মজা হচ্ছে, আমরা দেখছিলাম সুন্দরবনে প্রবলেমটা যেটা হচ্ছে ওরা 5 গ্রাম থেকে 10 গ্রামের বাচ্চা বর্ষার পরে ছাড়ে, জুলাই মাসে ছাড়ে, তাহলে আগস্ট সেপ্টেম্বর অক্টোবর নভেম্বর এই 4 মাস গ্রোথ পায়। ওই সময় কিন্তু আমাদের এই সময়টা থেকে যখন হঠাৎ উত্তরের বাতাসটা দক্ষিণে শুরু হয় তখন কিন্তু গরমটা পড়ে, এই সময় কিন্তু টিপিক্যালি গ্রোথ পিরিয়ড, মাছের গ্রোথ পিরিয়ড। তাহলে আমাদের এখানে মাছের প্রপার গ্রোথ পিরিয়ডে ভালো মাছ দিতে হবে। এই জন্য আমরা করলাম যে বাচ্চাগুলো তৈরি হলো ওইটাকে আমরা 28 জন বেনিফিশিয়ারিকে আমরা তৈরি করে আগস্ট মাসে দিয়ে দিলাম। তাহলে সেপ্টেম্বর অক্টোবর নভেম্বর ডিসেম্বর জানুয়ারি ফেব্রুয়ারি 6 মাস ধরে ওই জায়গায় হাই স্টকিং দিলাম। মানে এমনি পুকুরে আমরা মাছ চাষের জন্য 10,000 স্টকিং ডেন্সিটি করি, কিন্তু যখন ওটাকে জোর করে স্টান্টেড করে রাখলাম মানে বেটে করে রাখলাম 40,000 দিয়ে দিলাম মানে পার হেক্টরে করে আমরা ওই জায়গায় 1.66 পন্ড নিলাম। 28 জন বেনিফিশিয়ারি নিয়ে আমরা 3,500 কেজি স্টান্টেড ফিঙ্গারলিংস তৈরি করলাম। ওইটা ঠিক মার্চ মাসের গোড়ায় ফেলে দিলাম, ফলে যেই ওই জায়গায় হালকা করে ফেলে দিলাম 29 বেনিফিশিয়ারিতে তখন আমরা করলাম 1.21 হেক্টর পন্ডে নিয়ে। দেখা গেল যেখানে ওরা 700 ম্যাক্সিমাম 600-700 কেজি পার হেক্টর পার ইয়ার পেত, সেইটা ওদের প্রোডাকশন ওরা দেখলো 3,250 কেজি পার হেক্টর পার ইয়ার। ইটস প্রায় 4 গুণ মতো লাভ। এবং ওরা শুধু অবাক হয়ে যায়নি, ওরা ওইখানে করতাম আমরা মেলা করতাম, যেখানে যেখানে মাছগুলো বেরিয়েছে সবাইকে ডেকে এনে ওইখানে আমরা মিটিং করে ট্রেনিং করে দেখাতাম যে তোমরা দেখো কি হচ্ছে। ফলে আমরা খুব বেশি কথা বলতাম না, আমরা প্র্যাকটিক্যালি ওদেরকে ইনভলভ করতাম, আমরা দেখাতাম। এইবারে দেখা গেল ওদেরকে বললাম তোমরা বেশি মাছ ছাড়ো। আগে কি হতো, যে মাছ পেত একটা ভেন্ডার এলো কিছু মাছ দিয়ে দিল, আবার 10 দিন বাদে ফেলে, ওরা ভাবলাম যত মাছ ছাড়বে তত বেশি মাছ পাবো, কিন্তু তা তো নয়, একটা ছোট্ট স্পেসে বেশি মাছ হতে পারে না। তাদেরকে ওইটা দেখানো গেল যে দেখো বেশি মাছ ছেড়েও তোমার যা প্রোডাকশন কম হয়েছে, বরং ঠিক স্টকিং ডেন্সিটি হলে ভালো হয়। এবং আমরা দেখা যাচ্ছে যে মাছ ওরা কি করতো, ভেন্ডাররা একসঙ্গে মিক্সিং ফেলে দিত, ভুল হতো। আমরা বলতাম না, তোমরা কাতলা দিলে, তোমরা যদি 10টা মাছের মধ্যে কাতলা 4টা দেবে, রুই 4টা দেবে, মৃগেল মানে তুমি দেবে, রুই 3টা দেবে, মৃগেল 3টা দেবে, বাটা কিছু দেবে। এই প্রপার স্টকিং ডেন্সিটি, কারণ ডিফারেন্ট লেয়ারে মাছগুলো থাকে, এই জিনিসগুলো শেখানো হলো এবং ওদের সাপ্লিমেন্টারি ফিডিং দেওয়াটা শেখানো হলো। মাছকে ওরা মনে করতো যে ওই যেটুকু ওই মানে ভাত খাওয়ার পরে থালা ধুতে গেলে যেটুকু হয় সেইটুকু খেয়ে মাছ যা বাড়বে, কিন্তু ওদেরকে ফিডিংটা যে দিতে হয় সকালে করে দিতে হয়, মানে শুরুতে একটু বেশি প্রোটিন তারপরে একটু কম প্রোটিন, সেই জিনিসটা মানে দেওয়ানো হলো। পিরিয়ডিক টেবিল এবং লাইমিং, প্রত্যেক মাসে লাইমিং দেওয়া হলো। এবং আমরা অর্গানিক জুস তৈরি করে মানে যেটা আমরা করলাম প্রতি 10 দিন অন্তর অন্তর অর্গানিক আমরা একটা চিটে গুড় দিয়ে, সর্ষের খোল দিয়ে, ইউরিয়া দিয়ে, সুপার ফসফেট দিয়ে একটা জল করে প্রত্যেক 10 দিন অন্তর অন্তর মানে দিতাম। সেটা ওদের খুব ইকোনমিক্যালি হলো, খুব খরচাটাও কম হলো। এবং ওটা দেখা গেল যে লাইমিং দিয়ে পুকুরটাকে হালকা করে, জলটাকে হালকা করলে বেশি ফটোসিনথেসিসও মানে জাস্ট হলো। এবং ওদের ডিজিজ ম্যানেজমেন্টের জন্য, ডিজিজটা দেখুন এখনো পর্যন্ত ভারতবর্ষের সব জায়গায় গ্রামে গঞ্জে পুকুরে মাছের যদি রোগ হয়, সে রোগ শহরে আনবে মৎস্য বিশেষজ্ঞরা বলবে মাছ সারবে, আলটিমেটলি কিছু হয় না। তার চেয়ে মানে প্রোফাইলেকটিকই ভালো, না যাতে হয় একটু একটু প্রত্যেক মাসে যখন মাছের খাবারটা একটু বাড়ানো হয়, মানে মাছ বাড়লে তো বেশি খাবে, সেইটা প্রতি মাসে নেটিং যে করতে হয় দেখানো হলো, শেখানো হলো। শেখানোর পরে ওদেরকে বললো যে একটু পটাশিয়াম পারম্যাঙ্গানেট একটু কমন সল্ট দিয়ে বাদ দিয়ে দাও, এবং শীতের আগে একটু সিফাক্স দিয়ে দাও, দিয়ে দিলে ভালো হয়। এইভাবে আমরা বিভিন্ন জায়গায় বিভিন্ন সেটের জন্য আমরা ট্রেনিং করালাম। ট্রেনিং করি আমরা ট্রেন্ড করলাম অ্যাবাউট, আমরা প্রায় 375 ইন্ডিভিজুয়াল ট্রেন্ড করলাম, এবং অ্যাকসেপ্টেন্স হয়েছে ট্রেনিং এর পরে। যেটা আমরা দেখলাম ট্রেনিং এর পরে 2 বছর বাদে কত লোক আমাদের ছাড়া করছে, সেটা দেখা গেল 59% অ্যাকসেপ্টেড, হুইচ ইজ কোয়াইট গুড। একটা গ্রামে যদি ট্রেনিং করা হয় 59% অ্যাকসেপ্টেড করা হয় ট্রেনিং, ইট ইজ অ্যাবসলিউটলি ভেরি গুড। এইটা করার পরে আমরা বললাম যে তোমরা একটা কাজ করো, যারা ওই নার্সারি করেছিল, রিয়ারিং করেছিল, পুকুরগুলোর পরে তো খালি পড়ে আছে, তোমরা করলো, ওদেরকে বললাম তোমরা পন্ড ডাইকটাকে ইউজ করো, ডাইক করে নিউট্রি রিচ ইন্টিগ্রেটেড ফার্মিং সিস্টেম ওদেরকে আমরা মানে শেখালাম, মানে ওদেরকে পন্ড ডাইক এবং ব্যাকওয়ার্ড গুলোকে ইউজ করাটা শেখালাম। ট্র্যাডিশনাল প্র্যাকটিস ওরা করতো, লাইভ স্টক, ওরাও মুরগি করতো, হাঁস করতো, কিন্তু ট্র্যাডিশনাল মানে ভালো জাতের মুরগি, যেটা বনরাজা মুরগিটা আমরা কল্যাণীর ওখান থেকে নিয়ে গেলাম, আমরা ওখান থেকে খাকি ক্যাম্বেল হাঁস নিয়ে গেলাম। ওইগুলো নিয়ে গিয়ে পরে ওদেরকে দেখা গেলাম যে ওদেরকে ইঞ্জেকশন দিতে হয়, ওদেরকে ওষুধ দিতে হয়, এই জিনিসগুলো যত ওদের ভ্যাকসিনেশন, বেসিক মেডিকেশন শেখানো হলো, এবং হাই ভ্যালু ক্রপস দিলাম, ব্রোকলি, লেটুস, হ্যাঁ, ব্রোকলি, লেটুস, এইভাবে ধরো চায়না ক্যাবেজ, হাইব্রিড চিলি, এই জিনিসগুলো ওদেরকে ব্যাকয়ার্ডে করলাম, যেগুলোতে ওদের নিজস্ব নিউট্রিশন হলো। আরেকটা যেটা হলো, ওই যে মুরগি এবং হাঁসগুলো আমরা এটা করেছিলাম, ওটা কিন্তু মহিলারা করবে, এবং মহিলাদের ব্যাংকের অ্যাকাউন্ট খুলে দিয়েছিলাম, এবং ওদের প্রতি সপ্তাহে শহর থেকে লোকে যেত এবং অর্গানিক ডিম বলে কিনে নিয়ে যেত, ওরা 10 টাকা করে বিক্রি করতো, যেটা মলে টলে 13 টাকা 14 টাকা করে ওরা জাস্ট মানে কি করতো, বিক্রি করতো। কি হলো? হ্যাঁ, না ঠিক আছে, দেখি। হ্যাঁ, এই টোটাল ডেমনস্ট্রেশন আমরা করেছিলাম বালিতে, ছোট্ট 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 মানে প্রতিটি জিনিসের উপরে, যেমন স্টান্টেডের উপরে নিয়েছিলাম 28 জনকে, ব্রুড স্টক ম্যানেজমেন্টে 4 জনকে, কার্ভ ব্রিডিং এ 12 জনকে, এগ্রি হটিতে আমরা করেছিলাম 27 জনকে, টোটাল 292 আমরা বেনিফিশিয়ারিকে আমরা ডেমনস্ট্রেশন করেছিলাম। মেবি খুব স্মল, কিন্তু প্রচুর পরিমাণে নিয়ে আমরা বারবার করেছিলাম। এবং উপরে দেখুন, ওটা দেখা যাচ্ছে ওদের ডিম, ওদের নিচে মানে বিভিন্ন ধরনের ক্যাবেজ দেখা যাচ্ছে, এইসব মানে করা যাচ্ছে। এবং এইটা হওয়ার পরে সোশ্যাল ইম্প্যাক্ট যেটা হলো, দেখুন ওইখানে এটা আমরা দেখলাম যে ওরা যখন দেখছে আমাদের গ্রামে আমাদের ভালো ইনকাম হচ্ছে, এবং ফ্যামিলি টুগেদার, এবং ওদের হাজবেন্ডকে ফিরে আসার পরে বললো দেখো আমার তো বাড়িতেই প্রচুর কাজ, তুমি আর যাচ্ছ কেন? ফলে বহু হাজবেন্ড শীতের ওরা পুজোয় আসার পরে আর ওরা মানে গেল না, বললো না এইখানে আমরা কাজ করব। এবং নদীতে মিন ধরার চাইতে যদি আমি ব্যাকইয়ার্ডে একটু হাঁস মুরগি পালন করে প্রত্যেক সপ্তাহে যদি আমি টাকা পাই, তাহলে নদীতে মিন মানে ধরবো কেন? এইভাবে কিন্তু প্রচুর পরিমাণে মাইগ্রেশন টু আদারটাকে স্টপ করা গেল, যেটা আমাদের খুব এইটা হলো, এবং লাইভ লসেসটাও কমে গেল, এবং ফ্যামিলি টুগেদার নিশ্চয়ই বাড়লো, ওমেনটা বাড়লো, এবং নিউট্রিশনাল সিকিউরিটি, ফিশ, এগ, আমরা বলেছিলাম যে মেয়েদেরকে একটা করে ডিম খেতে দিতে হবে, কেন ওমেনরা সবচেয়ে ডিপ্রাইভ হয় গ্রামে। আমরা বলে তোমাদের সমস্ত দেবো, সেই মেয়ের নামে দেবো, কিন্তু একটা করে ডিম যেন বাড়ির মেন যেন মেয়েরা খায়। যাই হোক, সে কতটা শুনেছে কি আছে, সবাই শুনেও নি, মেয়েরা বলছে না আমার শ্বশুরকে না খেয়ে আমি খাবো, এনিওয়ে সেটা তো মেয়েদের ব্যাপার। কিন্তু ব্রোকলি, লেটুস, চাইনিজ এইসব হলো, এবং ইকোনমিক ইম্প্যাক্ট হলো, এদের রিডিউসড হলো স্টকিং ডেন্সিটিতে, ওদের 34% ওদের খরচা কমে গেল, এক গাদা না দিয়ে কম ওরা করতে, এবং প্রচুর প্রিভেন্টেড লস হলো, এবং ইন্ট্রোডাকশন খাকি ক্যাম্বেল বনরাজা মুরগিতে প্রফিট হলো। এবং এই জিনিসটা এত সাকসেসফুল হয়েছিল প্রজেক্ট, বিভিন্ন পলিসি মেকাররা দেখতে এসেছিল, এবং শুধু তাই নয়, আইসিআর এর থেকে টোটাল সারা ভারত থেকে 32 ইনস্টিটিউটের ডাইরেক্টররা এসেছিল প্রজেক্টটা দেখতে, এবং সমস্ত আইসিআর এর গভর্নিং বডি এসে মানে দেখেছিল, এবং সামহাউ এইটাতে প্রাইম মিনিস্টার নিজে বলেছিল একটা ভিডিও, একটা ইন্ডিপেন্ডেন্ট চ্যানেলকে দিয়ে প্রাইম মিনিস্টার ভিডিও করেছিল, ভিডিও করে নিজে মানে দেখেছিলেন, তারপরে সাডেনলি আই গট অ্যাওয়ার্ড, মানে ওটা পেয়েছি। যাই হোক, সেইটাই আমি বলছি, আমি কি হলো না, এদেরকে যেমন বলেছি ট্রেনিং, ওদের সঙ্গে সঙ্গে বাংলা একটা করে কিন্তু ছোট্ট ওদের মানে মানে এও দিয়ে দিয়েছি, লিপলেটও দিয়ে দিয়েছি, যেগুলো বলেছি মাথা থেকে তো মানে থাকে না, ভুলে যায়, ফলে ওদের লিপলেটও দিয়েছি, এও করেছি এবং সবকিছু করেছি। এবং করার পরে আমি জাস্ট ভিডিওটা চালিয়ে দিচ্ছি। এই ভিডিওটা জাস্ট 3 মিনিট 4 মিনিট, আশা করি টাইম বেশি নেইনি আমি।
চলবে স্যার, হ্যাঁ স্যার।
না চললে ছেড়ে দিন, সেটা ঠিক আছে, কারণ টাইম একদমই নেই সেটা।
We have shortage of time.
না আমি বুঝতে পারছি, আমি
पश्चिम बंगाल का सुंदरवन डेल्टा, समुद्र का किनारा और सुंदर नजारों ने 102 द्वीपों के इस इलाके को सौंदर्य तो दिया, लेकिन साथ ही कई चुनौतियां भी दी है। नमक वाले इस पानी ने यहाँ के खाने के साथ खेती
হ্যাঁ বলুন। হ্যাঁ কিছুই না, ভেরি সিম্পল, কিছু কিছু আইল্যান্ড নিতে হবে, যে যে জায়গা, যেমন এটাকে করার পরে কুমিরমারিতে এটাকে রেপ্লিকেট করেছে সুন্দর ওই জাস্ট ওয়াইল্ড লাইফ, এইখান থেকে নিয়ে আমরা গিয়ে ওখানে বেনিফিশিয়ারি সিলেক্ট করব, ওইখানে গিয়ে কিছু ব্রুডার দিয়ে একদম সেম জিনিসটা করে যাব।
बाड़ी और जीवन को भी काफी हद तक खरा बना।
ওটা করে দিন, শেষ হয়ে যাবে, যা 2-3 মিনিটের ভেতরে শেষ হয়ে যাবে। না না এগোতে হবে না,
না না পিছিয়ে করছি।
মানে এইটা তারপরে ডিফারেন্ট কেভি কি নিমপিট কেভি के
पश्चिम बंगाल का सुंदरवन डेल्टा, समुद्र का किनारा और सुंदर नजारों ने 102 द्वीपों के इस इलाके को सौंदर्य तो दिया, लेकिन साथ ही कई चुनौतियां भी दी है। नमक वाले इस पानी ने यहाँ के खाने के साथ खेतीबाड़ी और जीवन को भी काफी हद तक खरा बना दिया है। पैर बांधती गीली मिट्टी में घंटों रोजी रोटी के इंतजार में ये चहलकदमी दूर बैठे लोगों के लिए महज एक खेल हो, लेकिन इनके लिए जान पर खेलने जैसा है। पानी में मगरमच्छ तो बाहर रॉयल बंगाल टाइगर की नजर कभी भी इन पर झपक पड़ती है। उधर शहद और केकड़े की तलाश में जो पुरुष जंगल में जाते हैं, उनमें से कई वापस लौटकर ही नहीं आ पाते। और इन्हीं जटिलताओं ने इस इलाके को बायोटेक्नोलॉजी की प्रयोगशाला बना दिया। अनुसूचित जाति जनजाति के लोगों के पास उपलब्ध संसाधनों की मदद से ही डीबीटी ने इन्हें आज नई धारा दी है। मछली, मुर्गी और बत्तख पालन के साथ साथ किचन गार्डन अब इन लोगों की आजीविका का साधन बन गए हैं।
আমার নাম কল্পনা মৃধা। আমরা এই সুন্দরবনে আগে যে মাছ টাছগুলো আসতো, এ দিয়ে আমাদের ভালো একটা উপকৃত হতো না। এখন এই মাছ, মুরগি, সবজি করে আমাদের 2-3 গুণ পয়সা মানে উপকৃত হচ্ছে এর থেকে। আগে এরকম হতো না, আর এগুলো আমরা আগে পেতাম না।
पहले ट्राइबल से प्लांट और अब डीबीटी की फंडिंग से ICAR सिफा के मछली बीज उत्पादन ने आज बाली और चूनाखली के करीब 200 घरों की काया बदल दी है।
यहाँ पे हम लोग रोहू, कतला, मृगल मछली का ब्रीडिंग के लिए ये FRP कार फैचरी बिठा है, और ये जो है ये है ब्रीडिंग पूल। मछली का इंजेक्शन देने के बाद हम लोग मछली को यहाँ पे छोड़ देते हैं। तो छोड़ने के बाद 5 से 6 घंटे के बाद ये अंडा छोड़ देते हैं। तो ये 1 केजी का रोहू कतला मृगल मछली ऑलमोस्ट 60 to 70,000 और रोहू में कभी कभी 1 लाख से ऊपर ये अंडा देते हैं।
इस सुंदरबन में यहाँ पर कोई ब्रीडिंग हैचरी था ही नहीं। ICRC यहाँ पे फास्ट एक ब्रीडिंग हैचरी दिया, क्योंकि अच्छा क्वालिटी सीड अगर मिले तो मछली बड़ा होगा। वो मछली हर घर में मछली होगा तो न्यूट्रिशन आएगा एंड उन लोग मछली बेच के इनकम कर सकते। मछली के साथ इंटीग्रेटेड फिशरी का प्रोजेक्ट लिया, एक बाली आइलैंड और एक चूनाखाली आइलैंड। यहाँ पर जो है आदमी पूरा एससी है एंड कुछ ट्राइबल भी है। इन लोग का रहने का खाने का कुछ भी है नहीं। जंगल में उन लोग चलते हैं, जो टाइगर का अटैक होता है वहाँ से हनी क्रैब लेते हैं। इसमें इन लोग का लाइफस्टाइल काफी चेंज हुआ।
अब यहाँ हर घर के आंगन में बने तालाब में मछलियाँ तैरती हैं और किचन गार्डन में हरियाली और पोषण पनपता है, जो इनके घर के साथ साथ शरीर के कुपोषण को भी खत्म कर रहा है। जबकि बनराजा मुर्गियाँ इनकी आमदनी और मनोरंजन दोनों का जरिया है।
আমার নাম অনিমা সরদার, গ্রাম বিজয়নগর। আমি বনরাজ চাষ করেছি, এতে আমার দুগুণ লাভ রয়েছে। মাংস ও ডিম থেকে এই বনরাজ আমি করতে চাই ও দুটো ঘর বানিয়েছি।
तो बाली में हम दिखाई दिया जो बेनिफिशियरी है उनको पास मुर्गा दिया, उनके पास जो जमीन था ठीक से यूटिलाइज नहीं जा होता। तो अभी इसमें हम लोग ने लेटूस दिया, टमाटर दिया, ये सब चाइना कैबेज है, ये सब हाई वैल्यू हेल्दी फूड दिया। यहाँ पर बहुत टूरिस्ट आता है। दिस फार्मर, ये जो गरीब फार्मर लोग वहाँ पर मैंने बेच देता है, प्लस उनको अपना न्यूट्रिशन का भी एक ख्याल जाता। तो कुल मिला के तालाब, मुर्गा, हॉर्टिकल्चर गार्डन लेके हमारा प्रधानमंत्री की जो पूरा मैंने सपना है बाय 2022 डबलिंग ऑफ फार्मिंग का अभी अब यहाँ पर मैंने डबलिंग नहीं, ये जो डीबीटी फंडेड प्रोजेक्ट से तीनों कुल मिला के इंटीग्रेटेड फार्मिंग प्लस क्वालिटी सीड मछली दे के 3 गुना से भी ज्यादा प्रॉफिट हो रहा है।
ये भारतीय कृषि अनुसंधान केंद्र परिषद के क्षेत्रीय मीठा पानी जीव पालन संस्थान की तकनीक का ही नतीजा है कि अब यहाँ का पलायन भी धीरे धीरे कम हो रहा है। पहले यहाँ रोजगार के लिए पुरुष घर छोड़ने को मजबूर थे तो महिलाएं और बच्चे उनके इंतजार को, लेकिन आज तस्वीर बदल रही है। डीबीटी ने न सिर्फ पुरुषों को स्वावलंबी बनाया है, बल्कि महिलाओं को भी वुमेन एम्पावरमेंट से जोड़ा है। और जैव तकनीक का ये सामाजिक विकास सुंदरवन की सुंदरता को बढ़ाते हुए यहाँ के लोगों का वर्तमान और भविष्य दोनों संवार रहा है।
ना, thank you. Any question? No, we can do it. It can be done. Already people are doing, but a large scale definitely fund will be needed, and the workforce.
Actually, KBK is doing
KBK is doing very good work. KBK Nimpit is doing KBK Nimpit 1000 এর উপরে লোককে কাজে করেছে।
I visited many of their places, so they are doing much work.
Actually, স্বাগত স্যার, অ্যাকচুয়ালি কি হয়েছিল ওইটার পরে ওই কটকের যে রাইস রিসার্চ, ওরা সল্ট টলারেন্ট ভ্যারাইটি রাইস দিয়েছিল। কেবিকে নিমপিট 1000 জন কোকোনাট দিয়েছিল, তারপরে ওদের ক্লাইম্বার দিয়েছিল। বিভিন্ন মানে ওইটার পরে বিভিন্ন ইনস্টিটিউট একটা কনভার্জেন্স করেছিল, করে ওই জায়গাগুলোকে ডেভেলপ করেছে। এবং কিন্তু প্রচুর আইল্যান্ড, কয়েকটা মাত্র 1-2 জায়গায় হয়েছে, বাকিগুলো জায়গায় সবকটা জায়গায় সম্ভাবনা আছে। ডেফিনেটলি একটা গুড প্রজেক্ট নিলে কাজ করা যায়।
ঠিক আছে, থ্যাংক ইউ ডক্টর চক্রবর্তী। So, our next speaker is Dr. Prabir Kumar Gorain, Plant Protection, Ramkrishna Mission Ashram KBK, Nimpi, South 24 Pagaras. His topic is climate resilient agriculture in Sundarban. So he is presently working as a plant protection scientist in NIMPIT, and he has vast experience in biopesticide, biofertilizer, organic farming, beekeeping. Then he has a Atma sponsored project he has handled, and liquid biofertilizer, etc. he has generated. He is presently the PI of All India Coordinated Research Project on Honeybee and Pollinators, and involved in the alternative method promotion for wild honey hunters of Sundarban. So I just request, maybe one more request is that be brief.
Good evening, sir. I'll be brief. And as from yesterday, we're listening, already we have listed the various climatic factors of Sundarban region. But when we are talking about agriculture, let me prioritize some of these vulnerabilities that is most important for doing agriculture. As you all know, that agriculture is a outcome of several factors, the most important of which are soil, water, and weather. And in Sundarban situation, if we see, this practice is not very old. That means agriculture is literally not very old. It's a very new type of livelihood opportunity. Just after the human settlement started in this area, the forests were cleared, which are actually prone to submergence daily. So there came the embankment system, which actually protects the agricultural land from the saline water outside the villages. So the source of water for agriculture here, there are plenty of saline water, both in the river and also in the underground situation. But as agriculture requires fresh water, so rainwater is the main source of irrigation for this locality. And regarding climate factors, already you have discussed, it's a very complex, diverse, and risk-prone. But if we talk about agriculture, we can see the unique topography and inherently poor subsurface and surface drainage is hindering the agriculturists most. The dike system is very prone to breaching on and often. Adding to this is the storm surge, which together on and often inundates the fields, making it saline and rendering agriculture uncultivable for 3 to 4 years. Then again, due to the nature of the soil particles and the deflocculated condition, the subsurface drainage is also very poor. So the infiltration rate is poor, and if there is a intensive rainfall within a short period of time, the crops remain submerged for even up to 14 to 15 days. And though the shallow aquifers are tapped for irrigation, it is not very sustainable, because after every 3 or 4 years, these shallow tube wells fail and the entire shallow aquifer becomes saline. And there is a very dangerous tendency in this area now, because the drinking water supplying bore wells, that is bored up to 1000 and 1200 feet, even that water is being used for irrigation during the boro rice cultivation present condition. So that is very alarming. The major crops traditionally being grown here, due to all these topographical and drainage congestion, are like this. If we see the total landmass here, can be classified into 3 major types. The lowland, where there will be around 3 feet of submergence after in rainy season. Then the medium land situation, from 6 inch to 1 feet height water stagnation, and the highland. And the major cropping pattern here, the cropping sequence here, is the paddy, green gram, fallow, or paddy, lathyrus, fallow. Only in certain pockets where highland exists, and if the farmer is having some irrigation source like pond or canal water, then he goes for high yielding paddy along with vegetable, and then the next season also vegetable. But predominantly the summer season remains fallow in most of the area. And if you see the farm income, net farm income, it hardly exceeds from 20,000 to 80,000 rupees based on the land situation and irrigation source. And as the climatic vagaries are also increasing, whatever crops people are growing, on and often it also gets lost due to certain climatic factors like intensive rainfall within a short period of time, rendering stagnation of water, which also hinders the timely sowing and transplanting of the major crops. At the same point of time, it can also affect the crop as a whole if there is a certain rainfall during the harvesting time. The fish in the pond escapes on and often. So there is a overall loss of from agriculture due to intensive rainfall. And also at the same point of time, there is a growing intensity of dry spells. That is, more than 10 to 15 days, there won't be any rainfall, which affects the transplantation, then the spikelet sterility, and also it invites certain kinds of sucking pests. And the winter and summer is also remains uncomfortable due to lack of freshwater source and gradual development of salinity in the top layer of soil. So overall, if we see, the monsoon season starts from July, but the monsoon crop extends even up to the month of November and December. And due to the increasing tendency of rainfall during the month of October, the soil tilth is not proper so that a winter crop can be taken in the right point of time. So in the month of November and December, the land doesn't become suitable for the winter season crop. So the winter season is very limited. And due to this non-remunerative nature of farming, most of the migrations takes place to sustain their family. So here we are going to present certain activities we have taken under the project of National Innovations in Climate Resilient Agriculture, sponsored by ICR CRIDA, where we have demonstrated certain climate resilient technologies which are tried and tested by our Ramakrishna Ashram Krishi Vigyan Kendra since its inception in 1979. This project was taken up in these villages of Kultoli block, Bongeri and Koikhali since 2012. And we had taken three-pronged approach. First of all, lowering the impact of saline water ingress during the cyclone by protecting the mangrove barrier around the village. Then lowering the impact of submergence and dry spell during monsoon and water scarcity during the post-monsoon season by several land engineering and crop choices. And also we improved upon the preparedness of the community to be prepared for any adverse situation they faces. So the first activity was the community-based activities, where different actions like seed bank, community nursery, weather-based agro-advisory, custom hiring centers were concentrated upon. The very first village climate risk management committee was formed with the progressive farmers who were empowered to take decision in certain climate risk situations. You can see the situation changed from 2011 to 2015. The village was actually bare. The bank of Matla, you can see here, there was a very thin population of mangroves, due to which in 2009, after Ayla, the bank was breached and the entire village remained under saline water for 20 days. So after the community-based mangrove plantation activities, it has again regained its thickness. And in 2020, when Amphan hit the village, the embankment was intact. The next thing we did is the renovation of the drainage canals running across the village. So after Aila, actually, due to the malfunctioning of the sluice gate, the saline water along with the saline sludge entered and silted up the entire canal, which later was renovated, rejuvenated with the active participation of the people, and it now stores enough water, fresh water, to help cultivate around 200 hectares. The most promising and important technology we have demonstrated here, not only in these villages, but also in both the districts. Around 6,000 units of this technology has been demonstrated over the last 20 years, which is known as landscaping and rainwater harvesting. Actually, in 1982, Krishi Vigyan Kendra conceptualized this technology, which later on, with the help of several ICR institutes, it was again improved upon and demonstrated now in several farmers' field, and farmers have adopted this also. So in this technology, 1/5 of the low-lying area is dug up to the varying depth based on the nature of the soil in that area, and the soil is used to raise the remaining land up to 1 to 1.5 feet high, and some part of the soil is used to again strengthen the field bond and the bond around the pond, so that it can be raised to cultivate during the submerged condition also. We can see the model here. It's a 0.2 hectare area plot, which is developed in this way. And we can see the activity around the year. So from the May, June, after receiving the first or second nor'wester rain, with the help of that water collected in the pond, the farmers can start cultivation of some viney crops like bitter gourd. So by July and August, with the help of assured water in the pond, he starts cultivating paddy. And once the paddy reaches its tillering stage, by that time, the bitter gourd crop is over, and he starts growing other crops like okra or cowpea in the same area of bunds. And in that way, this crop is ready to harvest, means the rice, as now the length, height of the land is elevated. Now it is very easy to manage the water level. You can easily drain it and again irrigate it. So the farmers are able to take hybrid rice, which are 4 to 4.5 months duration, whereas the traditional varieties were 5 to 5.5 months duration. So the paddy crop becomes harvestable in the month of October itself. So now, from October to November and December, this winter season, the farmer can take up another crop. Even some people are able to take up potato in this situation also. And with the help of the pond water, not only fishery, they are sustaining their winter and summer crops also with critical irrigation. So now what we can see, you can see the condition of the traditional plot at the time of harvesting in the month of December, how much water is there. So it is not suitable for another crop. And at the same point of time, in month of October, the landscaping plot is ready for cultivation of another crop. And we know that BPH is endemic in this area. So in low-lying areas in paddy, every 3 or 4 years, it causes havoc. But in landscaping plot, due to the facility of alternating wading and drainage system, the infestation of BPH is also very less. It was very profoundly noticed during 2014 when there was a havoc infestation of BPH in other plots, whereas in landscaping plots, it was very minimal. And this continuous crop cover throughout the year also helps to reduce the salinity of the land. So these are the important outcomes of implementing the landscaping. You can see how the land has been developed. And when we compare the data of a normal year with a cyclone year or a year with heavy intensive rainfall and dry spell, we can see how the landscaping plot yield or net income from the landscaping plot is not that much deteriorating. At the same point of time, from the normal year as well as in the stress year, the landscaping ensured around 10 times of income than the traditional plot. And it is not only because of the number of crops that the farmer is able to take up in his field. You can see in case of normal field where they are able to take only 2 crops hardly with the 120 to 130 cropping intensity, the cropping intensity increase up to 300% in a landscaping plot. It also ensures around the year engagement of all the family laborers as well as laborers from the outside. As you can see that it creates around 1700 man days per hectare per year. So it also gives a social security because the male members of the family doesn't need to go for seasonal work outside the village. So these are the some variations of the same landscaping. Like if the field is very less, means smaller in size, like 1 vigha or less, then there is no scope of digging a pond for economic capacity. So they can still dig some trenches around their embankment, and they can strengthen their embankment up to 3 feet height. And this embankment, the vegetables grown in these embankments help to stand the submergence in the main field. This is another technology, broad bed cum trench. Even if the plot of the land is even lower than the 1 vigha, then this technology can be very effectively used, where deep trenches, 3 feet deep trenches are parallelly dug at 4 to 6 feet apart. The high land ridges thus formed are used for vegetable cultivation. At the same point of time, the water stored in the trenches are useful for fishery, taking off fishery for around 4 to 6 months. And the same water can be used for critical irrigation during the dry spells. And we can see the intensity cropping means the income from this such land. You can see here, it is also around 10 times due to so many crops he is able to grow. You can see throughout the year, he is able to grow one after another crop in this patch of land. So the next interventions was taken by crop management, where choice of crop, choice of variety, agronomic management, and different alternative crops were taken up to address different types of vulnerabilities. Like in case of submerged conditions, submergence tolerant rice varieties were demonstrated, like Swarna Sawan, Seer 1009 Sawan, Barsadhan, Ranjit Sawan. At the same point of time, salt tolerant rice varieties like Amal Mona, Jarava, Gosaba 5, Luna Suvarna, these were also tested, which also performed better than the traditional ones when the trace condition arrived. Like in case of 2019 and 2017, we can see the submergence tolerant varieties actually performed better. And also in salt affected soils, the saline tolerant varieties, where the yield reduction was little less than the contemporary varieties, traditional varieties. So green gram is the second most important crop in South 24 Parganas. Even the traditional varieties, actually, they take around 85 to 90 days. And in the month of March, April, there is always a chance of the nor'wester, which actually affects the crop. In the year 2020-21, there was a lot of rain in these summer months affecting this crop. So we came up with a very short duration variety called Virat. It's a 60 to 65 days variety, which actually helps to escape such kind of vulnerabilities. Then in case of rice fallow, where most of the lands remains fallow after rice cultivation, cotton was introduced by our KVK in 1990s. And this is the only place in the entire eastern zone, because when we also studied in graduation areas of cotton cultivation, we also knew that cotton means only the central or southern or western parts of the country. But when after joining the KVK, we could see that cotton is being cultivated here, and the productivity is also very good. And here cotton is cultivated in the Rabi summer season, not in the Kharif season. So the major problem, biotic stress, that is the bollworm complex, is being excluded here, because in that the time of infestation of this pest is actually in the Kharif season, but in Rabi summer, the crop actually avoids this pest. So the productivity is high, and there is always a government scheme, some sorts of schemes there, through which there is a lot of subsidy in seeds and pesticides and fertilizers. So earlier it was under NFSM cotton, now under Krishi Unnati Yojana cotton crops. Actually, there is a scheme through which our KVK is implementing cotton in more than 600 hectare. And you can see the income from cotton is also much more than rice or vegetables. And most importantly, the entire produce is purchased by Cotton Corporation Limited, with whom we have a PPP, means agreement, private partnership. And so the entire cotton is purchased by CCI, and the payment is made on the spot. So the entire means marketing is not a headache for the farmer. And at the same time, as cotton is a deep-rooted crop, and so it can withstand the moisture stress better, and it is also somewhat tolerant to salinity than the other crops. Like green gram is very much sensitive to soil salinity, but cotton is somewhat tolerant. So with 1 or 2 irrigation, cotton can be grown, and it also adds lots of biomass to the soil after the leaves shed, and even the root mass that remains in the soil. And also the cotton sticks, it helps the farmers to be used as fuel wood, so they don't depend upon the other forest woods for their cooking. So cotton is an important alternative crop here. Then certain agronomic practices, management practices we implemented, like these are some of the examples I'll quickly go through, like floating seed weight and staggered seed weight, that was planned to escape or avoid the early season, means submergence. Then green marrying to again rejuvenate the soil with this improved percolation capacity and soil organic matter improvement.
Actually, we have shortage of time.
Okay.
So please briefly you explain whole thing.
After water was made available, so judicious of use of water was most important. So implementation of sprinkler and drip irrigation. Then, as we know, that beetle vine is an important crop here. So implementation of GI structure made borages and this green set net borage. This was also invented by KVK. This was also been implemented in to around 600 beetle vine farmers in Pathapatiman Sagar. Customer hearing center has also been added, which can reduce the time of farm mechanized farm, different types of farming activities. Then various alternatives like beekeeping, backyard poultry, goatery, Asian catfish hatchery, already sir has told. So in Asian catfish hatchery, actually our KVK is also pioneer. Mushroom, ornamental fish, ornamental bird. These were also being demonstrated in the villages. As we all know that honey hunting is an important, still a very dominant practice by the Maules. So transforming them into scientific honey beekeeping and formation of FPOs resulted in rehabilitation of around 200 honey hunters who were otherwise facing the man-animal conflict. So that is also an important alternative here. So we have a package of practices we have now formed, like for different kind of situation, like rain-fed lowland, be it a rain-fed medium land, or irrigated lowland, irrigated medium land. So based on the predominant climate and resource constraints, we have a climate resilient technology packages, which is based on the natural resource management or crop, livestock, fishery management. So after implementation of all these activities, what we can say that in every kind of situation, we have a scope, potentiality to improve the farm income from 150% to 300%. So I'm not going into these details. So this is one example of the farmers following these activities, climate resilient practices, what we are calling as NICRA farmers and non-NICRA farmers. So this is a matrix showing different crops and their growing season, which is coinciding with the climate vulnerabilities, variabilities, and different like deficit or submergence, delayed land preparation. And in every cases, we can see there, actually, the NICRA farmers were better prepared and they are better adapted to such climate vulnerabilities. So as an outcome of the climate resilient farming model, we can advocate that. So we have to first improve the drainage system. Then we have to improve the assured irrigation and the farm diversification. So these things are most important to improve the farming practices in Sundarban situation. So regarding upscaling, with the help of the state agriculture department and central government through different project schemes like NWDPRA, BGREI, IWMP, Atma, RKVI, we could mobilize around 25 crores over the last 20 years, where we implemented around 6,000 units of landscaping and such technologies in 2 districts of South 24 Parganas and North 24 Parganas. It's more than 2,000 hectare, you can say. See, this landscaping is a little bit cost intensive. Means at present price, it actually you have to spend around 60 to 80,000 for a 0.26 hectare area. So for if we are having any kind of government scheme, then it is easy. But even then, you can see if you go from this in the Kultali area, so lots of farmers, you can see they have modified the model according to their capacity and they have adopted these practices. In Kultali block, if you go, you can very clearly, you can see from other areas. So a lot of people have adopted it.
So please, a lot of discussion is required, hardly time. So what I can do is that I will discuss with you bilaterally.
Okay. Okay.
Either today evening or tomorrow morning.
Okay. Okay.
Maybe early in the morning.
Okay.
Thank you, Dr. Gone. We know that the NIMPIT or KVK has done wonderful work.
Yeah, I've said.
Wonderful work. Also has been awarded by the Best Center by the ICF. So I am aware, and most of the activities I know. And regarding the cotton, just I have one query, because they have started cotton cultivation maybe 20 years or 25 years back, but still it is not so popular. Okay, we will discuss. Okay. You give the answer to Dr. Chakraborty. Dr. Chakraborty, okay.
So there are 3 times increase in the study, 4 times increase.
I don't think. Maybe I think, yeah, maybe, but it is not on a broad based. If you carry out in a small area, it can be shown. But what happens to extensive area? They are not doing that. So next we have Dr. Taposh Kumar Ghoshal, head ICR Central Institute of Fishery Education, Kolkata Center. Dr. Ghoshal is a principal scientist and head ICR Central Institute. They develop feed for commercially important brackish fish species. He worked for livelihood improvement of Sundarban farmers through adoption and sustainable brackish aquaculture. So in recognition of his work for fish and shrimp feed development, Dr. Ghoshal received Nanji Deshmukh ICR Award for outstanding interdisciplinary team research in agriculture and allied science. So my request to Dr. Ghoshal, I've seen you earlier also, maybe in the canning or whatever maybe. So please be brief, only give the salient findings.
Okay, sir. Okay, anyway, respected dignitaries and all our participants. So actually I had the privilege to work in Kakdeep, Siba, from 1999 to 2023. So I know Sundarban very well. So only now I am working as a head of ICR Center of Fishery Education, who takes this is a deemed university under ICR, headquarter Mumbai, and we are looking after the higher education in fisheries, master's program and PhD in fisheries science under ICR umbrella, the deemed university. Okay, so I will just take things. Okay, my topic was river estuarine and marine fisheries, challenges and opportunities. But anyway, I got the invitation very late. So I was not knowing exactly that is a totally on the Sundarbans perspectives. So my slide might have been a little bit modified, but I was unfortunately I was not knowing. And then okay, so just let me see a little bit that okay, now we know the fisheries and aquaculture. This is the we are telling every time sunrise sector more growth than any other sector. If you see agriculture growth rate, we have done everything, but now growth rate is around 3%, 3 to 4%. Even our dairy sector, poultry sector doing very well. Now also it is 6%, but aquaculture sector over last 2-3 decades, it is growing almost in 2 digits, near 10% growth rate. So if you see now, aquaculture sector and fishery sector is giving a livelihood to 25 million peoples of India, directly or indirectly. Then we are producing 17.55 million metric ton of fish. India means 175 lakh ton of fish we are producing, and which was before 50 years it was only 10 lakh tons. So 10 to 175, and in India we are the second largest fish producer in the world after China. Though there is a huge gap with China, so we are the second largest in world. And you know, I will not go details. In Sundarban, if you see Sundarban's perspectives, just I will go. This is the fish production data. I will not go all details. Okay. Now I will see just Sundarbans. If we see that our coastal area in West Bengal, that is about that much area. We have very good highest. If you see all the states, we are having the highest coastal area in West Bengal. And out of that coastal area, only the 3 coastal states. One is Purba Midnapur, having very less area, and most of the area in our South 24 Parganas and North 24 Parganas. But if you see the in India total perspective, India also, as I told, the China and India far gaps, though we are second, but we are with 4 marks we are second. Same way, if you compare with Andhra Pradesh, in fisheries, every time we talk about Andhra Pradesh, fast, and West Bengal second, there are also a big gap. So we are not able to take the potentials of fisheries and aquaculture in the Sundarbans till date. But as I was working in brackish water aquaculture, so we had work on so many pieces, you know. They're all very good species like Sibas, Betki, then Mallet, then our Scat, Pyratoli. Yeah? These are all very good species. And having very good market price, you know, as compared to our freshwater fishes like Rohu, Katla, Mrigal, they are having very good market price. But till now, we are not able to utilize it, these potentials for the Sundarbans. This is one thing. And second thing, you know, our most prized species, you know, shrimp. Earlier it was tiger shrimp, Bagda. Now from tiger shrimp, as it was affected disease, so much problems, farmers were suffering. Now we have introduced one exotic shrimp, that is the third one, that is called Vanami. Now, if whatever shrimp we are getting in the market, even every time we are speaking, now shrimp is the 300 to 400 rupees kilo. So it is told that chapra chingri, but this is not chapra chingri. Chapra is, this was chapra or indigenous shrimp. Pineas indicus, scientific name is, this is Pineas moradon, our own native shrimp, Bagda. This is the chapra in Pineas moradon, and this is the exotic. So under SIBA, we have introduced this shrimp in 2009 in India. It has come from Mexico. This is called Pacific white shrimp. Whatever shrimp you are getting in the market, আপনারা যে চিংড়িটা বাজারে খাচ্ছেন এখন 300 টাকা 450 টাকা কিলো, সব কিন্তু কালচার shrimp, and these are being cultured in the coastal area, including our Sundarbans. And this has changed the scenario of whole brackish water aquaculture scenario of the country. And now India is one of the top exporter of this shrimp. We are getting near about 65,000 crores rupees foreign earning, and over the last 10 years, from 1 lakh ton, now we are producing about 10 lakh tons, 1 million tons of shrimp. And this has changed the country's scenario of aquaculture scenario, including the export earnings. So till now, but in Sundarban, till now, we are not able to fully tap the potentials because of our farmers' poor financing capacity. You know, aquaculture compared to our agriculture, per bigha agriculture cost is 5,000 rupees, but per bigha aquaculture cost is 50,000 rupees, which is the main problem of Sundarban farmers because they don't have that much capitals. And almost our own problem of West Bengal, small land, not like Andhra Pradesh, they are having a big land holdings. They can do mechanization. Even in their sim farm, they are doing mechanization. All that automatic feeder, automatic these things, everything automatic. But in West Bengal also people are doing. In Sundarban also sim farming is practiced. But there that type of mechanization they could not do. So these are things. And second, another one important species, you know, that crab. You know, we are having a very nice species, one mangrove crab, red, what we call that brown crab. And it is very good. It is very lucrative in these things, some of the countries like China, Vietnam, and we are exporting this crab in live condition. Other things like shrimp, now this is being processed in Calcutta. All other part like Orissa, Calcutta, Chowgiri area, there are near about 60 processing plants. So whatever the farmers are producing, it is coming in cold chain, and then that is being processed in that processing plant, and then it is sent to other countries, exported. Same way, crab goes in live condition. Crab goes in live condition, and we are having a very excellent species. This is a very excellent species, Scylla olivacea, that crab. And now crab culture also, they are very good. It is near about 600 rupees per kilo it catches. But till now, we are not able to take fully these things, advantage of this, all the species, prize species, which is available in Sundarban. Okay. So, you know, this is the sea bass, you know, very lucrative. Then, you know, milk fish, it is introduced by Shiva in these things. Then mullet, and then shrimp culture practices like our white leg shrimp, what I am telling. Farmers are doing, but we have enough scope to do it scientifically. But only thing is that what I told, that they need some financial assistance from different schemes. Of course, some are there, but that is not that much sufficient to improve their livelihood. So what I want to mean to say, that fishery and aquaculture is a very good option in Sundarban because all are having some ponds. Every household ponds, like our Dr. Prabir told, that one is freshwater pond in their homestead pond, freshwater small pond, and at the same time in coastal area like riverside or seaside, they have some estuarine area where brackish water, saline water they are getting, which is not useful for cultivation. They can do these things. Okay, so that is the thing. So then again, some of the things, new things has come up, like our box culture of crab, all the things. Some technology is coming up, but till now it is in infant stage. It is not going. So these are things. So many challenges and opportunities there. So I'll not linger. And then marine fisheries, of course. Marine fisheries, till now it is we could not exploit these things like cage culture, like our Western country. Again, same thing that needs some financial investment, putting cage, all the things. But there is enough water resources are there, and there is a good scope for that livelihood improvement to mitigate their climate, whatever this is. First thing is that in Sundarban, we have to create employment. Otherwise, definitely they will migrate. No other options. We have to show that each farm family that this is your income. And we have seen that from aquaculture, one small ponds, they can earn at least 50,000 rupees per year. That means 4,000, 5,000 rupees per year. What a person is getting when he migrates to other states, not Kerala, but other states. And they go to cold storage, Bardhaman, all the districts, then in 4-5 months. 4-5 months, they go to even Andhra Pradesh, Kerala. So only we have to prove that, okay, each household, these are your assets, and if that assets can be utilized successfully in a good models, at least they have to earn some good amount of livelihoods, then only that all that whatever we are telling, climate strategies, mitigation, these things, it will work. Otherwise, same problems of Sundarban, migrating peoples from Sundarban to other states, it will be continuing. So my suggestion is that there should be so much good these things policies by state governments and central governments to empower the farmers of Sundarban. Okay, this thank you all. I will not.
Your institute is not taking initiative
No, definitely we are. No, yeah, my institutes are present institutes.
on a large
because,
scale.
No, because we
Because
are
there are a lot of fishery
No,
institutes.
our things are we cannot because
Education
ICR. If you will still, this is not our job. We are the technology developer. We have developed technology. Like we bought specific white shrimp. When our tiger shrimp is not working, indigenous, we have brought shrimp. Technology successful. In India, other parts it has been taken. But that is the job of the nation, the need of the policy makers to adopt policy. Because as a ICR, we are not the policy makers. We are only things that we are developing technology. We are developing the technology. Right. But technology upskilling, everything has to be done by the line departments.
We know that fishery is very advantageous as compared to the agriculture.
Yeah. But till now, sir, now, because I could not come. Because now, just for example, just now I am coming. I told you, I will be in Farmers Pond. So I was there in Ganga Jowara, that side. That side, the way aquaculture developed. Sonarpur, this area, just the way aquaculture developed, same thing can be replicated in Sundarban. Same thing. But due to the financial problems of the peoples, they don't have money. That is the total main hindrance that money flow to the farmers.
Okay, thank
you.
Okay.
Yeah. 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 Only thing is that now what is happening over the last 10-15 years, suppose now one farmer is talking good valuable shrimp in his pond. Now suddenly cyclone comes. Now what is the mitigation strategy? They don't have anything, na. So that is one of the main aspects why people are not in fear to put their money in the water body. That is the things. Yeah, but that all are having that cyclone prone now due to climatic hazards nowadays. Na people are fearing because they are putting some crops and then one fine morning some tide will come, high tide will come, or some cyclone will come because they cannot protect their crop. Na, so that is one of the major problems.
Okay, we can discuss afterwards also. Okay. So thank you for the nice presentation. So we have the Angshuman Das now, food and agricultural activities, trained as a physicist and software professional, shifted to after that. Then he worked with the co-workers, researchers, influenced about 1 lakh farmers, has a long experience of working in Sundarban and has more than 30 publications in his credit.
Okay, so
Doctor,
I will be very brief. I will to tell me because it's not nice to speak in front of.
I have heard your
students
earlier also.
Yeah, we are sitting from the morning, and I really appreciate the organizers if they can think these in a different way. I mean, yeah. So I will try to wrap it up very quickly in 5 minutes. So I am expecting that people are not, giving more attention to the WhatsApp rather than attention to me. So let's see. So my paper is more of a conceptual paper. So I'll go very quickly. See, one very important thing that I wanted to mention is we often, when we say traditional knowledge, we often either say that this traditional knowledge is something which is nothing to, discuss about, or sometimes we are going gaga for that. Oh, traditional knowledge, you should do something, our old tradition also. There are two different kinds of things, but I'm also trying to understand it in a different way. So I'll give some examples, but my last 2 slides are very important. So one is, I don't know how many of you have heard all this name of this these weeds which are also used as food. So there is something called kulekhara, you know, I know kulekhara, thankuni. There is something called so there are many others, kalkeshute, giriya, bothua, gumuk, chikni. So there are many other those kinds of leafy vegetables that we used to use. তো এইগুলোকে এখন যদি আমরা এখন I don't believe that there is something called weed. So weed is there is nothing called weed. So a plant is there because of certain reason. So it is weed, we are considering it weeds because we are not using it. There can be several other use of it. So and in our tradition, in our traditional knowledge, those are being considered. So like these are often can be thought as a safer option because it's basically weed and you don't have pesticide and fertilizer application there. এটা একটা গ্যাপ পিরিয়ডকে অ্যাড্রেস করে। আমরা অনেক সময় দেখি যে সময়টা কাল্টিভেশন নেই সেই সময়টা কিন্তু এই ধরনের শাকগুলো আমাদের নিউট্রিশনে হেল্প করে। দিস আর অ্যাডাপ্টেড টু লোকাল কন্ডিশন। সো এগুলো মেডিসিনাল প্রপার্টি আছে আর এগুলো there are also various customs and rituals to protect these kinds of crops. আপনারা 14 শাকের কথা জানেন। There are various other customs to support this. স্যালাইন টলারেন্ট প্যাডি আছে, অনেকগুলো প্যাডি আছে, প্রায় 14-15 রকমের ধান এরকম আছে। মানে আমি সংগ্রহ করেছি প্রায় 14-15 রকম, এরকম আরো অনেক আছে হয়তো। সেগুলো ডেফিনেটলি লো প্রোডাক্টিভিটি, সেগুলো কিন্তু অনেকগুলো জিনিস দেখতে হবে যে when you have an adverse condition, when your high yielding variety of rice are basically not giving any result, even if it's low productivity, it will give you some result. So can we learn from that? These are adapted to local condition. This performs better in adverse condition. This requires less agrochemicals. There are also, it's not that all are good. So they are also taller. So that has, then it also has a potential to lodge. So there are also various other, so there are plus and minus both things, but we cannot really ignore them. So there are land shaping. Okay. So very interesting. So I want to little bit differ with the previous speakers. Land shaping in Sundarban is a very old tradition, very, very old tradition. What we did, we tried to kind of fine tune it. So because Sundarban people they are used to all these kind of vagaries, this kind of situation for long. So they must have, done something. So you can see these are like new things that we have done in various locations. So land shaping can be various, like it can be around the rice field, it can be a pond, it can be this is high ridge deep furrow HRDF model. This is also being quite popular in Thailand as well. So these are not very new, and these are not a very new invention. These are very much traditional, and only thing is we have really refined it. So the use of dike in Sundarban, you will go even without intervention of anybody, আলকে যেভাবে সুন্দরবনের লোকেরা ইউজ করে সেটা অনবদ্য। এবং সেখানে শুধুমাত্র মানে গাছ নয়, সেখানে কিন্তু মানে শুধু ফসল নয়, সেখানে কিন্তু গাছও ইউজ করা হয় ডাইকে, নানাভাবে। তো there are various ways, and all this has been transformed into various ways of fine tuning. So I myself has coordinated one all India coordinated project on integrated farming. It was named Biofarm, and it was in 2004 to 2007. So that was the first Department of Science and Technology supported program in integrated farming. After that, this IFSR came, IFSR. So, and we tried to learn from all these traditional knowledge and try to develop a framework how different integrated farmings can be adopted. So these, we also tried to calculate the amount of biomass that is flowing from one to another. So all this can be done if we can really accept the ideas of integrated farms. So there are also various other things. Like সুন্দরবনে আমি প্রথম অনেকদিন আগে ফার্মাররা আমাকে বলে ক্লাউড কভার ডেজ যে বেড়ে যাচ্ছে তার কি ইমপ্লিকেশন, ক্লাউড কভার ডেজ বাড়ার জন্য পেস্ট অ্যাটাক বাড়ছে, এটা আমি প্রথম ফার্মারদের কাছ থেকে শুনি। আমি এটাও প্রথম শুনি যে ওই ফার্মাররা বলে যে অমুক সময় একটা অমুক হাওয়া দেয় সেইটার জন্য এইসব নানা রকম কিন্তু আন্ডারস্ট্যান্ডিং আছে যেগুলো আমরা উড়িয়েও দিতে পারি চাইলে, আবার কিন্তু সেখান থেকে শিখতেও পারি, সেগুলো একটা বড় ব্যাপার। মৌলেরা অনেক সময় অনেক জিনিস ইউজ করতো যে ওই এখন আর সেগুলো নেই, যে একটা পার্টিকুলার পার্ট অফ মৌচাক কাটতো, তারা পুরোটা কাটতো না। হারভেস্ট করা নানা রকম, ধরা যাক যারা যারা বাওয়ালি যাদের বলে, যারা যারা মানে কাঠ সংগ্রহ করে, তারা কখনো পুরো গাছটা কাটতো না, একটা ডাল রেখে দিত। এইগুলো কিন্তু নানা ধরনের প্র্যাকটিস কিন্তু রয়েছে। যারা গোলপাতা হারভেস্ট করে তাদের একটা সাইকেল ছিল, যে আমি যদি এখন এখানে হারভেস্ট করি, আমি আবার কতদিন পরে এখানে ফিরে এসে হারভেস্ট করবো। এই সাইকেলগুলো কিন্তু মানে নানা জায়গায় ছিল। নানা ধরনের নৌকোর তো একটা অসম্ভব ইন্টারেস্টিং গল্প আছে, নানা রকম গল্প আছে। যে মানে লোকে বলছেন যে এইটা তো 28 হাতের নৌকো, 28 হাতের নৌকো ইয়েতে চলতে পারে, টাকি অঞ্চলে চলতে পারে, কিন্তু ডিপ ইয়েতে চলবে না, ওখানে আড়াই ঢেউ নাকি নেওয়া যাবে না। আচ্ছা, আড়াই ঢেউ মানে কি? আই ট্রাই টু আন্ডারস্ট্যান্ড। আচ্ছা, আড়াইখানা ঢেউ মানে কি? বলছে না, এই নৌকাটা দুটো ঢেউয়ের মাঝখানে যে ছোট ঢেউটা থাকে, সেই দুটো মিলে হচ্ছে আড়াইটা ঢেউ। তো এই যে 28 হাত হলে আড়াইটা ঢেউ সহ্য করতে পারবে, তার বেশি কিন্তু পারবে না। কিন্তু তুমি আমাকে বলো, তুমি কোন নদীতে কাজ করবে, কি তোমার ব্যবহার, সেটা দিয়ে তুমি কি করবে? তুমি সেটা কি মানে কি ধরনের জাল তুমি টানবে? তুমি ট্রলার টানবে নাকি তুমি অন্য ধরনের জাল টানবে? মানে ট্রল করবে না কি করবে? তো এইরকম ভাবে আর এই যে জ্ঞানগুলো, এগুলো কিন্তু খুব ইন্টারেস্টিং। এগুলো কিন্তু সমস্ত কিছু ওরাল, এবং ক্রমাগত কিন্তু লোকেরা চেঞ্জ করে 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 যাচ্ছে। একটা জীবিত, if something is living, the basic nature of that thing is it will adopt. So this traditional knowledge is not something which is very static. So এই যে নৌকার লোকেরা, তারা কিন্তু ক্রমাগত বদলে 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 যাচ্ছে, ক্রমাগত চেঞ্জ করছে। যে মেশিন এখন, আগে করাত দিয়ে কাটতো, এখন মেশিন দিয়ে কাটছে। আগে যে ধরনের কাঠ পাওয়া যেত সুন্দরবনে, এখন অনেকগুলো কাঠ কাটা বারণ হয়ে গেছে, সো তো কাঠ বদলে যাচ্ছে। তো অনেক ইন্টারেস্টিং চেঞ্জেস কিন্তু করতে করতে যাচ্ছে। ট্র্যাডিশনাল নলেজ ইজ নট সামথিং হুইচ ইজ 100 years old. This is also something happening now, and it is practiced by the people there, and they're adapting it quite well. So that science we need to learn. So like this, some of the, I was also hearing, some of them has went to Cox's Bazar and stayed there for quite some time and learned different kinds of boat there. তারা ফিরে এসে যে ধরনের নৌকাগুলো বানালো, they're completely different. 90s এর দিকে এসেছিল, লোকে ট্রলার বলতো, কিন্তু সেগুলো কিন্তু ট্রলার নয়, আসলে সেগুলো অন্য ধরনের নৌকা। কিন্তু যেহেতু অন্য ধরনের, লোকে বলতো ট্রলার। তো ট্রলার বলা হয় তাদের যাদের ওই জাল ট্রল করে, সেজন্য ট্রলার। তো এখানে কিন্তু ট্রলার ছাড়া অন্য ধরনের জাল ইউজ, কিন্তু নৌকাগুলো যেহেতু অন্যরকম দেখতে, লোকে বলতো ট্রলার। এরকম নানা ধরনের ছিল। বেতনাই বলে একটা নৌকা ছিল, বেশ চওড়া, ফ্ল্যাট বেড। সেখানে লোকে গোলপাতা আর গরান কলকাতায় নিয়ে আসতো, কারণ কলকাতায় তখন ঘর ছাউনি হতো গোলপাতা দিয়ে অনেকদিন আগে। তো যেহেতু এইটা উঠে গেছে, গোলপাতা এখন প্রায় এন্ডেঞ্জার স্পিসিস, ফলে বেতনাই নৌকা আর পাওয়া যায় না। তো এই অনেকগুলো